the Israel-Hamas war zone as Gaza truce expiry looms. Hamas has released 14 more hostages, including 10 Israelis and 4 Thai nationals. Now, the 10 Israeli and 4 Thai hostages are back in Israel after their release from 54 days of Hamas captivity in Gaza. Meanwhile, Israel has released 30 Palestinian prisoners. Now, we are showing you these footages of release, of exchange of hostages for prisoners, and this is the fifth almost exchange of prisoners across. Now, this report is fresh report is coming on as the Gaza truce expiry looms. Now, Hamas has furthermore released 14 more hostages, including 10 Israelis and 4 Thai nationals. Now, as you can see on your TV screens, we can see the video footages of release. Now, with that, we are slipping into a very short break. Stay tuned. We'll be right back with more news and updates.
Hello, Moto. Hello, Moto.
One incredible rescue. When each worker was pulled out of the Silkyara tunnel, where they had been trapped for 400 hours, loud cheers broke out at the sight, and the whole country heaved a collective sigh of relief. They say it takes an army to build a village. So when it came to India's biggest rescue operation, multiple agencies worked round the clock to make this moment happen. The National Disaster Response Force, the Indian Army, the State Disaster Response Force, Border Roads Organisation all collaborated for this mammoth operation. India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi kept a close eye and was one of the first to speak to the tunnel workers after their miraculous rescue.
जय हिंद भैया, सबको बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं।
भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय।
बस आपके जो नारे हैं ना, देश सुन करके आज बहुत ही प्रभावित हो जाएगा।
But there were some heroes whose wisdom and vigor made this mission a mammoth success.
Well done. Well done, Bhaskar.
12 men went where no machine could. After a series of setbacks, it was the banned practice of rat hole mining that came to the rescue of the trapped labourers. The team arrived at the Silkyara tunnel on the 27th of November to help in the rescue operations. They wanted 36 hours to clear the debris, but within 27 hours, they had reached the trapped workers. Leading the pack of rat hole miners were Feroz Qureshi and Monu Kumar, who were the first to reach the labourers after they cleared the last bit of the rubble inside the tunnel.
26 से 28 घंटे नॉन स्टॉप काम किया है मैं। ये मुश्किलें तो आई थी, बहुत सारी बाधाएं आई हैं मुश्किलों की,
जी
लेकिन
जी
मुश्किलें आने के बाद भी हमने ये एक जज्बा बना लिया था कि हमें करना ही करना है। और प्लस जो हमारे मुन्ना भाई हैं, वो उन्होंने हमें ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा हौसला दिया और उन्होंने हमें काबिल समझा के कर पाएंगे, क्योंकि वो हमारे गुरु हैं, उन्होंने हमें काम सिखाया है, तो उन्हें अपने हुनर पे पूरा भरोसा था।
Arnold Dix, who heads the Geneva-based International Tunnelling and Underground Space Association, is known for taking risks when it comes to underground construction. He had been a part of the Silkyara tunnel rescue mission since the 20th of November and provided technical expertise on the operation. He guided the rescuers on maneuvering the treacherous ground. He would often be seen at a small temple near the tunnel, praying for the safe evacuation of the labourers.
It has been my honour to serve, and as a parent, it's been my honour to help.
Now we're cutting across to a big breaking input. Now BRS MLC arrives at poll booth to cast her vote. Remember, Telangana is heading to polls today and the polling has just begun. Now, BRS MLC has arrived at the poll booth to cast a vote, like you can see on your TV visuals.
High decibel noise. Congress party claimed that they are going to come back to power. This time also they have tried their best to give out a lot of fake surveys and claim that they are going to come back to power. But the love of people is with KCR Garu, love of people is with BRS party. So people are going to vote for Kar and we are going to win. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, these are the latest visuals that we are getting. BRS MLC has arrived at the polling booth to cast her vote. Now, it is pertinent to note that Battle for Telangana has opened up and the polling has started. Now, Telangana goes to polls today and will be voting up till 5 p.m. Now, it is a battle for 119 seats and it is a fray and it's a very closely tough contest between three parties, that is majorly the ruling BRS, the Congress and the BJP. Now, BRS MLC has
Kindly appeal to the youth, especially to the women and young men out there. Please come out and vote. It is not a holiday. It is election day, an important day to make felt your presence in the state, make felt that your voice matters. Please come out and vote. And I'm very confident whoever comes out to vote will vote for BRS.
Well, how do you see the Congress? Is this your toughest election?
Not at all, not at all. On the ground, we are very, very comfortable. We've been campaigning on the ground. People love KCR Garu. People have received many benefits of the election, many benefits of our government, and we are very confident that we'll be voted back to power the third time.
Thank you very much, Akka.
Well, that was BRS MLC K. Kavita, who has reached the polling booth at the moment to cast her vote. And a word coming in from her was that everybody should go out and vote. It is not a holiday. It is a day to exercise your democratic rights. She has once again given out a message to the young voters and to all the voters of the youngest state, which is heading to polls today. Now, the polling has already started and will continue up till 5 p.m. It is a fight for 119 seats where three major parties are fighting against each other, especially the ruling BRS, Congress and BJP. This is K. Kavita's word coming in. She has already arrived at the polling booth to cast her vote, and what she has right now said to while briefing the media is that everybody needs to reach out to vote. She is expecting to win and she is very confident about BRS's win. Well, that was BRS MLC. Now, as you can see on your TV screens, BRS MLC K. Kavita is reaching out and briefing the media, especially before she heads to cast her vote. Now, voting has already begun in Telangana and will end by 5 p.m. Now, cutting across to another breaking input, this is a message coming in from the Prime Minister for the young voters of Telangana. Now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi took to the microblogging website X and tweeted as Telangana goes to polls. He said, I quote, "I call upon my sisters and brothers of Telangana to vote in record numbers and strengthen the festival of democracy. I particularly urge young and first-time voters to exercise their franchise." Now, this is a word coming in from PM Modi and it is a message for young voters. Like following the streak over the last 4 states, PM has once again taken to Twitter and tweeted that he's sent out a message for the young voters that I call upon my sisters and brothers of Telangana to vote in record numbers and strengthen the festival of democracy. Once again, he's urging the young voters and the first-time voters of the youngest state of India, that's Telangana, to come out and exercise their right to vote, their franchise. Now, this is a message coming in from PM Modi. Like always, we have already seen in the past, PM Modi has, for the last 4 states, also come out and given a message to the young voters, and not just for the young voters, to the voters of the particular state which is heading to vote. Now, this message is, today's message is pertinent for the young voters and the first-time voters of Telangana. Now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has reached out and written a message on the microblogging website X as Telangana goes to polls. Now, remember, ladies and gentlemen, that Telangana is heading to vote voting today. Now, voting has already begun and the voting will continue up till 5 p.m. Over 119 seats are in fray, and it is a close contest between the ruling BRS, the Congress and the BJP. Now, BJP has also time and again have had a high voltage campaign in Telangana to woo the voters. And now this is a state where PM Modi has himself gone on the ground to carry out roadshows, back-to-back roadshows and rallies to woo the voters, and especially of the minority community, where PM Modi and the BJP have also promised the minority community that the CM face will be from the minority community if the party is voted to power. Now, we are reading out the message by Prime Minister Narendra Modi for the young voters. He says that I call upon on my sisters and brothers of Telangana to vote in record numbers and strengthen the festival democracy. I particularly urge the young and first-time voters to exercise their franchise. Now, joining us on the broadcast is our colleague Swastika. A very good morning, Swastika. What more details do we have from the ground? What is the mood like? And have the voters started turning out on the polling booths?
Well, it's a big day in Telangana. The high-pitched, high-stakes battle has commenced, and this is the 30th of November when Telangana has already started to poll. In fact, a short while ago, we spoke to K. Kavita, who came to this particular spot in Banjara Hills to cast her vote. It's going to be a very tough election for the ruling Bharat Rashtra Samiti as it looks at curtailing the anti-incumbency factor, hopeful of KCR coming back for the third term as the Chief Minister. They're also hopeful of KCR making a record this time after MGR becoming the first ever Chief Minister, possibly to score a hat-trick. In fact, that's the hope that the BRS is working with. There you see MLC K. Kavita, in fact, coming out after casting her vote. She's only had one appeal to all the voters here. Hyderabad, particularly the urban areas, doesn't see great turnout. She's made an appeal to the people to come out and vote in large numbers. Also striking a confident note that her party will come back to power, even though the Congress here may give a photo finish like contest to the ruling BRS. So, all eyes on these big leaders, in fact, K. Kavita, KT Rama Rao, who have in fact been the man Friday in that sense for KCR, campaigning throughout. Kavita, for instance, has been campaigning extensively in Nizamabad, particularly an area where Muslims are going to play a key factor, women are going to play a key factor. She essentially is the woman face of the party in that sense. KT Rama Rao has been canvassing across the state, and it's going to be a really, closely watched contest. Firstly, Telangana, of all the 5 state elections that have gone to polls, Telangana is going to be the most interesting one, because this is where there cannot be any predictions. Anything can happen. In fact, the Congress is equally strong at this juncture because of what they say, an undercurrent wave against KCR, and the KCR side here say that they are very confident on the bank of their welfare schemes. Kohina, back to you.
Right, Swastika, thank you so much for all those details.
ఒక చెడ్డ పేరు మనకుంది. తప్పకుండా వచ్చి పెద్ద ఎత్తున అందరూ కూడా ఓటు హక్కు వినియోగించాలని కోరుకుంటా ఉన్నాను. అదేవిధంగా ఇప్పటి వరకు బీఆర్ఎస్ పార్టీ ఆధ్వర్యంలో జరిగినటువంటి అభివృద్ధిని మీరు చూశారు. అభివృద్ధిని చూడండి, కారు గుర్తు కోటేయండి, సీఎంగా కేసీఆర్ గారిని మరొకసారి.
Well, with all those news and updates, it's a wrap from our side. Watch our mega poll of polls coverage from 6 p.m. onwards. Thanks for staying with us.
They're getting their children home. And you remember in the beginning I said 41 people home safe, no one gets hurt by Christmas. We are calm and we knew exactly what we wanted, and we worked as a wonderful team. And when I say a wonderful team, the best engineers here in India, the army, their engineers, the best I've ever worked with, all the agencies, the federal authority, the state, all the people. It was just a joy to be a part of this successful mission, just one part. and I've got to go to the temple because I've promised to say thank you for what's happened. Because my friends, if you haven't noticed, I think we've just witnessed a miracle.
Lieutenant General Syed Atta Hasnain, a member of the National Disaster Management Agency, used to oversee the operations and coordination between agencies. He didn't let setbacks in the operation affect the morale of the entire team. With his trademark calm demeanour, he ensured that no stone was left unturned in the rescue effort.
And therefore, I have been through this for too many years in my life. There were times when I was woken up at 2:30 in the morning and I knew that this can't be good news. When someone wakes you up at 2:30 in the morning and can only give you bad news. The good news can wait for the morning. So I'm used to disappointments, but personally I did not want to show that kind of a concern to the nation when I was holding the responsibility of bringing information to the nation as such. Yes, there were moments when I was a little dismayed myself, but I kept that under curbs. The best face had to be projected to the nation through the media, and I compliment the Indian media. I compliment the Indian media for its sense of maturity, the ability in which they could present these news. I don't think the media in India has ever displayed this kind of a propensity towards utter maturity. It's been absolutely a marvelous moment for all of us, and therefore I think a huge thanks is due to the media also.
Minister of State for Road Transport and Highways, General V.K. Singh, was stationed at the tunnel for days on end. The former army chief never lost hope for the trapped labourers, and he made sure to greet each of the 41 men when they emerged from the tunnel after 17 long days. While the Great Indian Tunnel Rescue has been about hope and happiness, it is as much about the heroes who made it possible.
Good morning viewers, hello and welcome to the Morning News Show where we bring you the latest headlines and insightful stories to kickstart your day. First up, we are discussing India's youngest state which is heading to polls today. It is a three-cornered fight majorly between the ruling BRS, the Congress and the BJP.
तेलंगाना के लोग केसीआर सरकार को उखाड़कर फेंकने के लिए कमर कस चुके हैं।
केसीआर शिवयात्रना तेलंगाना जैत्र यात्रा
ये मेरे लिए राजनीतिक लड़ाई नहीं है, ये खून की लड़ाई है, डीएनए की लड़ाई है। हमारा पहला कदम सरकार बनने के एकदम बाद जाति जनगणना करने का होगा, कास्ट सर्वे।
Well, after weeks of campaigning across 119 constituencies, it's now over to the voters in Telangana as the state gears up for polling today. Now, polling will be starting shortly and will continue up till 5 p.m. Now, it's a high-stake battle for BRS President and the state's Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao, who is eyeing a hat-trick amid a perceptible wave of anti-incumbency and a tight challenge from the Congress. Now, the third player in the fray is BJP, which is also hopeful of making a dent in the several constituencies, particularly in North Telangana and Hyderabad. Now, these are the areas where Prime Minister Narendra Modi has also campaigned extensively with the pitch of making a backward class leader as the CM if voted to power. Now, the other key player is Assuddin Owaisi's AIMIM, which is contesting on 9 seats from Hyderabad.
आप वोट करिए और अपने दोस्तों से, रिश्तेदारों से, अपने नेबर से वोट करवाइए और बड़ी संख्या में ये फेस्टिवल ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी को सेलिब्रेट करिए वोट करके।
तेलंगाना में तो वोटिंग तो होगा और मुझे पूरा विश्वास है भारतीय जनता पार्टी विल परफॉर्म एक्सेप्शनली वेल इन तेलंगाना एंड आई एम क्वाइट होपफुल ऑन दैट।
35,655 polling stations are there in the state of Telangana, and all of them have been kept ready. In fact, as per the Commission's instruction, we have also made model polling stations, we have made women managed polling stations, and all these arrangements are ready. We have identified about 12,000 critical polling stations. So these polling stations will be basically having additional arrangement in addition to the basic forces from the state side. They will be having the central forces, the webcasting, they will be having micro observers, at least one of them. Plus, of course, whatever is declared as the LWE affected areas, in those areas, area domination and more deployment of central forces in addition to the state forces will also be there.
Request all the people of Telangana to come out and vote in large numbers. The unfortunate thing is the more educated one is, the less chances is likely to vote. There are two reasons for this, because they feel their vote is not important. But there's one more reason in Telangana, because last time their votes are spread out. If they are living in gated communities, they're spread out around, one gated community votes are spread out around 28 different polling booths. That problem we worked with the EC and solved it. So you don't have to go around the countryside trying to find where the polling booth is. Now you have no excuses, especially those who are interested in the nation, in the state, and the development of the communities. It is their moral duty to come out and vote. If you don't vote, you cannot have the right to complain on anything.
28 तारीख 5 बजे से 30 तारीख की 5 बजे तक 144 सेक्शन अमल में है, जिसके तहत कोई मीटिंग, रैली, लाउड स्पीकर वगैरह इस्तेमाल नहीं किया जा सकता है। इसके साथ ही ड्राई डे डिक्लेयर करने का ऑर्डर भी सीपी ऑफिस से निकल चुका है, तो उसके तहत जहां जहां उसका उल्लंघन हो रहा है वहां पे हम लोग रेड कर रहे हैं। पूरी पकड़बंदी के साथ में, पूरी चौकसी के साथ में और सफिशिएंट पुलिस के साथ में यहां से पोलिंग स्टेशन ले जाने की प्रक्रिया शुरू की जाएगी।
Well, Telangana, where the stage is set for a triangular contest, we are now moving our focus to another piece of news where the rescue operations of Uttarkashi were marred by political showdown. Now, the ordeals of 41 trapped workers in Uttarkashi's tunnel ended on Tuesday. All the workers were airlifted to AIIMS Rishikesh for further treatment yesterday. However, one of the workers from Bihar, while speaking exclusively to CNN News 18, raised question on Bihar's Nitish Kumar and Tejasvi Yadav's government. Now, the rescued worker claimed that there was no coordination from Bihar government's side with this entire family during this entire course. Now, meanwhile, Bihar Labour Minister Surendra Ram has refuted the allegations and said that the government had appointed a nodal officer and there was a lack of coordination at this end. Meanwhile, BJP's Ajay Alok claimed that no one from Bihar was sent to see the labourers in Uttarakhand, and Nitish Tejasvi government, who talk of the minorities' welfare, didn't even care to reach out to the parents of Sabah Ahmed.
पहला दिन तो थोड़ा मुश्किल था, उसके बाद हम लोगों ने और हमारी कंपनी ने बहुत हम लोग का सहयोग दिया, बहुत अच्छे से हम बाहर में जो हमारी नवयुगा इंजीनियरिंग कंपनी थी बहुत सपोर्ट की और जितना दिल से उन्होंने सब काम किया। और उत्तराखंड के माननीय मुख्यमंत्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी जी और हमारे भारत के माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने भी हम लोग का बराबर खबर लेते रहे। ये दुख की बात है कि हमारे बिहार के माननीय मुख्यमंत्री श्री नीतीश कुमार जी और उप मुख्यमंत्री तेजस्वी यादव जी जो आज तक हम लोग का खबर नहीं लिए। हम लोग बस एक ही बात उनसे कहना चाहते हैं कि हम लोग बिहार के लाल होके हम लोगों ने कोई गलती किया है क्या, या हम लोग से कोई गुनाह हुआ है कि बिहार के कोई भी मंत्री वो विधायक हो या एमपी हो या कोई भी हो हम लोग से एक बार भी कांटेक्ट नहीं किए, ना घर वालों से कांटेक्ट किए।
वो हमारे एक जो दिल्ली में जो अफसर देखते हैं ये सारे चीज, वो वहाँ के जिला प्रशासन से वो संपर्क में है और वो लगातार उस चीज को देख रहे हैं वहाँ।
बिहार भवन वाले?
हाँ, बिहार भवन वाले।
अच्छा, मतलब यहाँ से कोई नोडल ऑफिसर नहीं गया ना?
नोडल ऑफिसर यहाँ से कोई प्रतिनियुक्त नहीं हुआ है।
बीजेपी एलिगेशन लगा रही है कि हर स्टेट से जहाँ के मजदूर फंसे हुए हैं उन स्टेट्स के यहाँ से नोडल ऑफिसर गए हैं, प्लेन भी गई है लाने के लिए, और बिहार में जो लोग बात करते हैं गरीबों का, लेबरर्स का, वो उन्होंने कुछ किसी को भेजा नहीं। ये बीजेपी का
ऐसा नहीं,
एलिगेशन।
हमारे ऑफिसर जो है उस संपर्क में है वहाँ के पदाधिकारी से
जी।
हाँ, एकदम पल पल का खबर वो ले रहे हैं और एकदम सब चीज को देख रहे हैं। इसमें कहीं कुछ नहीं ऐसा होगा तो हम भी जाके देख लेंगे। अरे अपना मजदूर है या हम तो।
हाँ, क्योंकि उनका वो तो बाहर निकाले गए हैं और अब आज या कल में उनको भेजा भी जाएगा।
20 किलोमीटर के दूरी का पर एक हॉस्पिटल है, वहाँ उन लोगों का चेकअप के लिए।
तो यहाँ लाने का कुछ व्यवस्था दिल्ली से ही करवा रहे हैं?
हाँ, सब हम लोगों का पूरे बिहार में वहीं से सब वो स्पेशल पदाधिकारी वहाँ दिल्ली में बैठाए गए हैं इसी के लिए। जो भी प्रवासी मजदूर हैं वो सब चीज उनका वो लोग देखते हैं। सारे व्यवस्था जो है प्रॉपर वे में। आप देखे होंगे कि एक मामला जो जम्मू कश्मीर वाला भी था, जिसको सुने होंगे कि यहाँ से काम कराने के लिए ले गया और बंधक बनाए गए। तो सब चीज को हमारे विभाग के तरफ से एकदम तत्परता से ये सारे चीज को देखे जाते हैं।
कि हर राज्य सरकार ने अपने अपने मजदूरों के लिए नोडल अफसर नियुक्त किए। उत्तराखंड की तो सरकार की पूरी सरकारी मशीनरी लगी हुई थी। उत्तर प्रदेश से नोडल अफसर थे, वो विमान लेके गए थे मजदूरों को लाने। मध्य प्रदेश से सरकार ने अपने नोडल अफसर को भेजा था। बिहार के 4 मजदूर फंसे हुए थे, यहाँ की सरकार ने उनकी सुध नहीं ली।
Well, Uttarakhand's Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami, while speaking exclusively to CNN News 18's Anand Narasimhan, spoke on the questions raised by the rescued worker on Nitish's government. Let's listen in to this interaction.
अनेक राज्यों से हैं ये श्रमिक, कुछ राज्यों से रिप्रेजेंटेशंस आए हैं, कुछ से नहीं आए हैं, इसकी भी बात की गई।
पूरे भारतवर्ष से आए हैं और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने लगातार इनके बारे में, सबके बारे में चिंता की है। उनको पूरी तरह से हम लोग देख रहे हैं।
क्या ये सही है कि बिहार से कोई रिप्रेजेंटेटिव नहीं आया सर? क्योंकि सबा अहमद ने ये बात कही कि बिहार से कोई नहीं आया हाल पूछने के लिए श्रमिकों का, जो वहाँ पे हैं बिहार से।
कुछ राज्यों से आए हैं, लेकिन अब ये डिटेल में मेरी जानकारी अभी पूरी नहीं है कि कितने राज्यों के लोग आए हैं। लेकिन जितने भी राज्यों के लोग आए हैं वो सब लोग अपने उनके परिजन आए हैं। हाँ, ये जरूर है, उन्होंने अगर सबा अहमद जी ने कहा है तो निश्चित रूप से ऐसा हुआ होगा कि उन राज्यों के लोग नहीं आए होंगे। कुछ राज्यों के प्रतिनिधि भी आए थे, सरकार के लोग भी आए थे, मंत्रीगण भी आए हैं कुछ जगह से, कुछ अन्य जो लोग हैं उनके फोन भी आए हैं।
हम लोग तो जो घटनाएं घटती है उसके बारे में गंभीरता से लेते हैं और भारतीय जनता पार्टी का एक ही काम है, जीत गए तो उनकी क्रेडिट, हार गए तो दूसरे पर, कुछ दुर्घटना हो जाती तो दूसरे पर, और निकल गए तो सब उनका। यही तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी की रणनीति है, यही नीति है। हम लोग वैसा नहीं है, हम लोग संवेदनशील हैं, हम लोग राज्य और देश की जनता के प्रति समर्पित है। जो कमिटमेंट है हम लोगों का, उसके हिसाब से हम लोग काम करते हैं।
Well, moving our focus, the winter session of Parliament will commence from 4th of December and continue up till 22nd of December. Now, ahead of the session, Bengal's Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee has written to the Union Home Minister Amit Shah regarding new criminal bills. Now, Mamata in her letter has urged Home Minister not to rush to the bills and build a consensus on them first. Now, she further argued that overhauling the existing laws without proper consultation will have a far-reaching implications on Indian polity. Now, the opposition members have also given dissent notes to the criminal bills in the Parliamentary Standing Committee. Mamata Banerjee is the first one to seek time for passage of the criminal bills and is expected to get unanimous support from other opposition parties who are a part of the INDIA alliance.
ममता बनर्जी ने फिर जो है अपनी तरफ से एक जिम्मेदार पॉलिटिशियन, एक जिम्मेदार इस राज्य की मुख्यमंत्री जो 3 बार रह चुकी है मुख्यमंत्री, वो लिख रही हैं कि ये जो संहिता आइन आने वाला है, जो सीआरपीसी आईपीसी को चैलेंज कर रहे हैं, ये सब क्रिमिनल लॉज हैं और इसमें जो वो कानून बदलने की कोशिश करें, इसमें हड़बड़ी ना करें, सब दलों को लेके, और एक पार्लियामेंट स्टैंडिंग कमेटी है जिसके सदस्य इंडिया अलायंस से भी हैं और सब दलों से भी है, सबको लेके बैठना है, इसको लेके हड़बड़ी नहीं करने के लिए, क्योंकि ये देश के लिए विपटाई हो रहा है। तो आज के दिन भी ममता बनर्जी ऑन रिकॉर्ड वो लीडरशिप दे रही हैं सब पार्टियों के संग कि चलिए इसके विरुद्ध हम लोग को लड़ना है।
Well, this breaking input is coming in from the Israel-Hamas war zone. As Gaza truce expiry looms, Hamas has released 14 more hostages, including 10 Israelis and 4 Thai nationals. Now, the 10 Israeli and 4 Thai hostages are back in Israel after their release from 54 days of Hamas captivity in Gaza. Meanwhile, Israel has released 30 Palestinian prisoners. Now, we are showing you these footages of release, of exchange of hostages for prisoners, and this is the 5th almost exchange of prisoners across. Now, this fresh report is coming on as the Gaza truce expiry looms. Now, Hamas has furthermore released 14 more hostages, including 10 Israelis and 4 Thai nationals. Now, as you can see on your TV screens, we can see the video footages of release. Now, with that, we are slipping into a very short break. Stay tuned. We'll be right back with more news and updates.
Hello, Moto. Hello, Moto.
"17 days, 57 meters, 41 lives, one incredible rescue." When each worker was pulled out of the Silkyara tunnel, where they had been trapped for 400 hours, loud cheers broke out at the sight, and the whole country heaved a collective sigh of relief. They say it takes an army to build a village. So when it came to India's biggest rescue operation, multiple agencies worked round the clock to make this moment happen. The National Disaster Response Force, the Indian Army, the State Disaster Response Force, Border Roads Organization, all collaborated for this mammoth operation. India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi kept a close eye and was one of the first to speak to the tunnel workers after their miraculous rescue.
जय हिंद भैया, सबको बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं।
भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय।
बस आपके जो नारे हैं ना, देश सुनकर के आज बहुत ही प्रभावित हो जाएगा।
But there were some heroes whose wisdom and vigor made this mission a mammoth success.
Well done.
Well done, Bhaskar.
12 men went where no machine could. After a series of setbacks, it was the banned practice of rat hole mining that came to the rescue of the trapped labourers. The team arrived at the Silkyara tunnel on the 27th of November to help in the rescue operations. They wanted 36 hours to clear the debris, but within 27 hours, they had reached the trapped workers. Leading the pack of rat hole miners were Feroz Qureshi and Monu Kumar, who were the first to reach the labourers after they cleared the last bit of the rubble inside the tunnel.
26 से 28 घंटे नॉन स्टॉप काम किया है मैंने। ये मुश्किलें तो आई थी, बहुत सारी बाधाएं आई हैं मुश्किलों की,
जी तो
लेकिन
जी
मुश्किलें आने के बाद भी हमने ये एक जज्बा बना लिया था कि हमें करना ही करना है। और प्लस जो हमारे मुन्ना भाई हैं वो उन्होंने हमें ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा हौसला दिया और उन्होंने हमें काबिल समझा के कर पाएंगे, क्योंकि वो हमारे गुरु हैं, उन्होंने हमें काम सिखाया है, तो उन्हें अपने हुनर पे पूरा भरोसा था।
Arnold Dix, who heads the Geneva-based International Tunnelling and Underground Space Association, is known for taking risks when it comes to underground construction. He had been a part of the Silkyara Tunnel Rescue Mission since the 20th of November and provided technical expertise on the operation. He guided the rescuers on maneuvering the treacherous ground. He would often be seen at a small temple near the tunnel, praying for the safe evacuation of the labourers.
Now we're cutting across to a big breaking input. Now BRS MLC arrives at poll booth to cast her vote. Remember, Telangana is heading to polls today and the polling has just begun. Now BRS MLC has arrived at the poll booth to cast a vote, like you can see on your TV visuals.
High decibel noise. Congress party claimed that they are going to come back to power. This time also they have tried their best to give out a lot of fake surveys and claim that they are going to come back to power. But the love of people is with KCR Garu, love of people is with BRS party. So people are going to vote for Kar and we are going to win. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, these are the latest visuals that we are getting. BRS MLC has arrived at the polling booth to cast her vote. Now, it is pertinent to note that battle for Telangana has opened up and the polling has started. Now, Telangana goes to polls today and will be voting up till 5 p.m. Now, it is a battle for 119 seats and it is a fray and it's a very closely tough contest between three parties, that is majorly the ruling BRS, the Congress and the BJP. Now, BRS MLC has
kindly appeal to the youth, especially to the women and young men out there. Please come out and vote. It is not a holiday, it is election day, an important day to make felt your presence in the state, make felt that your voice matters. Please come out and vote, and I am very confident whoever comes out to vote will vote for BRS.
Well, how do you see the Congress? Is this your toughest election?
Not at all, not at all. On the ground we are very, very comfortable. We've been campaigning on the ground. People love KCR Garu. People have received many benefits of the election, many benefits of our government, and we are very confident that we'll be voted back to power the third time.
Thank you very much, Akka.
Well, that was BRS MLC K. Kavita, who has reached the polling booth at the moment to cast her vote. And a word coming in from her was that everybody should go out and vote. It is not a holiday. It is a day to exercise your democratic rights. She has once again given out a message to the young voters and to all the voters of the youngest state, which is heading to polls today. Now, the polling has already started and will continue up till 5 p.m. It is a fight for 119 seats where three major parties are fighting against each other, especially the ruling BRS, Congress and BJP. This is K. Kavita's word coming in. She has already arrived at the polling booth to cast her vote, and what she has right now said to while briefing the media is that everybody needs to reach out to vote. She is expecting to win and she is very confident about BRS's win. Well, that was BRS MLC. Now, as you can see on your TV screens, BRS MLC K. Kavita is reaching out and briefing the media, especially before she heads to cast her vote. Now, Now, voting has already begun in Telangana and will end by 5 p.m. Now, cutting across to another breaking input, this is a message coming in from the Prime Minister for the young voters of Telangana. Now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi took to the microblogging website X and tweeted as Telangana goes to polls. He said, I quote, "I call upon my sisters and brothers of Telangana to vote in record numbers and strengthen the festival of democracy. I particularly urge young and first-time voters to exercise their franchise." Now, this is a word coming in from PM Modi, and it is a message for young voters. Like following the streak over the last 4 states, PM has once again taken to Twitter and tweeted that he's sent out a message for the young voters that I call upon my sisters and brothers of Telangana to vote in record numbers and strengthen the festival of democracy. Once again, he's urging the young voters and the first-time voters of the youngest state of India, that's Telangana, to come out and exercise their right to vote, their franchise. Now, this is a message coming in from PM Modi. Like always, we've already seen in the past, PM Modi has, for the last 4 states, also come out and given a message to the young voters, and not just for the young voters, to the voters of the particular state which is heading to vote. Now, this message is, today's message is pertinent for the young voters and the first-time voters of Telangana. Now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has reached out and written a message on the microblogging website X as Telangana goes to polls. Now, remember, ladies and gentlemen, that Telangana is heading to voting today. Now, voting has already begun and the voting will continue up till 5 p.m. Over 119 seats are in fray, and it is a close contest between the ruling BRS, the Congress and the BJP. Now, BJP has also time and again have had a high voltage campaign in Telangana to woo the voters. And now this is a state where PM Modi has himself gone on the ground to carry out roadshows, back-to-back roadshows and rallies to woo the voters, and especially of the minority community, where PM Modi and the BJP have also promised the minority community that the CM face will be from the minority community if the party is voted to power. Now, we are reading out the message by Prime Minister Narendra Modi for the young voters. He says that I call upon on my sisters and brothers of Telangana to vote in record numbers and strengthen the festival democracy. I particularly urge the young and first-time voters to exercise their franchise. Now, joining us on the broadcast is our colleague Swastika. A very good morning, Swastika. What more details do we have from the ground? What is the mood like? And have the voters started turning out on the polling booths?
Well, it's a big day in Telangana. The high-pitched, high-stakes battle has commenced, and this is the 30th of November when Telangana has already started to poll. In fact, a short while ago, we spoke to K. Kavita, who came to this particular spot in Banjara Hills to cast her vote. It's going to be a very tough election for the ruling Bharat Rashtra Samiti as it looks at curtailing the anti-incumbency factor, hopeful of KCR coming back for the 3rd term as the Chief Minister. They're also hopeful of KCR making a record this time after MGR becoming the first ever Chief Minister possibly to score a hat-trick. In fact, that's the hope that the BRS is working with. There you see MLC K. Kavita, in fact, coming out after casting her vote. She's only had one appeal to all the voters here. Hyderabad, particularly the urban areas, doesn't see great turnout. She's made an appeal to the people to come out and vote in large numbers, also striking a confident note that her party will come back to power, even though the Congress here may give a photo finish like contest to the ruling BRS. So, all eyes on these big leaders, in fact, K. Kavita, KT Rama Rao, who have in fact been the man Friday in that sense for KCR, campaigning throughout. Kavita, for instance, has been campaigning extensively in Nizamabad, particularly an area where Muslims are going to play a key factor, women are going to play a key factor. She essentially is the woman face of the party in that sense. KT Rama Rao has been canvassing across the state, and it's going to be a really, closely watched contest. Firstly, Telangana, of all the 5 state elections that have gone to polls. Telangana is going to be the most interesting one because this is where there cannot be any predictions. Anything can happen. In fact, the Congress is equally strong at this juncture because of what they say an undercurrent wave against KCR, and the KCR side here say that they are very confident on the bank of their welfare schemes. Kohina, back to you.
Right, Swastika, thank you so much for all those details.
ఒక చెడ్డ పేరు మనకుంది. తప్పకుండా వచ్చి పెద్ద ఎత్తున అందరూ కూడా ఓటు హక్కు వినియోగించాలని కోరుకుంటా ఉన్నాను. అదేవిధంగా ఇప్పటి వరకు BRS పార్టీ ఆధ్వర్యంలో జరిగినటువంటి అభివృద్ధిని మీరు చూశారు. అభివృద్ధిని చూడండి, కారు గుర్తు కోటేయండి, సీఎంగా కేసీఆర్ గారిని మరొకసారి.
Well, with all those news and updates, it's a wrap from our side. Watch our mega poll of polls coverage from 6 p.m. onwards. Thanks for staying with us.
In my honour to serve, and as a parent, it's been my honour to help all the parents out there getting their children home. And you remember in the beginning I said 41 people home safe, no one gets hurt by Christmas. We are calm and we knew exactly what we wanted, and we worked as a wonderful team. And when I say a wonderful team, the best engineers here in India, the army, their engineers, the best I've ever worked with, all the agencies, the federal authority, the state, all the people. It was just a joy to be a part of this successful mission, just one part. And I've got to go to the temple because I've promised to say thank you for what's happened, because my friends, if you haven't noticed, I think we've just witnessed a miracle.
Lieutenant General Syed Atta Hasnain, a member of the National Disaster Management Agency, used to oversee the operations and coordination between agencies. He didn't let setbacks in the operation affect the morale of the entire team. With his trademark calm demeanour, he ensured that no stone was left unturned in the rescue effort.
And therefore, I have been through this for too many years in my life. There were times when I was woken up at 2:30 in the morning and I knew that this can't be good news. When someone wakes you up at 2:30 in the morning and can only give you bad news. The good news can wait for the morning. So I'm used to disappointments, but personally I did not want to show that kind of a concern to the nation when I was holding the responsibility of bringing information to the nation as such. Yes, there were moments when I was a little dismayed myself, but I kept that under curbs. The best face had to be projected to the nation through the media, and I compliment the Indian media. I compliment the Indian media for this sense of maturity, the ability in which they could present these news. I don't think the media in India has ever displayed this kind of a propensity towards utter maturity. It's been absolutely a marvelous moment for all of us, and therefore I think a huge thanks is due to the media also.
Minister of State for Road Transport and Highways, General V.K. Singh, was stationed at the tunnel for days on end. The former army chief never lost hope for the trapped labourers, and he made sure to greet each of the 41 men when they emerged from the tunnel after 17 long days. While the Great Indian Tunnel Rescue has been about hope and happiness, it is as much about the heroes who made it possible.
Good morning, you're watching CNN News 18. I am Arunima. It's the semi-final of the assembly elections. The last over of that semi-final. Telangana goes to vote. What's on the mind of the people of Telangana? Is it BRS's anti-incumbency or Congress's promises of giving them a better future? How BJP plays all those questions and answers with our colleagues on the ground, guests here in the studio and ground reports.
तेलंगाना के लोग केसीआर सरकार को उखाड़कर फेंकने के लिए कमर कस चुके हैं।
కేసీఆర్ శివయాత్రనా తెలంగాణ జైత్ర యాత్రనా?
ये मेरे लिए राजनीतिक लड़ाई नहीं है, ये खून की लड़ाई है, डीएनए की लड़ाई है। हमारा पहला कदम सरकार बनने के एकदम बाद जाति जनगणना करने का होगा, कास्ट सर्वे।
After weeks of campaigning across 119 constituencies, it's now over to the voters in Telangana as polls are underway. Polling will continue till 5 p.m. It's a high-strike battle for BRS President and State Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao, who's eyeing a hat-trick amidst perceptible wave of anti-incumbency and a tight challenge from the Congress. The third player in the fray is the Bharatiya Janata Party, which is also hopeful of making a dent in several constituencies, particularly in northern Telangana and Hyderabad. These are areas where Prime Minister Narendra Modi campaigned extensively with the pitch of making a backward class leader as the Chief Minister if BJP is voted to power. The other key player is Asaduddin Owaisi, AIMIM's Asaduddin Owaisi, who's contesting on 9 seats in Hyderabad. What is the kind of difference that they are going to make? But before we get down to these key players, the key players who could influence the minds of the voters, what really has been the game plan for Telangana so far? We are calling it the semi-final before the big Lok Sabha battle of 2024. 119 Telangana seat up for grabs. Will KCR beat anti-incumbency? Now you can see there's a three-cornered fight in the state. Prime Minister Modi's popularity is what has armed the Bharatiya Janata Party. Like in many other assembly elections in the past, there's war of welfare schemes, farmer factor in 75 rural seats. Wave in favor of the Congress? That's the question that is being asked, because like Karnataka, in Telangana also, the Congress party is trying to woo the voters by promising a lot of welfare. But how is AIMIM factoring in all this? What happens to the Muslim voter? There's a majority Muslim population in a number of seats in Telangana. So will the vote shift to Congress or will it go to AIMIM? Last time around, it was the BRS who had won the confidence of these Muslim voters. K. Kavita, one of the key figures in the BRS and an MLC from the party, voted this morning and spoke to my colleague Swastika Das. Listen in.
Akka, you're going to vote. What are your first thoughts?
I really hope Hyderabad votes, and I really hope the entire Telangana votes in large numbers. I kindly appeal to the youth, especially to the women and young men out there, please come out and vote. It is not a holiday, it is election day, an important day to make felt your presence in the state, make felt that your voice matters. Please come out and vote, and I'm very confident whoever comes out to vote will vote for BRS.
Well, how do you see the Congress? Is this your toughest election?
Not at all, not at all. On the ground, we are very, very comfortable. We've been campaigning on the ground. People love KCR Garu. People have received many benefits of the election, many benefits of our government, and we are very confident that we'll be voted back to power the third time.
So what's the mood on the ground like? It's been an hour almost since voting began. Swastika is joining me live from Nandinagar in Banjara Hills. Payal is also there at the Faz School in Hyderabad. That's where Asaduddin Owaisi is expected to vote. Good morning to both of you. Swastika, first thing first, every leader, like every other election, is coming out and saying voters must come out and vote. Is your vote in Hyderabad? How are you juggling your duties with your responsibilities of getting all the newsmakers for us?
No, I'm going to vote in Hyderabad itself, perhaps in a couple of hours from now. But yes, all the leaders are out and about to get their votes done first. We had K. Kavita cast her vote some time back. Now I'm at a spot where I'm waiting for BRS working president KT Ramarao, who is expected in a few moments from now. My colleague Payal, of course, is tracking Asaduddin Owaisi. And let's not forget, outskirts of Hyderabad are other key players. Kodangal is where the Congress Telangana President Revant Reddy is going to cast his vote. Karimnagar is where Bandi Sanjay is going to come. So these are the key players as far as your Telangana elections are concerned. It's a high stakes battle, of course, mainly for BRS party here. Chandrasekhar Rao's government has been in power for 2 terms, but there's no denying in the fact that anti-incumbency is going to be a big factor for him this time around. Though the BRS seems very confident of negating anti-incumbency factor, but the Congress, in fact, remember, is banking on its 6 welfare schemes, 6 guarantees, in fact, same model that they had equipped in Karnataka, expecting the same magic to work out here in Telangana as well. In fact, as far as the Congress is concerned, their campaign has been extremely aggressive, and something that has gone all of us to go on record to say that this is going to be a photo finish contest between the two. But let's not forget the BJP as well. BJP is expected to make a dent in at least 10 constituencies, and if they do that, if in case Telangana sees a hung mandate, we don't know what surprises are in store for there. BJP is going to play a big role, and MIM, of course, their count practically starts at 7, where their supporters say 7 of the seats that MIM will contest will definitely win. 9 seats are what they're contesting this time. So the challenge that they're facing are in 2 particular constituencies. One of them is Jubilee Hills, where Mohammad Azharuddin is contesting from.
Right. So, Payal Mehta, best case scenario, Asaduddin Owaisi is hoping to be the kingmaker, hoping that it will not be a clear mandate and he could extract his pound of flesh?
Well, Asaduddin Owaisi will be coming where I'm standing in a bit from now to come and vote. He, of course, is in alliance and in understanding with the BRS, so that's not really a surprise. But the actual one who can actually play a kingmaker, and like Swastika was pointing out, if the BJP can get itself to a double-figure number, even though it looks pretty unlikely given the way it's really gone about, the campaigning has gone about. But if the BJP can door up that kind of numbers, then probably they can actually make a difference. Now, there's a lot at stake for various political parties, including the fact that the BRS is trying to fight to retain its bastion. They are facing a lot of aggression from the Congress party, because the Congress party feels that there is a huge wave in their support. Revant Reddy has been leading that attack. After the success that they've tasted in Karnataka, it's a more jubilant Congress outfit. It's a more organized Congress outfit. They focus on the local issues, they focus on the local leaders, and that's what has really worked for them. Of course, a lot of support has come in from the neighbouring state of Karnataka, where Siddaramaiah and in particular DK Shivakumar has been camping here in Hyderabad for the longest party, extending all kind of support to his party colleague, Revant Reddy. So it's a very, very interesting election to watch out for. And if at all it's a hung assembly, then you know where they're going to go. They're going to go to the neighbouring state of Karnataka. That preparation should also be there in place. But yes, as far as the BJP is concerned, Arunima, it's a very, very important state. The BJP peaked about 6 to 8 months ago, but since then their campaign has really fallen a little flat for various reasons. But this is BJP's biggest chance to make inroads in South. After that loss in Karnataka, the BJP score practically right now in the southern part of India is 0, and that is something which is worrying the BJP as in the run-up to the 2024 election.
While you touched upon it, but I was about to ask you for more details. What really changed for the Bharatiya Janata Party? 6 months ago, 8 months ago, looked like they were the principal challenger for the incumbent Chief Minister when G. Kishan Reddy also was given the mantle of the state unit there. But since then, something has drastically gone wrong. Suddenly looks like Bharatiya Janata Party is vying for the 3rd position.
Well, the Bharatiya Janata Party possibly is looking at the 4th position, because the 3rd position essentially in terms of numbers would probably be MIM, with MIM getting more than 7 seats, and what the projections really show that probably Bharatiya Janata Party may get about 5 or 6 seats. That's the projection that we see as of now. We don't know what the people have in their mind, but yes, it was a very, very aggressive campaign, by the BJP when it started to make inroads in Telangana with the GHMC polls. But since then, the campaign has fallen a little flat. There's been a lot of change of hands, change of strategy, something which has not worked out, for them in the past. Obviously, a lot of people on ground will also tell you that the sacking of Bandi Sanjay as the party chief probably could have been one of the bad decisions taken by the BJP, because Bandi Sanjay was a street fighter. He went to jail a couple of times. His aggression was full on. But since then, you haven't seen much really happen in terms of that as well. But of course, the BJP putting its best foot forward. You saw the kind of campaigning that was done by JP Nadda, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Amit Shah, all of the leaders, their state chief ministers. It's been a very, very aggressive campaigning that the BJP really has done. But the BJP understands that Telangana is one of the bastions from where Kishan Reddy comes. Now, Kishan Reddy is a very, very old-time BJP hand. He's been somebody who's been there in the party for the longest. In that duration, he's been able to win, the Lok Sabha elections also from here. And also in the fray are three other Lok Sabha MPs also who are in the fray. Although Kishan Reddy is not contesting right now. But the BJP's best chance as far as southern India is concerned, given the fact that yes, Karnataka was doomed for them, they really thought that they would do really, really well in Telangana. But it will be very, very premature to guess what the results really are. But yes, of course, the campaign looks a little lackluster in terms of local leadership being little lackluster in comparison to what you've seen. On one side, you have KCR, who's an aggressive leader, and on the other side, you have Revanth Reddy, who's equally aggressive.
Okay, Swastika, coming on that then, the two principal players in the bout, what really are the pros and cons for Congress and the BRS both?
Well, I'll start off with the BRS. Of course, they have been in administration for 10 years now. They have, in fact, doled out a range of welfare schemes, right from Raitu Bandhu to Asra Pension, which have had good resonance on the ground. Whichever constituencies that we have gone to for reportage, these are the two schemes that seems to be a bumper hit. Let's not forget Shadi Mubarak and Kalyana Lakshmi as well, that KCR has come up with to help women, in fact, newlywed couples from poor, downtrodden families to go about with their wedding expense. But apart from that, the schemes that have really KCR in fact is going to ease their supreme leader. But this time around, why is this anti-incumbency factor a big thing? Is because this time KCR in fact the anti-incumbency is not as much against him as much as it is for his MLAs. And this is because in every constituency that we have gone to, people are of the view that even though KCR has doled out the schemes, it's only the MLAs and their few relatives, kith and kin, who get access to these welfare schemes. And there was particular angst against Dalit Bandhu and two double-bedroom households. Now, on the ground, I would say, even though we are voting from Hyderabad, the population that's going to decide the mandate for Telangana election is your rural crowd. And whichever party, if the Congress manages to gain ground in rural Telangana, then I think all bets are off and they are going to be in an advantageous position, which is why the BRS has completely focused its campaign in the rural parts, banking on its welfare schemes. You may ask me about Congress. Well, this is their best bet, I think, in the last 10 years to come to power, and they have had an aggressive campaign here in Telangana, picking up from all the things that they've learnt from Karnataka. 6 guarantees. In Karnataka, they had come up with 5 guarantees. Right. In Telangana, they've come up with 6 guarantees targeting women farmers. So this undoubtedly is Congress's best chance, I would say, to challenge KCR in fact, and that is what the party has been doing.
Swastika, will you give me a moment? Will you give me a moment? Because like you've been saying, this has been a very aggressive campaign, and keeping with that aggression, the first complaint has gone to the Election Commission. We are now learning that the BRS has written to the Election Commission highlighting, this is what they are alleging, that deep fakes have been utilized by the Congress party. The BRS has written to the Election Commission alleging that Congress leaders have used deep fake videos of BRS leaders in their attempt to mislead the voters. Congress using deep fake videos and audios is the charge coming in from the BRS, and they have written to the Election Commission about it. My colleague Payal Mehta getting us the news. Payal, more details. Who are the leaders who are saying they have fallen victim to deep fakes?
Well, what we are looking at is a complaint which the BRS has put out on Twitter, essentially saying that they blame the Congress leaders, the Congress leadership, for for making an attempt to actually mislead the voters. And the complaint really says that it is the top leaders of the Congress party. And remember, the deepfake videos is an issue that the Prime Minister also raised a couple of days ago, and it had actually said that this is something which is the ill effect of the artificial intelligence, basically, that they've really quoted. And the centre, while it's investigating the entire matter over here, but the deepfake video issue makes an entry into the electoral fray in Telangana, with the BRS writing an official complaint to the Election Commission saying that there is an attempt by the Congress leadership to actually mislead the voters by putting out these fake videos in their names as well. We'll have to see more details. We'll have to just see what supporting evidence has been given by the BRS to the Election Commission. But this is a serious charge coming in from the BRS.
Right. Take a moment, Payal. Let me bring in Swastika also into the conversation. Swastika, allegations that top BRS leaders have become victims of deep fake. Their videos and audios have been circulated by the Congress to influence the voters, to mislead the voters. Any details available? Who are these leaders who have fallen victim to deep fake, and how much of an impact it will have on essentially an agricultural based voter base in Telangana?
To answer your first question, well, the complaint is against Mr. Sunil Kanugulu's team. Sunil Kanugulu's team, remember, has been handling Congress's campaign here in Telangana. In fact, in the last few days, there have been several of these unverified audio recordings of Mr. KTR, Kavita, in fact, allegedly appealing to the voters and in fact telling them to vote for them since they have worked for them for their double bedroom houses and all other schemes that have been doled out to them. The BRS on its part says this is a fake attempt from the Congress to put out a wrong message to the people and also to garner EC's attention over something that they have in fact raised concerns time and again, because the BRS, remember, has already been hit by a setback of the EC's decision to stop Raitu Bandhu, and they say that it is because of the Congress's fake propaganda alleging that there won't be any level playing field.
I have to interject because the visuals that we are getting out of Mohammad Azharuddin voting, you were earlier telling us one of the VIP candidates in your city is Azharuddin. He is now voted. Continue talking to us about what you were saying about deep fake, but also weave into your conversation the impact of Azharuddin and him getting the ticket.
Well, Mohammad Azharuddin is making his debut as far as Telangana state politics is concerned. Remember, he contested unsuccessfully from Tong, was an MP was an MP in the past, in fact. But as far as his election,
okay, Swastika, give me a second. Azharuddin is speaking to the media. I'll come back to you. Let's listen in first.
बूथ के लोगों के लिए मैं यही कहूँगा कि बूथ में रहें, जुड़ें और ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा वोट डलाएं और लड़ाई झगड़ों से दूर रहें.
से दूर रहे. Are you reading between the lines there, Swastika?
Well, as I was mentioning, he was an MP from Moradabad. He's been with the Congress since then, unsuccessfully contested from Tonk. Now he has made his foray into the state politics. In fact, in my earlier interview, I asked him, why did you decide to contest into the elections considering you have been inactive in the politics? Mr. Azharuddin says that he lives in Jubilee Hills constituency and he has been led down by the development work, so-called development work carried out by the BRS. But he is facing a tough candidate, Maghanti Gopinath from the BRS has been a strong MLA from that region, and Mr. Azharuddin has a lot of odds against him at this point in time because he's relatively new as far as Jubilee Hills constituency is concerned, and also the fact that he is the Muslim face of the Congress. In fact, this is one constituency where minority voters could in fact sway the elections, though minorities in fact last time around voted en masse for the BRS candidate. This time around Azharuddin hopes to dent their prospect, but let's not forget the MIM too is in the fray, and in fact challenging Azharuddin there is Mr. Asaduddin Owaisi, in fact, who said that Azharuddin should stick to cricket. He's a fantastic cricketer, but he's a failed politician. That's going to be a key constituency to watch out for. Also the most expensive constituency, let's not forget about that.
Yes, so we are calling this a semi-final ahead of the 2024 Lok Sabha elections. Will the former India cricket captain manage to hit a six, and who will his presence really benefit in the rest of the state? To understand that more, let me bring it Sanjay Rana into the conversation, political analyst. Thank you so much, Mr. Sanjay, for taking time out. Just set this up for us. It's a state where majority of the voters are agro-based. That's their profession. There is a significant minority vote chunk there. In this backdrop and the welfare politics that is happening, how are you seeing the BRS versus the Congress battle?
Good morning and good morning to fellow panelists. First of all, we need to understand the geography of Telangana, which is very important for all of us to understand. If you look at the urbanization of India, it's approx 35%, but if you look at the Telangana urbanization is approx 45%, so it's 10% difference. So if you look at the last 10 years, I would say after 2014, a lot of development happened in Telangana. Obviously, KCR started his career with the Congress, and then he moved to TDP, and then again he formed a new party and did alliance with Congress party and started in 2004. Right. But if you look at his journey in 2014, he got 88 seats, and if you look at 2018, it got approx 66 seats. It's very crucial for this crucial election for KCR and for the Congress. But obviously, if you analyze the Congress in last 6 months, obviously is a come back from number 3 position to number 2 position. Right now, they are contesting and they are giving competition to BR.
Right.
Not right now is BRS, no TRS as such, but no doubt, the KCR has done a fantastic work in Telangana in terms of developing infrastructure, developing, launching a new scheme, launching various scheme for the farmers and various scheme for the development. Especially, I'm talking about infrastructure development. He has done a fantastic job, but no doubt this time election is going to be very, very tough for both the parties. Looking at the campaign done by Congress, if you look at 3 months back scenario, it was totally different. It looks at competition is going to be, election is going to be between the Bharatiya Janata Party and the BRS, but scenario has been changed totally. Once Mr. Sanjay Bandi has removed as the president of BJP state, BJP. So a lot of scenario has been changed. It's obviously the politics. We cannot say what is going to happen tomorrow. But looking at the aggressive campaign from both the parties, I would talk about Congress as well as BRS. Somewhere, somehow is my prediction that looks that BRS is taking edge, but no doubt is not a complete catwalk for BRS the way they have done in last 2 elections. So for BRS is absolutely important to win, because for as far my analysis is concerned, KCR is going to take a back seat, and obviously he will hand over this party to maybe his daughter, or maybe somebody who's going to be a new leader. But in this election, they want to win this election, and obviously, if you look at the number of candidates, those who are coming, star faces, whatever you can call them. So some pockets Congress are very strong. In some pockets, BRS is very strong. But overall, if you look at Telangana, I think BRS is taking a little bit edge over Congress. But yes, Congress is doing pretty well job as compared to Bharatiya Janata Party, which was expected.
Okay, so is there an edge for the BRS there? That's what we'll have to wait and watch. But how has election really gone on in Telangana ever since the state was carved out? There was a huge agitation. Let me try and explain to you how the voters have really voted in the state, be it 2014 or in the subsequent Lok Sabha elections or in the assembly elections. If you see the way the graph has moved, the BRS has got about 34% the last time around. This is how we are talking about 2014. It was 34%, and then it moved up to 35%, went up by 1% in the Lok Sabha polls, and then subsequently you see 47% getting touched in 2018, and there has only been an upswing. 42% is when the last time Telangana voted. That's what they told the BRS leaders there. Congress, how have they fared? The state was created when it was Congress which was in power, the UPA was in power, yet they only managed 25% votes in the first round of voting for Telangana voters. They did go up to 28% and 30% in the next round of elections, but not really enough. So it's been a kind of a flat line for Congress, so to say. What about the Bharatiya Janata Party? Let's look at the Bharatiya Janata Party numbers. 7%. So they were hardly a player in 2014, but subsequently they have gone up from 7% up to 10% and then back to 7%. So it has gone up and down, but you see the last time that Telangana voted, 20% of the Telangana voters expressed confidence in the Bharatiya Janata Party. Today, however, like Payal and I were discussing, something has gone wrong with the BJP campaign, it seems. From being in the principal challenger position, now it looks they are vying for the third or the fourth position spot. So BJP now is trying to see as to how much they can extract out of this situation. The battle clearly is between the BRS and the Congress. Congress is trying to once again emphasize that it was they who were in power when Telangana was created. BRS underlining that yes, you were in power in the center, and the way you handled the situation, there was loss of life, there was violence, complete mishandling of the situation. Mr. Sanjay Rana, how much of this will play on the voters' mind? How Telangana was created?
Obviously, when you talk about the Telangana creation, when it's happened in long back, almost 15, 20 years back. So it was a totally different scenario at this point of time. And if you remember that KCR Sahab had an alliance with Congress party. So, and he have fought the election 2004. So it was scenarios totally different, and same person is contesting at this point of time with Congress government. So in politics, complete scenario has been changed. But if you look at very interesting data, which I am going to give it to you, if you look at the caste, because everyone is talking about the caste. So if you look at the voting percent of Vidhan Sabha of 2018, general category is given 5% vote to TRS, so-called BRS right now, and OBC was 22%, and SC was 9%, ST was 4%, and Muslim was 7%. The total vote was 47% approx. But scenario has been changed when it went to Lok Sabha election 2019. So 1% is gone down. In every portion, 1% is gone down. If you compare with INC.
Okay, Mr. Rana, can I interject for a second, because we are now getting visuals of yet another VIP voters in the queue there. We can see visuals of Chiranjeevi being in the queue to cast his vote. This elections is also a lot about VIPs and personalities coming out and doing their duty of casting their ballot, and also telling people that if I am here at 7 in the morning, 7:30, 8 a.m., you must make that effort as well. That visual of Chiranjeevi in the queue, as I was speaking to my guest. Mr. Rana, give me a moment. Let me bring in my colleagues, Payal Mehta and Swastika. Payal, the way our guest was really setting the stage in terms of numbers, in terms of analyzing voter data. Can you help us understand, in your own experience as you have travelled across the state, is the data really matching with your experience of speaking to the voters? What's really on their mind? Is it caste? Is it welfare politics? Is it something else?
There is a mix of, all of these things that I've seen on ground. In some places people are really happy that they've been able to get benefits of the various schemes of the KCR government that Swastika has been highlighting. And they say that, enough has been done, but, there's a fatigue which is set in. People have said that this government has been around for too long. It's been around for 10 years. So obviously there's a fatigue, there's anti-incumbency that they're really looking at. Obviously there's a lot of aggressive campaigning from the Congress party, and the Congress party seems to be the best alternative right now. Also, the message which has not gone on too well on ground is that essentially a lot of people feel that the BRS and the BJP are one team, and that's probably one of the reasons that has actually dented BJP's chances as well. The fact that there was a liquor scam case against Kavita Rao and Kavita Rao was not arrested is something also which many say that could have been an arrangement between the two as well. But what the voters really do is something for them to, the voters of the present day, Arunima, you've also travelled across Chhattisgarh, have become very, very smart. They won't tell you, even if you keep asking them directly or indirectly, they'll never tell you what's there on their mind. But obviously over here all political parties are very aggressive. There's a lot of money which is also at play, is what we are given to understand. It's a very, very expensive election here in comparison to what we see in the north as well. There's a lot at stake as well. So that's going to be important to see whose fate they really choose. If KCR is able to win the third time as a Chief Minister, if he's able to come back as a Chief Minister, he will create history, because he would have become the first Chief Minister in Southern India to have 3 back-to-back terms. But that's of course something which he's hoping for. At the same time, there's a very aggressive Revanth Reddy-led Congress camp who are of the opinion that after the success that they've tasted in Karnataka, Telangana is not too far away in terms of victory for them.
Right. Swastika, when you have been travelling around the state, you of course know the state very well. But in this recent travel, the tag of a farmhouse chief minister that both the Congress and the Bharatiya Janata Party has tried to put on KCR, resonance on the ground, a chief minister who's not available, a chief minister who depends on his own family to run the party. Is the voter bothered about all of these?
Arunima, there was an audio disturbance. Request you to repeat
Yes,
your question.
I was just asking you that, this tag of a farmhouse chief minister, is there any resonance of a chief minister who's missing in action? Are the voters talking about it?
interesting question, but not really, because this time around the elections are being fought again on KCR's face, but the regional sentiment is not as strong as we saw in 2014 and 2018. The 2018, in fact, KCR had got an arsenal when the TDP, Congress and the left parties had joined hands, and KCR in fact turned that election around, saying that this is Andhra parties trying to contest in Telangana and once again snatch away the opportunities for which the entire statehood movement was fought for. Neelu, Nidilu, Niyamakalu, 3 big pitches that KCR has been fighting for. This time around, even though the opposition has been targeting him for always being relegated to the farmhouse, the resonance of that was not much on ground. But what I really could sense is the anti-incumbency factor. Like I said, not as much as against KCR as it is against his MLAs, and it is mainly because of the welfare schemes such as Dalit Bandhu and 2 double bedroom households not being doled out in a fair manner. That was the assessment that we got overall from the ground wherever we went, Arunima.
Right. Swastika, Payal, keep an eye on the ground. I know a lot of other newsmakers are coming out to vote. Thank you so much. We are coming back to you, but viewers, do stay on, because there is of course coverage about what's happening in Telangana, but there's also a mega poll of polls coverage from 6 p.m. onwards about Telangana, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Mizoram. What have the voters decided? That coverage begins 6 p.m. onwards. We're taking a quick break, but stay right here. Much more on the other side.
Hello, Moto. Hello, Moto.
"17 days, 57 meters, 41 lives, one incredible rescue." When each worker was pulled out of the Silkyara tunnel, where they had been trapped for 400 hours, loud cheers broke out at the sight, and the whole country heaved a collective sigh of relief. They say it takes an army to build a village. So when it came to India's biggest rescue operation, multiple agencies worked round the clock to make this moment happen. The National Disaster Response Force, the Indian Army, the State Disaster Response Force, Border Roads Organization, all collaborated for this mammoth operation. India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi kept a close eye and was one of the first to speak to the tunnel workers after their miraculous rescue.
जय हिंद भैया, सबको बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं।
भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय।
बस आपके जो नारे हैं ना, देश सुन करके आज बहुत ही प्रभावित हो जाएगा।
But there were some heroes whose wisdom and vigor made this mission a mammoth success.
Well done. Well done, Bhaskar.
12 men went where no machine could. After a series of setbacks, it was the banned practice of rat hole mining that came to the rescue of the trapped labourers. The team arrived at the Silkyara tunnel on the 27th of November to help in the rescue operations. They wanted 36 hours to clear the debris, but within 27 hours, they had reached the trapped workers. Leading the pack of rat hole miners were Feroz Qureshi and Monu Kumar, who were the first to reach the labourers after they cleared the last bit of the rubble inside the tunnel.
26 से 28 घंटे नॉन स्टॉप काम किया है मैं। ये मुश्किलें तो आई थी, बहुत सारी बाधाएं आई हैं मुश्किलों की, लेकिन
जी
मुश्किलें आने के बाद भी हमने ये एक जज्बा बना लिया था कि हमें करना ही करना है। और प्लस जो हमारे मुन्ना भाई हैं, वो उन्होंने हमें ज्यादा से ज्यादा हौसला दिया और उन्होंने हमें काबिल समझा के कर पाएंगे, क्योंकि वो हमारे गुरु हैं, उन्होंने हमें काम सिखाया है, तो उन्हें अपने हुनर पे पूरा भरोसा था।
Arnold Dix, who heads the Geneva-based International Tunnelling and Underground Space Association, is known for taking risks when it comes to underground construction. He had been a part of the Silkyara tunnel rescue mission since the 20th of November and provided technical expertise on the operation. He guided the rescuers on maneuvering the treacherous ground. He would often be seen at a small temple near the tunnel, praying for the safe evacuation of the labourers.
It has been my honour to serve, and as a parent, it's been my honour to help all the parents out there getting their children home. And you remember in the beginning I said 41 people home safe, no one gets hurt by Christmas. We are calm and we knew exactly what we wanted, and we worked as a wonderful team. And when I say a wonderful team, the best engineers here in India, the army, their engineers, the best I've ever worked with, all the agencies, the federal authority, the state, all the people. It was just a joy to be a part of this successful mission, just one part. And I've got to go to the temple because I've promised to say thank you for what's happened, because my friends, if you haven't noticed, I think we've just witnessed a miracle.
Lieutenant General Syed Atta Hasnain, a member of the National Disaster Management Agency, used to oversee the operations and coordination between agencies. He didn't let setbacks in the operation affect the morale of the entire team. With his trademark calm demeanour, he ensured that no stone was left unturned in the rescue effort.
And therefore, I have been through this for too many years in my life. There were times when I was woken up at 2:30 in the morning and I knew that this can't be good news. When someone wakes you up at 2:30 in the morning and can only give you bad news. The good news can wait for the morning. So I'm used to disappointments, but personally I did not want to show that kind of a concern to the nation when I was holding the responsibility of bringing information to the nation as such. Yes, there were moments when I was a little dismayed myself, but I kept that under curbs.
Big semi-final before Mega 2024 fight. 5 states, 679 seats up for grabs. Direct Congress versus BJP fight in 3 states. In 2 states, regional satraps eye dominance. BJP's heavyweights in battlefield. Congress's confidence on test. CNN News 18, your trusted elections destination.
Hello, Moto. Hello, Moto.
Face had to be projected to the nation through the media, and I compliment the Indian media. I compliment the Indian media for this sense of maturity, the ability in which they could present these news. I don't think the media in India has ever displayed this kind of a propensity towards utter maturity. It's been absolutely a marvelous moment for all of us, and therefore I think a huge thanks is due to the media also.
Minister of State for Road Transport and Highways, General V.K. Singh, was stationed at the tunnel for days on end. The former army chief never lost hope for the trapped labourers, and he made sure to greet each of the 41 men when they emerged from the tunnel after 17 long days. While the Great Indian Tunnel Rescue has been about hope and happiness, it is as much about the heroes who made it possible. "17 days, 57 meters, 41 lives, one incredible rescue. When each worker was pulled out of the Silkyara tunnel, where they had been trapped for 400 hours, loud cheers broke out at the site and the whole country heaved a collective sigh of relief. They say it takes an army to build a village. So when it came to India's biggest rescue operation, multiple agencies worked round the clock to make this moment happen. The National Disaster Response Force, the Indian Army, the State Disaster Response Force, Border Roads Organization, all collaborated for this mammoth operation. India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi kept a close eye and was one of the first to speak to the tunnel workers after their miraculous rescue.
जय हिंद भैया, सबको बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं।
भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय।
बस आपके जो नारे हैं ना, देश सुन करके आज बहुत ही प्रभावित हो जाएगा।
But there were some heroes whose wisdom and vigor made this mission a mammoth success.
Well done. Well done, Bhaskar.
12 men went where no machine could. After a series of setbacks, it was the banned practice of rat hole mining that came to the rescue of the trapped labourers. The team arrived at the Silkyara tunnel on the 27th of November to help in the rescue operations. They wanted 36 hours to clear the debris, but within 27 hours, they had reached the trapped workers. Leading the pack of rat hole miners were Feroz Qureshi and Monu Kumar, who were the first to reach the labourers after they cleared the last bit of the rubble inside the tunnel.
26 से 28 घंटे नॉन स्टॉप काम किया है मैंने। ये मुश्किलें तो आई थी, बहुत सारी बाधाएं आई हैं मुश्किलों की,
जी
लेकिन
जी
मुश्किलें आने के बाद भी हमने ये एक जज्बा बना लिया था कि हमें करना ही करना है। और प्लस जो हमारे मुन्ना भाई हैं, वो उन्होंने हमें ज्यादा से ज्यादा हौसला दिया और उन्होंने हमें काबिल समझा के कर पाएंगे, क्योंकि वो हमारे गुरु हैं, उन्होंने हमें काम सिखाया है, तो उन्हें अपने हुनर पे पूरा भरोसा था।
Welcome back. Amid storm over Sanatan Dharma, DMK minister and son of Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Udayanidhi Stalin, it seems, is in a reconciliatory mode. And that's the news that we are getting at an event in Kerala. Udayanidhi Stalin has said, and I'm quoting him now, he's saying, I need to be more careful about the choice of my words that I use in my speeches, as the fascists are spreading twisted narrative about what I'm saying. They're spreading fake news. That's what Udayanidhi Stalin is saying. He's accusing Bharatiya Janata Party of twisting what he's saying. He says we have an important responsibility to fight the fake news. Recently in a conference, I spoke about the importance of creating an equal society without caste discrimination. My statement has been twisted mischievously and spread as fake news by the Bharatiya Janata Party. He went on to thank the people of Kerala for supporting him at that time. Purnima Murli with me. Purnima, what really is the trigger for Udayanidhi Stalin not being in the combative mode that he has been ever since the controversy broke about his comments on Sanatan Dharma?
Well, Udayanidhi Stalin continuing to reiterate at every given platform that his statement has been taken out of context. All he said was that principles of Sanatana Dharma is something that should be eradicated, and cited examples of President Murmu as well, and said that Sanatana Dharma indicates social discrimination and he wants to eradicate discrimination in the society, and says that yes, even in Tamil Nadu there have been cases where the oppressed community are always under attack, and that's what he referred to. But he said that his statement was taken out of context, and the BJP had in fact alleged that he's made anti-Hindu remarks, and that the DMK is always anti-Hindu, and that his statement was taken out of context. And the BJP said that he is trying to eradicate Hindu as a religion. That's something that is untrue. And he also thanked Kerala, saying that Kerala and Tamil Nadu people have stood by him and agreed to what he said and did not fall for the narrative that the BJP had spread. Is something that Udayanidhi Stalin has said while he was attending a festival in Kannur district in Kerala.
Right. Purnima, thank you so much. Purnima Murli there giving us the context of the recent statement made by Udhayanidhi Stalin. Now let's shift focus. News coming in from the state of Bihar, a news which is connected to the Uttarkashi tunnel rescue. This is what the breaking news is as far as the tunnel rescue politics is concerned. Lalu Prasad Yadav has also weighed in. He's raised questions on Prime Minister Modi being given credit for the rescue. He says, what is Prime Minister's contribution in all this? It was experts who went out and rescued the 40 people who were trapped. There is no role that the Prime Minister has played, is what Lalu Prasad Yadav has been saying. If you remember, already some of the trapped workers are questioning the role that the Bihar government has played as far as helping Biharis stuck in that tunnel is concerned. People from Jharkhand administration, people from West Bengal administration were all there, but some of the workers said that nobody from Bihar came to their rescue, took any word to their families. Lalu Prasad Yadav questioning the Prime Minister's role in this. Let's listen in.
बात निकला है इतना विदेश से और कहां से लोग आया। अब इतना दिन के बाद इमाम मोदी का क्या है?
My colleague Saurabh Rathore on the phone line. So Saurabh, even as his friend Nitish Kumar is under the scanner, Lalu Prasad Yadav is raising question on Prime Minister's role in the tunnel rescue.
Surprisingly, because we had gone to the the family members of Sabah Ahmed, who was a security officer, and he was stuck in the tunnel, and he himself raised the question that nobody from Bihar came to see them, none from Nitish government, neither any minister nor any officer went to get in touch with the family of Sabah Ahmed, and in fact the family also were angry over the behavior of the Bihar government, that nobody was in touch with them and nobody was giving any news about their son who was stuck in the tunnel. In fact, now the credit war in the state has escalated, and the BJP is blaming the Nitish government, that the government which is speaking so loudly about the minority welfare in the state and have conducted a caste-based survey, and on the basis of that they are going to bring so many welfare programs which the government is boasting about. None of them have even cared to talk to the family of the victim, that was the Sabah Ahmed, who was stuck in the tunnel. Okay. On the other hand, now Lalu Prasad and other leaders, Shravan Kumar, he is the minister from JDU, he also said that what was the role of Narendra Modi? It is just that he is taking the credit. It was the role of the rescue team which led to this evacuation. So this whole political has taken a political turn now, and this credit war has escalated.
All right, Saurabh Rathore, thank you so much. Bihar politics is still developing as far as the Uttarkashi tunnel rescue is concerned. We'll keep an eye on that, but there's no more news coming in. News just coming in. Indian agencies are completely dismissive of the charge made by the United States Justice Department against an Indian national of attempting assassination of Gurpatwant Singh Pannoon. United States has charged a Czech, this has been an Indian who has been held in the Czech Republic. US government has charged the Indian citizen. The man is named Nikhil Gupta. He has been charged by the United States. But the Indian intelligence sources are saying that while attempts are being made by the United States to try and extradite Gupta so that he can face the law in the United States of America, Indian agencies are claiming that there is no evidence whatsoever against Gupta. So they're completely rejecting the charge that has been made by the Justice Department. Let me bring in my colleague Abhishek Jha into the conversation. Abhishek, we've seen back and forth since last night. No official reaction yet from MEA, but Indian agencies are dismissing the charge being made by United States.
Well, there has been no official, reaction to the charges that has been put by the U.S. authorities against this Indian national Nikhil Gupta in an apparent plot to kill Hardeep Singh, Gurpatwant Singh Pannoon, who has been leading a banned organization as a Seek for Justice, who has been of Indian origin and who has been at the center of mostly controversial anti-India propagandas, not only in USA but also in Canada, in UK, and he's been also linked with the anti-India hate campaigns in Australia also. He's been behind many Khalistani referendums in these parts of the world also. There is a charge that the US courts has now unsealed, and that says that Nikhil Gupta had apparently been there. He was plotting to kill Panun. He had hired a local resource also, and he was giving them money also. A hitman was also hired, and then this entire operation that Gupta was conducting on behest of another Indian national who has been an Indian government employee in USA. So that is the entire thread of event that the court has now unveiled. How the Indian government is going to take this, how the entire process is going to, we'll have to see that. But we know that India and USA have regularly and consistently, they have been meeting on certain national security interests. And India has been looking into all the inputs or intelligence inputs that US has shared in the recent past, and the things are going on here.
Abhishek, thank you so much. Let's see if we get an official reaction from the Ministry of External Affairs. We're moving on to the other piece of news that we are getting this time about the halal controversy that has started after action by the Uttar Pradesh government. Now, officials in Uttar Pradesh government are saying that halal ban has nothing to do with halal meat. But the point is, why halal certification for vegetarian products also? The crackdown will catch those who are making money in the name of certification. This crackdown has nothing to do with the exporters who have requirements for the business, but this certification is unnecessarily hurting sentiments of the Hindu community, where even on veg products this certification is given. Apart from this, one community is unnecessarily paying for certification, which is normal, like no meat in sunflower oil in natural course, but even then it is being given halal certification. That's the clarification from UP government officials. Anand Narsimhan with me on the phone line. Anand, so what they're clarifying is that, you know, this was a business that was going on and unnecessarily sentiments were being hurt.
Yes, and they had very clearly said that this has nothing to do with halal meat export. It is about trying to forcibly push this halal certification on products that don't need halal certification, and making it a money-making racket and a big business. And who are these people who've got the right to certify these products? Because as per the law, nobody but the FSSAI should issue these certificates. So that is something which has come as a clarification. The other thing is that there's huge amounts of money that's been extracted in the name of this certification because somewhere manufacturers have been arm twisted to believe that products will not be bought off the shelf unless there is a certification of halal. So this is the other aspect. There are two aspects to this debate. One is forcing halal meat itself. The other one is using this racket of halal certification on non-meat products. Right now, the crackdown is on these non-meat products which are being given halal certification by these dubious agencies and entities who actually don't have any right to do this. And this is somewhere warning manufacturers and also the certifiers not to do this, and that's where the crackdown is happening. That's the clarification that's come. Okay. The overall argument about halal and jhatka, that's a different thing altogether. That's not what they're getting into, and this has nothing to do, this has no bearing on the exports.
All right. Anand Narsimhan, thank you so much. That was exclusive information that our colleague Manoj Gupta got after speaking to officials in Uttar Pradesh. Next, we bring you a special section on the financial markets powered by Money Control Pro, Money Control's premium destination for investing and business insights. Gift Nifty indicates a higher opening for Indian equities. Weak Asian markets could be a drag ahead of China economic data. US shares notched gains as Fed rate cut hopes remain alive. India's Q2 GDP growth expected today. Data seen as robust. So that's some good news coming in. Lenders to small borrowers are scoring high on growth post the pandemic. Despite rising cost of funds, interest margins are stable thanks to their pricing power. With their asset quality improvement sustained is the question. Can investors expect rating of small finance banks? For all those answers, you can log on to Money Control Pro to find out about India's small finance banks and other actionable insight. It is the premier destination for all the investing views and financial insights you will ever need, brought to you by Money Control. But, other than financial news, if politics your cup of tea, you should be watching CNN News 18, 6 p.m. onwards. That's when our mega poll of poll coverage will begin. What is it that the voters of Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Telangana and Mizoram have decided? All those details, polls of polls, the numbers, 6 p.m. onwards. So tune in for For now, we're slipping into a very quick break, but stay with us. Much more on the other side.
Hello, Moto. Hello, Moto.
Arnold Dix, who heads the Geneva-based International Tunnelling and Underground Space Association, is known for taking risks when it comes to underground construction. He had been a part of the Silkyara Tunnel Rescue Mission since the 20th of November and provided technical expertise on the operation. He guided the rescuers on maneuvering the treacherous ground. He would often be seen at a small temple near the tunnel, praying for the safe evacuation of the labourers.
It has been my honour to serve. And as a parent, it's been my honour to help all the parents out there getting their children home. And you remember in the beginning I said 41 people home safe, no one gets hurt by Christmas. We are calm and we knew exactly what we wanted and we worked as a wonderful team. And when I say a wonderful team, the best engineers here in India, the army, their engineers, the best I've ever worked with, all the agencies, the federal authority, the state, all the people. It was just a joy to be a part of this successful mission, just one part. And I've got to go to the temple because I've promised to say thank you for what's happened, because my friends, if you haven't noticed, I think we've just witnessed a miracle.
Lieutenant General Syed Atta Hasnain, a member of the National Disaster Management Agency, used to oversee the operations and coordination between agencies. He didn't let setbacks in the operation affect the morale of the entire team. With his trademark calm demeanour, he ensured that no stone was left unturned in the rescue effort.
And therefore, I have been through this for too many years in my life. There were times when I was woken up at 2:30 in the morning and I knew that this can't be good news. When someone wakes you up at 2:30 in the morning and can only give you bad news. The good news can wait for the morning. So I'm used to disappointments, but personally I did not want to show that kind of a concern to the nation when I was holding the responsibility of bringing information to the nation as such. Yes, there were moments when I was a little dismayed myself, but I kept that under curbs. The best face had to be projected to the nation through the media, and I compliment the Indian media. I compliment the Indian media for its sense of maturity, the ability in which they could present these news. I don't think the media in India has ever displayed this kind of a propensity towards utter maturity. It's been absolutely a marvelous moment for all of us, and therefore I think a huge thanks is due to the media also.
Minister of State for Road Transport and Highways, General V.K. Singh, was stationed at the tunnel for days on end. The former army chief never lost hope for the trapped labourers, and he made sure to greet each of the 41 men when they emerged from the tunnel after 17 long days. While the Great Indian Tunnel Rescue has been about hope and happiness, it is as much about the heroes who made it possible. "17 days, 57 meters, 41 lives, one incredible rescue." When each worker was pulled out of the Silkyara tunnel, where they had been trapped for 400 hours, loud cheers broke out at the sight.
Good morning. Welcome to CNN News 18. I am Arunima. Big focus this morning, battleground Telangana. These assembly elections are the semi-final before the 2024 Lok Sabha polls. Then Telangana is literally playing the last over of a nail-biter. Will BRS score a hat-trick or the Congress will bowl them out?
तेलंगाना के लोग केसीआर सरकार को उखाड़कर फेंकने के लिए कमर कस चुके हैं।
కేసీఆర్ శివయాత్రన తెలంగాణ జైత్ర యాత్రన
ये मेरे लिए राजनीतिक लड़ाई नहीं है, ये खून की लड़ाई है, डीएनए की लड़ाई है। हमारा पहला कदम सरकार बनने के एकदम बाद जाति जनगणना करने का होगा, कास्ट सर्वे।
After weeks of campaigning across 119 constituencies, it's now over to the voters of Telangana. Polls are underway since 7 a.m. this morning. It will continue till 5 p.m. and the visuals on your screen shows how the big newsmakers are already out and about. Asaduddin Owaisi is just walking to his polling booth. G. Kishan Reddy, the BJP man there in Telangana, the union minister, he is voted. K. Kavita, she's also in the dock as far as the liquor scam is concerned. But in Telangana, is it having any effect? All these big newsmakers are out there. It's a high-stake battle for BRS President and State Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao, who's eyeing a hat-trick amidst a perceptible wave of anti-incumbency and a tight challenge from the Congress party. The third player in the fray, it seems, is the Bharatiya Janata Party, which is also hopeful of making a dent in several constituencies, particularly in North Telangana and Hyderabad. These are areas where Prime Minister Narendra Modi campaigned extensively with the pitch of making a backward class leader as the Chief Minister if voted to power. Asaduddin Owaisi, the man on your screen, once again, just waiting to cast his vote. He's contesting on 9 seats in Hyderabad. He seems to already be in an understanding with the BRS, but could there be a tight photo finish? And if that happens, what role will the Bharatiya Janata Party and AIMIM really play in these elections? Like we have been calling this, it's a big semi-final before the mega 2024 battles. There are 119 seats up for grabs. But what are the key factors here? First and foremost, will KCR beat anti-incumbency? It's a three-cornered fight in the state. Prime Minister Modi's popularity is what the Bharatiya Janata Party is depending on. It's a welfare scheme war, welfare politics that has broken out between the Congress and the BRS. The farmer factor in 75 rural seats. Farmers are the key factors. How will they vote? Will they go in favor of Congress? Is there vote, is there a wave there? Or will AIMIM play spoil sport? So these are the key factors that really encompasses the Telangana vote today that is happening. My colleagues are keeping an eye on the ground. 7 a.m. onwards, the big leaders and the voters have started queuing up. We are expecting the numbers from Election Commission also as to how the last 2 hours has really gone. Swastika Das, in fact, is keeping an eye at the Nandinagar seat in Banjara Hills. Payal is at the St. Fair School where Owaisi has gone in. Swastika, to you first. The last hour and a half or 2 hours since voting began this morning. Anything that you are hearing from the ground? How is it going? How are the leaders analyzing the numbers?
Well, it's a nail-biting contest, definitely, because as far as the BRS camp is concerned, they're very much worried about how well Congress is going to perform. Likewise, for the Congress, in fact, which had won just 19 seats in the 2018 elections, for them, it's a giant leap for them to cross the halfway mark, which in Telangana is 60. In fact, right now, we are still waiting for BRS working president K.T. Ramarao to come to this particular booth and cast his vote. But as far as the BRS's camp is concerned, the main factor here is anti-incumbency. KCR is fighting for a third term, but what he faces on the ground is voter fatigue and also a sense of a possibility of the Congress, in fact, making a dent in his prospects as far as the minority voters are concerned. I particularly highlight this since you mentioned that inside, as far as Hyderabad is concerned, minorities have voted for Asaduddin Owaisi, in fact the MIM, but outside of Telangana, that's going to be an interesting thing to watch out for. 2014-2018, minorities voted in mass for the BRS, but this time around with its 6 guarantees, and remember, minority-specific declaration that the Congress has come up with, it's going to be a tough fight as far as minority voters are concerned.
Right. Swastika, do hold on. You were talking about AIMIM. Asaduddin Owaisi has voted. He's already, speaking to the media there. Let's see if he makes a statement or an appeal. He is surrounded by the media cameras there. Let's dip in.
अरे भाई यार गजब आदमी हो तो पीछे चलो ना, कैमरा लेके आगे क्यों हमारा ड्यूटी
अच्छा आराम से मैं वोट डालो, क्या काम कर रहे हो तुम नहीं है मीडिया के
बात करें सर, आप प्लीज सर वोट डाल दिया आपने,
एक मिनट आराम से
साइन दिखाइए सर, साइन सर क्या उम्मीद करते हैं
मैं तमाम
मोबाइलों को शेयर कर ले सकते ना
अहलियान हैदराबाद से, शहरियान हैदराबाद से, तेलंगाना के तमाम वोटर से, राय दहिंदगान से मेरी अपील है कि वो निकलकर अपने वोट का इस्तेमाल करिए। अभी 9 बज रहे हैं, आपके पास शाम में 5 बजे तक टाइम है। हैदराबाद की खूबसूरती को बरकरार रखने के लिए, तेलंगाना की गंगा जमुनी तहजीब को और हमारे इस रियासत की भाईचारगी को मजबूत बनाने के लिए, इसको खूबसूरत रखने के लिए, जमहूरियत को मजबूत करने के लिए, संविधान में और एतमाद और भरोसा पैदा करने के लिए मेरी तमाम आवाम से अपील है कि ज़रा निकलिए घर से। ये घर में बैठकर छुट्टी मनाने का दिन नहीं है, अपनी आवाज़ को, अपनी पसंद को, नापसंद का इजहार करने का दिन है। तो मेरी आप तमाम लोगों से अपील है कि निकलिए, आधा 1 घंटे के लिए निकलकर अपने वोट का इस्तेमाल करिए, 100% पोलिंग करिए, ताकि हम अपनी मुल्क को मजबूत कर सकें, मुल्क की जमहूरियत को मजबूत कर सकें, आइन को मजबूत कर सकें। और ये बहुत ज़रूरी है कि हर वो शख्स जिसका नाम वोटर लिस्ट में है वो अपने घर से रवाना होकर अपने वोट का इस्तेमाल करें, ताकि आवाम की कामयाबी हो सके।
सर, आप एज ए वोटर आपके जहन में क्या मुद्दे हैं जिनको लेके आप आपने वोट करने के लिए जिस समय गए, क्या मुद्दे हैं?
नहीं, मैंने अभी सब बयान कर दिया ना, तो मैं अभी और ज्यादा बोलूंगा तो फिर खामखा कहीं एमसीसी का वायलेशन ना हो जाए, आपकी टीआरपी तो बढ़ जाएंगे।
सर, हैदराबाद में हमेशा से कम रहा है, क्या अपील करना चाहेंगे शहरी वोटरों को कि वो आकर बाहर
नहीं? ये बहुत जरूरी है। आप सही कह रहे हैं कि शहरी इलाके के लोग, अर्बन एरिया के लोग जो बड़े बड़े सिटीज में रहते हैं, वो ये ना समझें कि छुट्टी का दिन है, वो ये समझे कि आपको अपनी पसंद का इजहार करने का दिन है, आपको अपनी नापसंद के इजहार करने का दिन है, आपको अपने महल्ले को, अपने बिल्डिंग में रहने, अतराफ के माहौल को अच्छा करने के लिए, शहर को और खूबसूरत बनाने के लिए आपको निकलकर अपना वोट डालना पड़ेगा। अगर वोट नहीं डालेंगे तो फिर आपकी अहमियत भी कम हो जाएगी, और फिर हमारी जमहूरियत को, हमारे लोकतंत्र को मजबूत करना है, वो कैसे होगा? सिर्फ जबान से तो नहीं होगा। आप निकलेंगे, अपने वोट का इस्तेमाल करेंगे तो यकीनन पॉलिटिशियंस की जवाबदेही बढ़ेगी, अकाउंटेबिलिटी बढ़ेगी। वरना हम ये लोग यही समझेंगे नहीं भाई शहर के लोग नहीं निकलते हैं, वो तो छुट्टी मनाते हैं, टीवी देखते हैं, हॉलीडे पे चले जाते हैं। तो आप निकलिए, पोलिंग परसेंटेज हमारा 100% होना चाहिए। आपकी बेहतरीन मौका है, फ्री एंड फेयर इलेक्शन होना चाहिए, हो रहा है। प्लीज आपसे मेरी रिक्वेस्ट है कि अपने वोट का इस्तेमाल करिए, घर में मत बैठिए, आप अपना नाश्ता या खाना बाद में खाइए, मगर आकर वोट डालिए।
महिलाओं के लिए और यंग वोटर्स के लिए कुछ कहना चाहेंगे आप?
नहीं भाई, महिला हो, पुरुष हो, मर्द हो, इन सब वोट डालना है। और फर्स्ट टाइम वोटर की तो बहुत जरूरी है। यह इस देश का मुस्तकबिल तो आपके हाथ में जाएगा ना। जो आज फर्स्ट टाइम वोटर है, कल आप इस देश को चलाएंगे, इस देश की को आगे लेकर जाएगा आपके मजबूत कंधों के ऊपर। तो फर्स्ट टाइम वोटर्स को चाहिए कि वो निकल कर आए। और ये जो अगर आप में थोड़ी काहली हो रही है, फौरन छोड़िए उसको, आगे बढ़िए, वोट डालिए। और अब ये मुल्क को आगे लेके जाना है, तो नौजवानों की बहुत बड़ी जिम्मेदारी है कि अब जिनका नाम आ चुका है वोटर लिस्ट में और जो एलिजिबल है, वो निकल कर वोट डालें। थैंक यू।
పథకాల విషయంలో కావచ్చు, లేకపోతే వివాదంలో ఉన్న ఇతర అంశాలు కావచ్చు, వాటన్నిటినీ కూర్చొని చర్చించుకొని పరిష్కరించుకుంటాము. కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీ ఏర్పాటు చేయబోయే ప్రభుత్వంలో చాలా బాధ్యతాయుతంగా వ్యవహరిస్తాము. నేను తెలంగాణ 4 కోట్ల ప్రజలకు విజ్ఞప్తి చేస్తున్నా, ఇట్లాంటి కుట్రలలో మీరెవ్వరూ పడకండి. ఇట్లాంటి కుట్రలు మన ఎన్నికలలో ఓట్లేసే విధానం మీద ప్రభావితం చూపించాల్సిన అవసరం లేదు. నాగార్జున సాగర్ అక్కడే ఉంటుంది, గేట్లు అక్కడే ఉంటున్నాయి. మనందరం ఇక్కడే ఉంటాం. రెండు ప్రభుత్వాలు ఉన్నాయి. ప్రజలను సరైన పరిష్కారం అవసరమైనప్పుడు ఎన్నికలు వచ్చినప్పుడు తెలంగాణ అంశాన్ని
He's very confident of his victory. He says that you have given 2 terms to the Bharat Rashtra Samiti. It's time that you vote for change. It's time that KCR learns the lesson about he calls KCR as Shakuni Mama, says it's time that KCR is shown the doors as far as Telangana is concerned.
In thousands and cast your vote. Strengthen the democracy of our country, create more confidence in the Constitution of India, and this is the best and the right time for the people to show their choice, their like or dislike for anyone, for any candidate. And if you are worried about Hyderabad's progress, if you are worried that we have what will happen to the law and order, if you are worried about how our cultural habits should not be affected, if you are worried about how Telangana will progress, this is the time to come out and exercise your choice, which the Constitution has given it to you.
Anti-incumbency is worrying you. 10 years of government, you've also been part of the government. Is that something which is worrying you?
We are not part of the government. We are not part of the government. But I'm sure that, you see, now is not the time to talk about politics. But I'm sure that the good things that have happened in Telangana, the progress that is visible everywhere, I'm sure that people will keep that in mind.
There is a complaint that the BRS has put out, and they say that deep fake videos of their leaders are being, leaked out in the media, showing them in that sense. Is that something which is going to be a worry as well?
Well, you see, this is a very big challenge, and in the recent weeks we have seen how these deep fake videos have been made about demeaning many women, and people are using this to create doubts, aspersions, characters, to attack character. So I think so in coming years the ECI has to do more on such videos. The ECI should also have a mechanism wherein people do an interview and release it, when the time for asking vote is over. So such mechanism with the technology evolving has to be created. And elections does not mean that you create such deepfake videos and do such a demeanable thing.
My final question to you, this is the bastion that you belong to. This is where your fathers worked for the longest. This is where you are an MP from. You have everything at stake over here. How confident are you about MIM's stance?
Inshallah, we are confident. Alhamdulillah. and I'm sure that whatever we have worked hard, I'm very thankful to my party cadre, my members, the people of my constituency who, campaigning, going everywhere, they received us very well. And we are very confident for the work which we are doing, which we have done. And hopefully, inshallah, democracy will win, people's choice will win, and you'll come to know.
Thank you so much for talking to us. Well, that was Asaduddin Owaisi, the MIM chief, speaking exclusively to CNN News 18.
Al Mehta was in conversation with Asaduddin Owaisi. My guest Nirva Mehta has also joined in, but I'll just want to bring in Swastika into the conversation briefly. Swastika, Owaisi there speaking, appealing to voters, but Revant Reddy was also speaking. Can you just summarize quickly what the Congress's possible chief ministerial phase was telling the media ahead of the voting?
Well, a lot is riding high on Revant Reddy. He's definitely the front runners as far as Congress's chief ministerial candidate is concerned. He's saying vote for change, vote for the 6 guarantees, and it's time to show the doors to KCR. In fact, he's somebody who's taking on KCR directly in Kamareddy. Arunima, before that, I want to cut across to a voter here. Sir, you've just cast your vote. Firstly, I want you to show the ink on your finger where you vote.
No, madam. It's still my office.
Okay, you're waiting for the turn. Okay, all right. So this time as a voter in Hyderabad, what are the key issues for you?
Madam, there is no key because the previous governments were happy with their governing systems. What they provide, that electricity is 24 hours of electricity, and the road, building, infrastructure, local competitions, transportation, everything is excellent and fine. We are expecting more always.
What can be done to improve? I'm sure that 10 years of BRS in power, they've done a lot of work, yes, as you've said, but what more as a Hyderabadi citizen you want from them or any government?
Yeah, madam, Hyderabad is going to become a global hub, and we are expecting that more kind of, IT infrastructure should be improved more. And now we are almost providing the 40% of IT jobs in Hyderabad, and we thought and we think that it should be more, and the more the MNCs, the big companies should come to the Hyderabad, and Hyderabad should beat easily like Gurgaon, and we should be better than the Bangalore and all.
All right.
There we expect always more.
So that fight with Bangalore is always going to be there, regardless of who comes to power. But Arunima, interesting, since Hyderabad is what we are talking about, this is where BJP has pinned its lot of focus, because in Greater Hyderabad Municipal Corporation election, they backed 48 seats, but the BRS in fact has also looking forward to winning a lot of seats as far as Hyderabad is concerned, and of course 7 seats for Asaduddin Owaisi, which they say is already taken by them.
Right, and it's a very aggressive Congress which has launched this campaign. This news that is just coming in about BRS complaining against the Congress party. Congress complains to EC. Earlier BRS complained. Now Congress has complained to the Election Commission against K. Kavita, appealing to voters to vote for BRS outside the polling booth. So it's back and forth between the two parties. BRS earlier told EC that Congress is using deep fakes against our leaders. Now Congress is hitting back, saying K. Kavita has violated the Model Code of Conduct by appealing for votes for the BRS. Campaigning is supposed to end 2 days before the voting process actually begins. Pallavi Ghosh is with me. Pallavi, so back and forth, both sides not ceding a single inch. Very tight fight in which EC is being dragged in to play the referee again and again.
Yeah, and this is an election which the Congress party is very, very hopeful of, and the Congress's objection, which is why they've approached the Election Commission, is on the grounds that according to the EC rules, you cannot appeal for votes, especially outside the polling station. And they are referring to a soundbite which came in from K. Kavita, where she had urged the voters to vote for BRS and give them yet another chance. And of course, I think this battle is very, very critical for the Congress party, because clearly the Congress understands that unlike in North, where perhaps they don't have that kind of hold, it may be difficult to unseat the BJP completely. South, which can emerge as a bastion and alternative in 2024.
Right. Can the South be Congress's home ground there? They've done well in Karnataka. They're hoping to do well in Telangana as well. Bharatiya Janata Party has been pushed, even though they were doing well 6 months ago. It seems BRS was being principally challenged by the BJP. But now it's a very tight fight for the Congress party. Nirva Mehta, thank you so much for patiently waiting. You've heard the ground reporters give their analysis. You've heard the voters there and the leaders, Asaduddin Owaisi, Revant Reddy, K. Kavita. Just set up for us what could be the key clincher, because this looks like a very tight fight.
Hi, Arunima. Yeah, I think it will be important for the BJP to do well, because with the recent loss in Karnataka and the south, Telangana seems to be one of the important factors ahead of the 2024 general elections. But it seems as if now there is a close contest between the Congress and the BRS, but it seems the BJP, which where the party, the top leadership came in towards the end, the PM has campaigned, the Home Minister has campaigned, so there might be just the last level of the run they may manage. Having said that, Rahul Gandhi has spent significant amount campaigning in the Telangana, as well as he spent a lot of time during the Bharat Jodo Yatra there as well. Which is very interesting because he skipped going to Chhattisgarh for the Bharat Jodo Yatra, which has also recently gone for polls. Also, Baghel is considered to be one of the close aides of Priyanka Gandhi. So, if Baghel ends up retaining the Chhattisgarh and if Congress does well in Telangana, it will be the siblings that end up being the rivalry.
Yes.
That the Priyanka Gandhi camp versus the Rahul Gandhi camp, because
but specifically talking about Telangana, what is that X factor? Like Karnataka, they are once again doling out the freebies. They are promising the world to the voters. The voters, it seems, are willing to lap it up. Whatever might be the argument about what will happen to the treasury, what will happen to the economy, but especially in a state like Telangana, where agriculture is the mainstay of a lot of voters, they are more than willing to accept this welfare politics from both the Congress and the BRS, don't you think?
Right. I think that is one of the things that the freebies are generally the last minute freebies which come up end up being the clincher sometimes, but also sometimes they don't work. So again, that's how the democracy works, and we can only know on the third how much of those things work. So yeah.
Right. So we'll have to wait and watch as to what part of this welfare politics is really impressing the voters. But how is it that the voters have really voted since the time Telangana was created? And that's an important issue this election as well. How Telangana was created, the sacrifices that was made, KCR himself, the reason he was so popular, the reason that he is perhaps being considered by the voters for a third term is because he played a huge role as far as creation of Telangana is concerned. The Congress party, P. Chidambaram, then Union Home Minister under whose leadership Telangana was created, he has had to apologize for the deaths, the violence that have happened. So the Telangana creation sentiment, is that also something there on the table as the voters are voting? What about the caste factor? That's also a key issue across the country, be it in Rajasthan, be it in Madhya Pradesh, the backward class politics especially. The Prime Minister has promised that if BJP comes to power in Telangana, you could see a backward class chief minister there. So what is the kind of caste impact, Nirva, that the Telangana voters will really feel? Will they ultimately press the ballot thinking that this MLA belongs to my caste?
That is something we can't quite predict very well, because when we feel that India has gone, risen above the caste politics, some state will jolt us out of it that no, caste is still very much prevalent and people still vote on caste. So the caste factor could still be one of the important factors when it comes to the voting pattern. But having said that, I think we need to trust the intelligence of the voters that the caste factor may work only to a certain extent, after which they do vote for the things that will actually benefit them, like there's development, there are schemes like the women developments, the women welfare scheme that the BJP has promised. You do need to trust the voters' intelligence that they will eventually do end up voting for something that will help them.
All right. Okay. Nirva, do hold on, because we want to tell our viewers what is the SWOT analysis, what is the strength, what is the weakness for BRS. Why is it that KCR is perhaps the principal challenge for Congress and the BJP? His strength. KCR recognized as the crusader for statehood. We've discussed this earlier also. It was the way Telangana was created and the role that Telangana Rashtra Samiti played. The other strength is the scheme like Raitu Bandhu and the KCR, other welfare schemes. They're a huge hit. He enjoys a substantial base of minority votes. Swastika has pointed out that in the last elections, the minorities went en masse with the incumbent, which is the KCR government. But this time, are they thinking about the Congress? Are they thinking about the AIMIM? That could be an important factor as well. Notable improvement in infrastructure and healthcare. One of the voters there was saying we want Hyderabad to become like Bengaluru and Gurgaon, but already there is a considerable improvement there. But the weakness, sitting MLAs are facing massive anti-incumbency. That's a challenge for the BRS. There are allegations of family rule and graft. The liquor policy scam, K. Kavita's name has been dragged in. Enforcement Directorate has questioned her. Will that have an impact on the voters? But what really are the opportunities? Weak opposition, as netas have really, seen internal bickering both within the Congress and the BJP. You've seen the kind of internal bickering there. The threat, the anti-incumbency, that seems to be the big challenge. Also taming the Bharatiya Janata Party's robust leadership. Even though from the ground, the sentiment seems to be that the BJP has been relegated to the third position, perhaps even fourth. But the Bharatiya Janata Party is confident that the Prime Minister's face will swing the deal in their favour. There's also the threat of Kavita's name in the excise policy case. Getting dragged in, and we also have to see how Rahul Gandhi's Bharat Jodo Yatra, a robust Revanth Reddy challenge, how that really is taken by the voters, along with the Karnataka model of welfare politics that the Congress is practicing at the moment. We are looking at the reactions that have come in since this morning. K. Kavita has spoken, G. Kishan Reddy has spoken. Let's take a look at all the newsmakers who are appealing to voters to come out and cast their vote.
Akka, you're going to vote. What are your first thoughts?
I really hope Hyderabad votes, and I really hope the entire Telangana votes in large numbers. I kindly appeal to the youth, especially to the women and young men out there. Please come out and vote. It is not a holiday. It is election day, an important day to make felt your presence in the state, make felt that your voice matters. Please come out and vote, and I'm very confident whoever comes out to vote will vote for BRS.
Well, how do you see the Congress? Is this your toughest election?
Not at all, not at all. On the ground, we are very, very comfortable. We've been campaigning on the ground. People love KCR Garu. People have received many benefits of the election, many benefits of our government, and we are very confident that we'll be voted back to power the third time.
So be जनता से, भाई बहनों से अनुरोध करना चाहता हूं, आप घर से बाहर निकलकर पहला वोट डालना अपना फर्ज है, अपना रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है. कोई भी पार्टी हो, और पैसे से, लिकर से, शराब से लोगों को देकर वोट लेना चाहते हैं, मगर मैं सबसे अनुरोध करना चाहता हूं, उसको ठोकर करो, इसको ठोकर मारो, पैसे को, लिकर को. आपका मन में क्या चाहिए, आपको मन क्या चाहते हैं, व्यक्ति कैसा है, पार्टी कैसा है, हम स्वयं हमारा सरकार हम बनाएंगे. तेलंगाना का जनता के ऊपर विश्वास है, हमारा पार्टी पूरा बहुमत मिलेगा आदरणीय मोदी जी के नाम पर.
If you are a voter in Telangana, get out and cast that vote. That's the appeal from every leader across political parties. We're taking a very quick break. Telangana will continue to be our focus. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto. Hello, Moto.
Heaved a collective sigh of relief. They say it takes an army to build a village. So when it came to India's biggest rescue operation, multiple agencies worked round the clock to make this moment happen. The National Disaster Response Force, the Indian Army, the State Disaster Response Force, Border Roads Organization, all collaborated for this mammoth operation. India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi kept a close eye and was one of the first to speak to the tunnel workers after their miraculous rescue.
जय हिंद भैया, सबको बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं।
भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय।
बस आपके जो नारे हैं ना, देश सुन करके आज बहुत ही प्रभावित हो जाएगा।
But there were some heroes whose wisdom and vigor made this mission a mammoth success.
Well done. Well done, Bhaskar.
12 men went where no machine could. After a series of setbacks, it was the banned practice of rat hole mining that came to the rescue of the trapped labourers. The team arrived at the Silkyara tunnel on the 27th of November to help in the rescue operations. They wanted 36 hours to clear the debris, but within 27 hours, they had reached the trapped workers. Leading the pack of rat hole miners were Feroz Qureshi and Monu Kumar, who were the first to reach the labourers after they cleared the last bit of the rubble inside the tunnel.
26 से 28 घंटे नॉन स्टॉप काम किया है मैं। ये मुश्किलें तो आई थी, बहुत सारी बाधाएं आई हैं मुश्किलों की, लेकिन
जी
मुश्किलें आने के बाद भी हमने ये एक जज्बा बना लिया था कि हमें करना ही करना है। और प्लस जो हमारे मुन्ना भाई हैं, वो उन्होंने हमें ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा हौसला दिया और उन्होंने हमें काबिल समझा के कर पाएंगे, क्योंकि वो हमारे गुरु हैं, उन्होंने हमें काम सिखाया है, तो उन्हें अपने हुनर पे पूरा भरोसा था।
Arnold Dix, who heads the Geneva-based International Tunnelling and Underground Space Association, is known for taking risks when it comes to underground construction. He had been a part of the Silkyara tunnel rescue mission since the 20th of November and provided technical expertise on the operation. He guided the rescuers on maneuvering the treacherous ground. He would often be seen at a small temple near the tunnel, praying for the safe evacuation of the labourers.
It has been my honour to serve. And as a parent, it's been my honour to help all the parents out there getting their children home. And you remember in the beginning I said 41 people home safe, no one gets hurt by Christmas. We are calm and we knew exactly what we wanted and we worked as a wonderful team. And when I say a wonderful team, the best engineers here in India, the army, their engineers, the best I've ever worked with, all the agencies, the federal authority, the state, all the people. It was just a joy to be a part of this successful mission, just one part. And I've got to go to the temple because I've promised to say thank you for what's happened, because my friends, if you haven't noticed, I think we've just witnessed a miracle.
Lieutenant General Syed Atta Hasnain, a member of the National Disaster Management Agency, used to oversee the operations and coordination between agencies. He didn't let setbacks in the operation affect the morale of the entire team. With his trademark calm demeanour, he ensured that no stone was left unturned in the rescue effort.
And therefore, I have been through this for too many years in my life. There were times when I was woken up at 2:30 in the morning and I knew that this can't be good news. When someone wakes you up at 2:30 in the morning and can only give you bad news. The good news can wait for the morning. So I'm used to disappointments, but personally I did not want to show that kind of a concern to the nation when I was holding the responsibility of bringing information to the nation as such. Yes, there were moments when I was a little dismayed myself, but I kept that under curbs. The best face had to be projected to the nation through the media, and I compliment the Indian media. I compliment the Indian media for the sense of maturity, the ability in which they could present these news. I don't think
Welcome back. News coming in from West Bengal. Central Bureau of Investigation is carrying out raids in the recruitment scam. This is a raid that is being carried out as far as the recruitment scam probe is concerned. The latest under the scanner is on TMC's councillor Bappa Ditya. Bappa Ditya is being raided by Bappa Ditya Das Gupta. His house is being raided by the Central Bureau of Investigation. They suspect that he had a role to play as far as the recruitment scam is concerned. A number of TMC, councillors and ministers have been in the scanner by both the CBI and the Enforcement Directorate. Some are facing arrest as well. And in that backdrop, there's been a constant political battle between the TMC and the Bharatiya Janata Party. TMC accusing the BJP of using the CBI and the ED misusing the two agencies to target TMC politically. That's what their charge has been. BJP on its part has turned around and said that these are agencies who have filed their charge sheets that have been upheld by the courts. So how can this be political? They've also questioned that if indeed this was political, how has bail been denied in a number of cases? So that back and forth is continuing. CBI on its part says that they have evidence against TMC councillor Bappaditya Das Gupta, and that is why they are carrying out these searches in the recruitment scam. We'll get back to you with more details about what is the kind of evidence, what is the kind of recovery that the CBI has made during these searches. Visuals have come in of the CBI officials carrying out the searches in presence of Central Paramilitary Force officials. More news coming in. Heavy rains are battering Chennai and Tamil Nadu. That's the news we just have for you. Incessant rains have caused waterlogging in Chennai, and this is a cause of worry now. Visuals are coming in from various places. Schools have been shut down for tackling the situation. This is the visual that we have for you. NDRF, SDRF have been put on standby. Visuals coming in from several parts of the city, including Ambukam, Chengapattu and also Kanchipuram district. School will remain closed in Chennai on Thursday as heavy rains continue to lash the state. The Indian Meteorological Department has issued an orange alert for Chennai and its neighbouring districts on December 2nd and 3rd, indicating the likelihood of heavy to very heavy rainfall. I don't think residents of Chennai have forgotten that flood which completely destroyed everything that came in its way and changed their lives forever. So these heavy rains are always triggering some kind of a panic reaction, but this time around is the administration better prepared? Holiday has been declared for schools and colleges in neighbouring areas as well. This is in Tiruvallur, Chengalpattu and Kanchipuram districts along with Chennai. In these areas also schools have been shut. The visuals that we have for you on your screen are from Arumbakkam, Chengalpattu and the Kanchipuram district. So not just Chennai, but the neighbouring areas are also being given a warning. The Indian Met Department saying that December 2nd and 3rd. So the next 48 to 72 hours could be very crucial for authorities there in Chennai. Purnima is joining me live on the story. Purnima, just show us around the situation as you're seeing it.
Well, this is Ashok Nagar, in fact, one of the low-lying areas, and every time it rains in Chennai, some of the areas, including the main roads like this one, are completely inundated and waterlogged. Remember, from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. yesterday, 3 hours of incessant rains and the entire city was inundated. But however, the rains receded towards the wee hours, and now once again it started raining. As per the Met predictions, for the next 5 days, Chennai, Kanchipuram and Chengalpattu districts will witness heavy to very heavy rainfall, considering that a cyclone formation is likely by tomorrow is what the latest update is. And therefore, now that it started raining, some of the areas like the main road that you see on your screen from Ashok Nagar in Chennai is also completely waterlogged. You can see here, in fact, a lot of vehicles are struggling to pass by. There are barricades in place to stop vehicles from entering this lane, because last night it was completely inundated. Now the water levels have receded, but still it's very difficult for people to commute. You can see barricades in place to stop two-wheelers, cars from entering this particular stretch. But despite that, you can see people struggling to commute, to go and buy groceries or to step out for work. However, the state government has asked people to stay indoors and step out only if it's necessary. Fishermen have been asked not to venture out, and those who are already out have been asked to return, because the next 5 days, heavy to very heavy rainfall is likely to be witnessed in Chennai, Kanchipuram and Chengalpattu. Holiday declared for schools and colleges in the city as well. And once again, it started raining. So far, 10 centimeter rainfall has been recorded in the city, and you can see many low-lying areas like the one that you see here are inundated. In fact, the rain stopped and therefore the water levels have come down, but now that it started raining again, it's going to be difficult for commuters and for office goers to use roads like the one that you see here.
But Purnima, any advisory for people who are living in low-lying areas, people perhaps in societies on the ground floor?
Well, there are helpline numbers, and the corporation officials are monitoring places like T Nagar, Ashok Nagar, KK Nagar and North Chennai. North Chennai is where whenever there are moderate rainfalls, the entire areas are inundated. The ground floor, especially people living on the ground floor, will have to be shifted from those places. But at the moment, things are under control. There are helpline numbers, and the corporation officials are monitoring low-lying areas, and whenever there are problems that people are facing, they are shifting them. But so far, no major reports or incidents have been reported so far, because it was only continuous 3-hour rainfall and then the rain stopped. But if it's going to rain continuously for at least 4 to 5 hours, then the entire city would come to a standstill. However, at the moment, the advisory is that people living in low-lying areas have been asked not to venture out, and if at all there are complaints, they will be shifted from those places. There are helpline numbers that have been issued by the corporation officials, and they are monitoring places that are vulnerable whenever there are moderate rainfalls that the city witnesses.
All right, Purnima, thank you so much. I hope you get a chance to dry yourself. Stay safe. I hope other residents of Chennai also have enough help from the administration. We're slipping into a quick break, but before I go, want to remind you about a mega coverage starting 5 p.m. onwards. It's a mega poll of polls coverage from 5 p.m. onwards today, which will tell you what really the voters of Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Telangana and Mizoram thought as they cast their vote. We're taking a quick break, but stay with us. Much more on the other side.
Hello, Moto. Hello, Moto.
Ever displayed this kind of a propensity towards utter maturity. It's been absolutely a marvelous moment for all of us, and therefore I think a huge thanks is due to the media also.
Minister of State for Road Transport and Highways, General V.K. Singh, was stationed at the tunnel for days on end. The former army chief never lost hope for the trapped labourers, and he made sure to greet each of the 41 men when they emerged from the tunnel after 17 long days. While the Great Indian Tunnel Rescue has been about hope and happiness, it is as much about the heroes who made it possible. "17 days, 57 meters, 41 lives, one incredible rescue." When each worker was pulled out of the Silkyara tunnel, where they had been trapped for 400 hours, loud cheers broke out at the sight, and the whole country heaved a collective sigh of relief. They say it takes an army to build a village. So when it came to India's biggest rescue operation, multiple agencies worked round the clock to make this moment happen. The National Disaster Response Force, the Indian Army, the State Disaster Response Force, Border Roads Organization, all collaborated for this mammoth operation. India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi kept a close eye and was one of the first to speak to the tunnel workers after their miraculous rescue.
जय हिंद भैया, सबको बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं।
भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय।
बस आपके जो नारे हैं ना, देश सुनकर के आज बहुत ही प्रभावित हो जाएगा।
But there were some heroes whose wisdom and vigor made this mission a mammoth success.
Well done. Well done, Bhaskar.
12 men went where no machine could. After a series of setbacks, it was the banned practice of rat hole mining that came to the rescue of the trapped labourers. The team arrived at the Silkyara tunnel on the 27th of November to help in the rescue operations. They wanted 36 hours to clear the debris, but within 27 hours, they had reached the trapped workers. Leading the pack of rat hole miners were Feroz Qureshi and Monu Kumar, who were the first to reach the labourers after they cleared the last bit of the rubble inside the tunnel.
26 से 28 घंटे नॉन स्टॉप काम किया है मैं। ये मुश्किलें तो आई थी, बहुत सारी बाधाएं आई हैं मुश्किलों की,
जी तो
लेकिन
जी
मुश्किलें आने के बाद भी हमने ये एक जज्बा बना लिया था कि हमें करना ही करना है। और प्लस जो हमारे मुन्ना भाई हैं वो उन्होंने हमें ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा हौसला दिया और उन्होंने हमें काबिल समझा के कर पाएंगे, क्योंकि वो हमारे गुरु हैं, उन्होंने हमें काम सिखाया है, तो उन्हें अपने हुनर पे पूरा भरोसा था।
Arnold Dix, who heads the Geneva-based International Tunnelling and Underground Space Association, is known for taking risks when it comes to underground construction. He had been a part of the Silkyara Tunnel rescue mission since the 20th of November and provided technical expertise on the operation. He guided the rescuers on maneuvering the treacherous ground. He would often be seen at a small temple near the tunnel, praying for the safe evacuation of the labourers.
It has been my honour to serve.
Welcome back. Delegates from nearly 200 countries will gather in Dubai for the COP28 Climate Summit. Around 70,000 delegates are expected to attend the summit. But what's really on the table? First Sports Managing Editor Palki Sharma reports from Dubai.
Which is the most important building in the world? You would think it's the White House or the Kremlin or the Indian Parliament, but you would be wrong. As of this week, the most important building in the world is the one that is right behind me, the Dubai Expo Center. In just a few hours from now, thousands of delegates from across the world will descend on this building. Hundreds are already pouring in. These are world leaders, religious leaders, activists, corporate bigwigs. And what is their job? To save the planet, to strike unanimous agreements on how to save the world. Dubai as a city is extra, and the Dubai City Expo all the more. Its tech-savvy halls are ready to host the most important summit of its times, the COP28. COP stands for Conference of the Parties. It includes every member of the United Nations Climate Framework established in 1992. And 28? Well, that's the number of summits. Last year's summit in Egypt was COP27, so this year's summit is COP28. The vibe here, as they say, is mixed. The young Gen Z activists look optimistic, but the veteran bureaucrats look more circumspect. They've been on this rodeo before. They know what happens here is all about political will. So who's attending this time? Well, it's easier to say who's not. US President Joe Biden is not coming. Neither is Chinese President Xi Jinping. Both leaders are sending their climate envoys instead. And it's a very poor message to the world. The US and China are the two biggest polluters on this planet, but their presidents are a no-show. Tells you how much significance they attach to this summit. Does that mean the summit is doomed for failure? Maybe not. Some 70,000 delegates are expected to attend COP28. They will come from 200 plus countries and regions. It's likely to be the most attended COP in the summit's history. The one in Glasgow, for example, had just 38,000 participants. Dubai is hosting nearly twice that number. The idea is to bring in as many voices as possible. Of course, the downside is the carbon footprint. What message does it send when thousands of people fly in to attend a climate summit on cutting emissions? It's counterproductive at best, hypocrisy at worst. But the attendance is not the headline here. That would be the negotiations. The summit will run from November 30th to December 12th. But don't be surprised if the talks are extended. In Egypt last year, the negotiations ran for 2 extra days. Chances are we could see a repeat. But what exactly will be up for discussion? Well, COP28 is about 2 major issues. The first is the global stocktake. Think of it as a routine assessment program. In 2015, countries signed the Paris Agreement. They agreed to limit global temperature rise to 1.5 degrees Celsius. So it's time to take stock, to see how well or how bad the world is doing. Spoiler alert, we are doing bad. At the current rate, global emissions will fall 2% by 2030. But to hit the Paris target, they should fall by 43%. So the world is a long way off.
You can log on to both First Post and news18.com to know more about what is the negotiation that's going on as far as climate is concerned. I'm slipping into a quick break, but do tune in to our mega poll of poll coverage from 5 this evening. We'll tell you what's on the voters' mind, the numbers there coming in from Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Mizoram and Telangana. Come back after this very quick break.
Hello, Moto. Hello, Moto.
Brought to you by. And as a parent, it's been my honour to help all the parents out there getting their children home. And you remember in the beginning I said 41 people home safe, no one gets hurt by Christmas. We are calm and we knew exactly what we wanted and we worked as a wonderful team. And when I say a wonderful team, the best engineers here in India, the army, their engineers, the best I've ever worked with, all the agencies, the federal authority, the state, all the people. It was just a joy to be a part of this successful mission, just one part. And I've got to go to the temple because I've promised to say thank you for what's happened, because my friends, if you haven't noticed, I think we've just witnessed a miracle.
Lieutenant General Syed Atta Hasnain, a member of the National Disaster Management Agency, used to oversee the operations and coordination between agencies. He didn't let setbacks in the operation affect the morale of the entire team. With his trademark calm demeanour, he ensured that no stone was left unturned in the rescue effort.
And therefore, I have been through this for too many years in my life. There were times when I was woken up at 2:30 in the morning and I knew that this can't be good news. When someone wakes you up at 2:30 in the morning and can only give you bad news. The good news can wait for the morning. So I'm used to disappointments, but personally, I did not want to show that kind of a concern to the nation when I was holding the responsibility of bringing information to the nation as such. Yes, there were moments when I was a little dismayed myself, but I kept that under curbs. The best face had to be projected to the nation through the media, and I compliment the Indian media. I compliment the Indian media for its sense of maturity, the ability in which they could present these news. I don't think the media in India has ever displayed this kind of a propensity towards utter maturity. It's been absolutely a marvelous moment for all of us, and therefore I think a huge thanks is due to the media also.
Minister of State for Road Transport and Highways, General V.K. Singh, was stationed at the tunnel for days on end. The former army chief never lost hope for the trapped labourers, and he made sure to greet each of the 41 men when they emerged from the tunnel after 17 long days. While the Great Indian Tunnel Rescue has been about hope and happiness, it is as much about the heroes who made it possible. "17 days, 57 meters, 41 lives, one incredible rescue. When each worker was pulled out of the Silkyara tunnel, where they had been trapped for 400 hours, loud cheers broke out at the sight and the whole country heaved a collective sigh of relief. They say it takes an army to build a village. So when it came to India's biggest rescue operation, multiple agencies worked round the clock to make this moment happen. The National Disaster Response Force, the Indian Army, the State Disaster Response Force, Border Roads Organization, all collaborated for this mammoth.
Welcome back. Today marks 365 days since India got the G20 presidency, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi has written about what it meant for the country. This is what he says, and I quote him now. Today marks 365 days since India resumed the presidency of G20, and he goes on to say that it is a moment to reflect, recommit and rejuvenate. This is what the Prime Minister is saying. In the spirit of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, he says rejuvenate, recommit is in the spirit of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. That's a responsibility that we have undertaken last year. The global landscape grappled with multifaceted challenges, recovery from COVID-19 pandemic, looming climate threats, financial instability and debt distress is all something that he has highlighted. These are all amidst declining multilateralism. In the midst of conflict and competition, development cooperation suffered, impeding progress. Inclusive ambition, action-oriented and decisive. These four words defined our approach as G20 president. So the Prime Minister, even as we hand over the G20 baton to Brazil, has really told the people of the country and of the world what really it meant for us. Abhishek Jha is on the phone line. Abhishek, in any case, the way India tackled the presidency of G20 was unprecedented, and even on the last leg, Prime Minister ensuring that it is underlined how it is to be done.
Well, Arunuma, to keep the G20 forum inclusive and relevant was the most challenging task that Prime Minister Modi had as the chair of G20 nations. When the presidency, India got the presidency, that was an era where the COVID pandemic and its after effects were being talked about, and the world was grappling. Economic situation around the world was grappling to get over with the after effect of COVID. Then we had this Russia-Ukraine conflict, which at one point loomed its shadow on the G20, and it looked like the common declaration or the joint declaration by the G20 members would not be possible. But India managed that also very well when it was able to bring in all the members on a consensus on the real global issues, which eventually came out with the joint declaration. And towards the end of it, we saw how Israel-Hamas conflict had taken the center stage.
Yes.
And during that also, Prime Minister Modi had a challenging task to ensure that the conflict doesn't escalate in the regional, making region unstable. And so during the entire 1 year period, there were a lot of challenging tasks, and India maintained its inclusivity, decision-making ability, and bringing all together for common good.
Abhishek Jha, thank you so much. So the Prime Minister writing about the G20 experience that India had. You can also log on to news18.com to read more about that. That's all that I have time for. But Telangana, battleground Telangana continues to be our top focus. Pallavi Ghosh joins you next.
तेलंगाना के लोग केसीआर सरकार को उखाड़कर फेंकने के लिए कमर कस चुके हैं।
కేసీఆర్ శివయాత్రన తెలంగాణ జైత్ర యాత్రన
ये मेरे लिए राजनीतिक लड़ाई नहीं है, ये खून की लड़ाई है, डीएनए की लड़ाई है। हमारा पहला कदम सरकार बनने के एकदम बाद जाति जनगणना करने का होगा, कास्ट सर्वे।
Good morning. So it's finally ended, the battle for the states, with Telangana going to vote today, and after that the big battle begins, which means the counting of votes on Sunday, but before that poll of polls later this evening. Now, after weeks of campaigning across 119 constituencies, it's now over to the voters in Telangana as the polls are going on even as we speak. This polling is going to continue till 5 p.m. It's a high-stake battle both for the BRS president and the Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao, who's looking at a hat-trick and a perceptible wave of anti-incumbency and a tight challenge to him from the Congress party. And of course, the third player remains the BJP, which is very much in the fray and has been doing some very intensive, aggressive campaigning. It is hoping to make a dent in several constituencies, particularly in northern Telangana as well as the urban areas of Hyderabad. Well, the other key player we all need to watch out for is the AIM-MIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi, who's contesting on 9 seats in Hyderabad. Meanwhile, BRS has already written to the Election Commission against the Congress, saying that the Congress used deep fake videos and audios of their leaders to seek votes, whereas Congress has complained to Election Commission against K. Kavita, appealing to voters to vote for the BRS, according to a Congress party, outside a polling booth. Okay, so this is the big mega battle before 2024, which is why the state elections are being looked at as a dress rehearsal for the Lok Sabha elections of 2024. Well, Telangana, which goes to vote today, has 119 seats. It's up for grabs, with both the Congress party very aggressive in the campaign, while KCR hoping to beat the strong anti-incumbency. But it remains a three-corner fight in the state, with the BJP too jumping in with some very fierce campaigning as well, led by the Prime Minister. It's the Prime Minister's popularity arms the BJP. There is, of course, a war as far as the welfare schemes are concerned. The farmer factor is very critical in at least 75 of the rural seats. Will there be a wave in favor of the Congress party? Will AIMIM in fact end up playing the spoil sport? That's going to be, of course, the big question. I'm going to go across to my colleague Swastika, who's now joining us from the Banjara Hills. Payal is also going to be joining us from Hyderabad, where Owaisi, I think, has voted a short while back. But to you first, Swastika, where you have been tracking the ins and outs of what has been an intensive campaign. There was a time, Swastika, when people were asking this question, does the Congress even have a stake in Telangana? It's clearly now a BRS versus a Congress battle now, with the BJP, of course, thrown in. What do you think are the really high stakes as far as KCR is concerned and the Congress on the other side?
Well, now no one is going to ask about where the Congress is, because the narrative has completely changed. In the last 8 months or so, the Congress has really put a strong fight as far as Telangana is concerned, stronger enough to come out as a principal opposition to KCR. What's at stake for KCR? Of course, anti-incumbency. He has been banking on his welfare schemes, Raitu Bandhu, Asra Pension, Shadi Mubarak, Kalyana Lakshmi, so on and so forth. But on the ground, especially when it comes to rural Telangana, the actual electorate, KCR seems to have divided opinion as far as the voters are concerned. Many of the voters that we speak to, A, are functioning from voter fatigue, and B, the anti-incumbency wave is sort of being driven by the youth who have been upset over the letdown as far as the BRS government is concerned for TSPSC exams. The second factor is a lot of these beneficiaries on the ground believe they have not gotten schemes like Dalit Bandhu, double bedroom households, and they say that the anti-incumbency is not against KCR as much as it is for their MLAs. In fact, I'm going to quickly go across to a voter here. Are you a first time voter?
No, this is second time. This is my second time voting.
Okay. Okay. So what are the issues for you this time around as a voter? On what merits have you voted for whichever government you're voting for?
Yeah, the implementation, whatever has been done during the 5 years period, and they have released whatever the aspects they are going to implement.
Okay.
So during the 10 years down line, whatever they have implemented and what are they are going to implement in next 5 years.
Okay, as a young voter residing in Hyderabad, do you think that there is enough work being done, or what are the things that needs to be focused more?
In metropolitan cities, we have seen major impacts. So it is being considered by the students also. So the employment, whatever is going on, the employment, the software industry, whatever is developing in this metropolitan city like Hyderabad. So when compared with the Bangalore, we are seeing much impacted, and this is coming as Telangana is coming as a as a younger state in India. So we think that the employment is going in a well side, and this metro, the implementations like metro, and these are giving much boosted to Telangana, and we see this as a major impact.
All right. So, majorly, when it comes to the urban voters, in fact, they have been saying about the infrastructure as far as Hyderabad is concerned, and that's a huge plus point for the BRS. Especially, KT Ramarao has been face of the infrastructure as far as Telangana's Hyderabad picture is concerned. But if you go across Telangana, there's heavy anti-incumbency factor against KCR's MLAs, and that could perhaps be a negative factor as far as the elections for them is concerned. But you know, they are heavy on their welfare schemes, and they are very much confident of sweeping more than 88 seats, the seats that they won last time around. Very quickly, Congress, very resurgent. 6 guarantees is what they are banking on, and very fierce campaign from Revant Reddy's side, who is being projected as the chief ministerial face. There's also Batti Vikramarka and several other leaders who are capitalizing on the anti-incumbency factor. Bottom line is, if Telangana sees an undercurrent wave of Congress, then all bets are off. But otherwise, it's going to be a tight contest between the two, and also BJP if it manages to get double-digit figure depending on its campaign.
All right. Thank you very much, Swastika, for getting us those details. We also have B.S. Arun. He's a senior journalist who's also now joining us. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. You know, Swastika was talking about the welfare schemes. So it's largely been a battle between the BRS and the Congress party as far as these welfare schemes are concerned. But there's one campaign which I saw the Congress running very strongly, and that is what they call the missing chief minister. They've accused the chief minister of not mingling with the people, staying, to use the words of the Congress party, inside a palace, not even going to this, the secretariat or the assembly sessions and so on and so forth. Do you think that could be a narrative, could boomerang on the BRS?
Well, Congress is, making allegations that he is a farmhouse chief minister. Yes. Priyanka Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi, and many other Congress leaders, including Mallikarjun Kharge, highlighted this point, saying that he is, inaccessible chief minister. He is invisible. And so he doesn't have the time to go to people and listen to their grievances. So it is the others, it is his son and other family members, as well as the officials who are running the state. That's what the Congress has been alleging, and that they want to. They have sort of created a narrative across the state, and it might stick also if the people are in a fatigue with the 10-year rule of the BRS. At the same time, KCR has come out in the last couple of weeks, to meet people, to address rallies, and he's trying his, I think, level best to ensure that to ward off this allegation of the Congress leaders. There is KTR, the KT Ramarao, his son, who is traveling across the state and being a good communicator. He is sort of making efforts to ensure that the social welfare schemes and other infrastructure projects, the KCR's government has given across several sections of the society the schemes, be it for health, be it for road projects, be it for old age pension, be it for the Raita Bandhu scheme for the farmers. So it has sort of ensured that across the sections, its welfare schemes, bring votes to the party. To that extent, KCR feels that he's sitting on a pretty wicket.
Okay, we'll wait to see that. Thank you very much. In fact, do hold on with us, Mr. Arun. I'm just going to read out some of the statistics which perhaps can give us a cue or a peep into what perhaps are the results which Telangana throws up. Now, let's look at the vote matrix 2020. 2014 in the Lok Sabha, the leads, 2018, 2019. These are the Lok Sabha leads that we're looking at. A BRS with 34%, 35%, 47% respectively. As far as the Congress is concerned, despite the fact that the UPA was in power at the centre and Telangana was formed under them, we never saw them take advantage of it. But if you look at their leads over the years that we are talking about, it's 25%, again 25%, it's a 28%, and finally, of course, a 30%. But the BJP, which is wanting to make dent or rather inroads into Telangana, this has been the matrix in the last 4 Lok Sabha elections. It's been a 7%, 10%, a 7%, and now a 20%, which is why the BJP is extremely hopeful that they can at least be a spoiler as far as the BRS versus primarily Congress game is concerned. That's really the big focus. Okay, I'm going to go back to Mr. Arun. Mr. Arun, you were talking about the farmhouse CM campaign, but the fight is also about the farm votes, the farmer vote really. And we saw a lot of war of words which took place between the BRS and the Congress and the Raitu Bandhu scheme. The Congress also has an alternative to it. But do you think the Congress put its foot into its mouth when they went to the election commission, and as a result of which the installment was halted on 28? Because the BRS very effectively played that up. Do you think that was a missed goal by the Congress party?
Well, I don't really think so, because it's after all a matter of 3-4 days, and after that it's going to resume. I think the farmers in Telangana are quite well aware of this. But I have seen the speeches of KCR and his other ministerial colleagues. They are trying to make an issue out of it, and Congress has been saying that it's not our mistake. It's because the nephew of KCR, Mr. Harish Rao, he violated the election code, framed by the election commission itself, and that's why this scheme has been taken off for the next few days, only until the end of the elections, that is today. I think from tomorrow it will resume. I don't think the farmers will break their head over this.
Well, they do have an impact on at least 75 of those seats, so those votes really matter. But Arun, do hold on. There's some bit of news which is just coming in, and this is of a clash which seems to have broken out between the BRS and the Congress workers. This is at 2:45. That's the name of the polling booth station. This is, of course, in Jangaon region of Telangana. Swastika is getting us those details. Yes, Swastika.
Well, yes, clashes broke out when the respective leaders and local cadres, in fact, outside polling booth started hurling slogans, and that's when both the sides, in fact, started hitting out each other. The police, of course, stepped in time and pacified both the sides. But, in fact, this is not the first clash that is being reported in Telangana. There were clashes also in Nirmal district. This is a communally sensitive area where there were clashes being reported from Congress's and BJP's candidate, in fact. And all of this is because of sloganeering is what we're given to understand.
I think we're still waiting for the result, get some more data, or as the polling is still going on. But are the clashes also an indication of the intensive tension between the BRS and the Congress party? Because both of them have been very aggressive, but both of them have huge stakes in the elections.
Clearly, because, as far as Telangana is concerned, out of all the 5 states, this is going to be an unprecedented battle where it is a photo finish contest between the BRS and the Congress. And as far as the cadres are concerned, remember, from the BRS's side, especially KT Ramarao, who is the working president of the party, he's only had talks with all the cadres in all the 119 constituencies in a bid to boost their morals. And this comes in the backdrop of various survey reports indicating that the Congress is perhaps taking a lead. The BRS, in fact, on its social media handle has been fighting it out, calling all of these surveys fake. They have in fact gone to the Election Commission of India also, writing a representation over there over the use of deep fake videos of KTR, Kavita, and in fact the Chief Minister also being used to manipulate allegedly by the Congress. From the Congress's side, in fact, what they have been projecting is that Telangana is going to see an undercurrent current wave, the party is extremely hopeful of winning 70 plus seats as per their internal surveys that the Congress has been projecting. So as far as on the ground is concerned, you speak to any voter, there is a confusion in their minds. In fact, even at the polling booth, of course at the ballot boxes when they finally decide, but as far as this contest is concerned, the Congress's resurgence and the BRS taking them on tooth and nail in that case is coming out as a big picture for the voters, which is leaving them divided. There are many debates, and go to any street corner, you will find just voters talking about who's going to come and who's not going to come. That's why clashes are also happening in areas where there are confrontation.
Okay, Swastika, many thanks for that very quick update. We are of course going to keep coming back to you because the battle is not yet over. It's just begun in Telangana. But let's get a sense of what is in store for the Congress, the BRS, their strengths as far as the weaknesses are concerned. Let's talk about the Congress fight. It is of course riding very much high on the Karnataka SPP model, and that's the reason why both the Chief Minister and the Deputy CM were actually roped in to campaign. Siddaramaiah, DK Shiv Kumar, very much there. Also, in one of the few states, you actually see in Telangana a very strong grassroots cadre. That was also one of the reasons why Revanth Reddy was brought in by the Congress party because they felt that he was the one who could strengthen the organization at the grassroots level, which has always been a weakness for the Congress. Apart from this, of course, it's very important, substantial minority population or the Muslims in the state, and the Congress's secular image could work to its advantage, at least as far as reaching out to the Muslims are concerned. But there are problems also within the Congress party. All is not well, as usually the case. There is a massive infighting or internal strife, and this is something which could hurt the party's image. Of course, many of the important leaders or the significant leaders have already quit the Congress party from the state. Will that be a disadvantage? But let's talk about the BRS. Okay, before I'm going to talk about the BRS, let's talk about the main stakeholders. In fact, early this morning, one of the first ones to go and cast her vote was K. Kavita. She spoke exclusively to my colleague Swastika. Let's listen in to her first, and then I'm going to talk about the BRS stakes.
Akka, you're going to vote. What are your first thoughts?
I really hope Hyderabad votes, and I really hope the entire Telangana votes in large numbers. I kindly appeal to the youth, especially to the women and young men out there, please come out and vote. It is not a holiday, it is election day, an important day to make felt your presence in the state, make felt that your voice matters. Please come out and vote, and I'm very confident whoever comes out to vote will vote for BRS.
Well, how do you see the Congress? Is this your toughest election?
Not at all, not at all. On the ground, we are very comfortable. We've been campaigning on the ground. People love KCR Garu. People have received many benefits of the election, many benefits of our government, and we are very confident that we'll be voted back to power the third time.
Okay, we spoke about the Congress party, their strengths, their weaknesses, but let's talk about the BRS, which is of course in power in the state. What is strong in their case? Well, first of all, KCR, the Chief Minister, is looked upon as a crusader for the statehood of the state. Remember, TRS, Telangana Rashtriya Samiti, was formed by KCR under this name specifically because he wanted to seize credit for the formation of Telangana, and that's when he joined the UPA in 2004. There are important schemes which are being seen as a winner, like the Raitu Bandhu scheme, and with this the KCR has already hit with the KCR kits as well. He also has a substantial base among the minority votes, which really matter. There's also been a notable improvement in the state as far as the infra and healthcare infrastructure is concerned. But BRS has also not without its minuses. There are many sitting MLAs who have been given a ticket and they are facing a strong anti-incumbency. There are allegations of family rule and graft. Is also an opportunity is of a weak opposition as many netas have defected. There's internal bickering in both the Congress and the BJP. So essentially, it's a mixed bag. There's also the anti-incumbency challenge. It's taming the BJP's robust leadership. The opposition is raising the whole issue of schemes which may have been announced and launched, but they have not been completed. Corruption charges are something which is being made huge, particularly by the Congress party. K. Kavita, KCR's daughter and one of the main star campaigners of the BRS, has already been named in the excise policy case. And remember, she had already gone to the ED office not once but twice for investigation and probing. Let me just go back to my guest who joined us this morning. There is, of course, Mr. Arun is also still with us. You know, Mr. Arun, the corruption issue is something which the Congress party played, and it helped them in Karnataka against the Bommai government. They are trying to repeat the same experiment they did, in fact, in Telangana. Do you think the corruption allegations against K. Kavita, the KCR family, is something which could hurt the BRS?
Looks quite possible, because this has been going on for last few years, and KCR and KTR both have tried their best to counter these allegations, and Congress has used this as a charge, to say that there is a sort of a deal between the BJP and the KCR party. And if you have seen the speeches made by Prime Minister Modi, Home Minister Amit Shah, and their party leaders over the last at least 1 week, they have tried their best to ward off this allegation of a deal between them and the KCR's party. And that shows that the Congress campaign has sort of stuck in Telangana, and both parties are a bit nervous about this charge made by the Congress. And over the last few days, even KCR, in several of the interviews that his son gave, they have tried their best to say that there is nothing between these two parties, and they are effectively campaigning against each other. And both the leaders have done that, and the fears speeches made by Prime Minister Modi as well as Amit Shah are pointed to this. Amit Shah, in fact, addressed a press conference some 3 days back to say that the BRS is as much an opposition party for them as the Congress is. So this goes to show that possibly there is no such thing as a deal between them, and they are doing their best to ensure and to ward off that these charges don't stick.
Okay, Mr. Arun, I'll just come back to you. Let me just go back to my colleague Swastika. Swastika, just to take the point which Mr. Arun was making. Remember there was this first statement, I think it came in from the Prime Minister, correct me if I'm wrong, where he said that the BRS wanted to join the NDA, but we said no. The Congress just pounced on that to call the BRS as a B team of the BJP. There have been subsequent clarifications which have come in both from the BJP and from the BRS, as Mr. Arun was pointing out. But do you think that damage was done, which is what the Congress party pounced on and used it during its campaign? Swastika, if you can hear me, I'm just picking up from the point which has been made from Mr. Arun. If you correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the Prime Minister did say in the beginning that the BRS wanted to join the NDA, but we said no. There have been subsequent clarifications which came in from the BJP and the BRS, but the Congress has pounced and lashed on to this narrative. You think the damage was done for the BRS, or they managed to recover?
Well, the reason why the Prime Minister made that statement is because back in the day when campaigning was at its peak, the narrative that BRS, that the Congress was putting it was that BRS and the BJP are one and the same. And this was a narrative which was in a way damaging the BRS as well, and more so damaging the BJP, because the Prime Minister with his statement made it very clear that it was KCR who allegedly approached him, in fact, to join the NDA. This was after the GHMC election. There was a sharp reaction from the BRS side as well, wherein they said that there was no question of joining the NDA even if push comes to shove. But this narrative sort of gave an advantage to the Congress, remember, to in fact step up its narrative that the BRS, BJP and MIM are one and the same. So how did it play out in the minds of the voters? Whenever I spoke to somebody in any constituency, this narrative did not seem to have much of an impact on the ground, because as far as the voters are concerned, particularly in the rural belt, they are highly focused on the welfare scheme, and in that aspect the Congress's 6 guarantees seems to have percolated very well, in addition to BRS's welfare schemes like Raitu Bandhu. In fact, Raitu Bandhu setback is something that could hurt the BRS's prospects, because the BRS was hoping to reach out to at least 20 to 25 lakh families by their own estimates before the elections through the funds that they gave in the name of Raitu Bandhu. But they have in fact strategically turned this around, blaming it on the Congress for delaying and adopting to tactics, or going to the ECI in fact to complain against Raitu Bandhu.
So, Swastika, good you mentioned the Election Commission, because there's just some news which is coming in, and Election Commission certainly has been approached extensively by both the BRS and the Congress party, at least as far as the battle for Telangana is concerned. Now, after the BRS wrote to the poll body complaining against the Congress over allegations of using deep fake videos, KTR has now gone on to say, and to quote him, Congress is a deep fake party. That is what he has accused the Congress of. Swastika, what is the reason behind it? What are the deep fake videos that the BRS is talking about?
Well, this is really a counter campaign coming in from the BRS's side. In fact, this is coming because the Congress has heightened its social media pitch on Twitter, whether it is Facebook, even on YouTube, with ads and different kinds of graphics. So deepfake was one aspect that was highlighted by the BRS after several audio clips, including of KTR, allegedly speaking to his cadres in different constituencies and appealing to them to ensure that those who've got benefits from them in the name of welfare schemes vote for them in masses. The BRS has on record denied all of this. They've also in fact raised objections to the ads that the Congress had come up with. In fact, some of them they call derogatory as far as Kavita's image is concerned because of her alleged involvement in the liquor scam, but which the Congress in fact has been playing up, naming her as an accused. In fact, there were several videos of KCR also which have now been taken down by the ECI officials, which had in fact circulated through WhatsApp groups of different in fact people in rural areas particularly, that the TRS has raised an objection to. I'm going to quickly go across to a first time voter. In fact, after a long time, after a lot of struggle, I found somebody who is willing to speak. You're a first time voter. Firstly, show me your this is it. This is why we need more and more youngsters to come out and vote as far as Hyderabad is concerned, which has had very poor turnout in the last elections as well. What were the key issues for you? On what basis you're voting for whichever party it is?
Actually, I depend. I have responsibility. I'm very happy to vote, for casting my first vote, and then I majorly see what are the problems society has been facing in rural and as well as in urban, and then I see the development wise. And then how the corruption and the society has been cruel and everything.
When you mentioned about corruption, interestingly, this is one allegation that is coming against the ruling BRS. When you talk about corruption, what do you mean by that?
Basically, corruption takes place in each and every place, so it's not depend on the places which is majorly focused. Even in some places where there are no focus on the places, and the corruption takes everywhere, and we citizens have to take responsibility where corruption shouldn't take place. It's not only about the government where corruption is taking over. Even we citizens are encouraging what corruption is.
Okay, I want to ask you, you live in Hyderabad, right? Yes. What more needs to be done as far as Hyderabad is concerned? It's infrastructure heavy, but when it comes to the basic facilities like road, and especially when it rains, I've seen a lot of youngsters taking to Twitter and complaining about it. What are the issues that you want to focus on for whichever party it is?
I don't specifically tell which party has been doing what and all. Generally, I can just say there are problems development wise or else infrastructure wise or anything. I am happy development wise have been increased in our Hyderabad compared to other cities, but whereas there is no proper infrastructure in some areas which is not even developed. Yeah.
Okay, I want to ask you this final question. We've seen aggressive campaigning on social media from all the parties which are in the fray. Does it impact a young voter like you? Do you get influenced by what is happening on social media?
Actually, this is a very good question. Social media is one of the platform where everybody get influenced very easily. But whereas we see not only about the social media, it's our main responsibility, individual responsibility, where we have to take an initiative and we have to cast our votes.
So regardless of all the ads and all the campaigns, so your decision is based on what work has been done on
Yes, I'll just look into the reality, what is going on in our society, and according to that, I cast my vote.
Thank you very much and all the very best.
Thanks.
So yes, social media is a key focus here. We are talking about deep fake videos, but in fact the other side is the BRS's campaign, in fact, was got a stiff challenge from the Congress because their ads, in fact, their entire promos and all the kinds of promotional material that the Congress had come up with did manage to get a lot of resonance on the ground, and especially those who are active social media users. We spoke to a young voter who says it does not affect to her as much as it is, but generally that's going to have a big factor for any party that wins election in Telangana as well.
Well, I hope not the fake news, but thank you very much, Swastika, and do go out and vote. First time voters, definitely yes, but everyone must go and exercise the power of democracy. Thank you very much, Mr. Arun. Thank you very much, Swastika, for getting us those details. But their netas have been up and about casting their vote early this morning, and they have been speaking exclusively to CNN News 18 as well. Let's listen in to all of them.
How confident are you of your party doing well this time around? You're contesting on 9 seats.
Well, we are very much confident, and I'm sure, inshallah, today I expect, I hope, and I request the people of Hyderabad and Telangana to come out in thousands and cast your vote, strengthen the democracy of our country, create more confidence in the Constitution of India. And this is the best and the right time for the people to show their choice, their like or dislike for anyone, for any candidate. And, if you are worried about Hyderabad's progress, if you are worried that we have to, what will happen to the law and order, if you are worried about how our cultural habits should not be affected, if you are worried about how Telangana will progress, this is the time to come out and exercise your choice, which the Constitution has given it to you.
Anti-incumbency is worrying you. 10 years of government, you've also been part of the government. Is that something which is worrying you?
We are not part of the government. We are not part of the government. But I'm sure that, you see, now is not the time to talk about politics. But I'm sure that the good things that have happened in Telangana, the progress that is visible everywhere, I'm sure that people will keep that in mind.
वोट तो डालना जरूरी होता है, क्योंकि जब भी इलेक्शन होता है तो वोट डालना जरूरी होता है। अगर आप नहीं डालेंगे तो आपका कोई हक भी नहीं बनता कि आप क्या बोलते सो हम किसी से क्वेश्चन कर सकते हैं या किसी से आप पूछ सकते हैं कि ऐसा डेवलपमेंट नहीं हुआ, ये नहीं हुआ। तो मैं समझता हूँ सही जगह पे वोट डालेंगे तो सही रिजल्ट आएंगे।
सो भी जनता से, भाई बहनों से अनुरोध करना चाहता हूँ, आप घर से बाहर निकलकर पहला वोट डालना अपना फर्ज है, अपना रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है। कोई भी पार्टी हो, और पैसे से, लिकर से, शराब से लोगों को देकर वोट लेना चाहते हैं, मगर मैं सबसे अनुरोध करना चाहता हूँ, उसको ठोक कर करो, इसको ठोकर मारो, पैसे को, लिकर को। आपका मन में क्या चाहिए, आपको मन क्या चाहते हैं, व्यक्ति कैसा है, पार्टी कैसा है, हम स्वयं हमारा सरकार हम बनाएंगे। तेलंगाना के जनता के ऊपर विश्वास है, हमारा पार्टी पूरा बहुमत मिलेगा आदरणीय मोदी जी के नाम पर।
कांग्रेस पार्टी जो 6 गारंटीज दिए एंड जो तेलंगाना डेवलपमेंट मॉडल देश के लिए एक रास्ता दिखाएंगे, इस चुनाव में अच्छा नई सरकार बना दे के लोगों का उम्मीद पूरी करने के लिए कांग्रेस पार्टी कोशिश करेंगे। इसीलिए मैं बार बार कहता हूँ, केसीआर कभी तेलंगाना समस्याओं को हल्का करने के लिए कोशिश नहीं किए, इनके फेल्यूर्स आज भी दिख रहा है। तो अभी केसीआर को कुछ बोलने से भी कोई फायदा नहीं है, क्योंकि इज आउटगोइंग चीफ मिनिस्टर, ही डजंट हैव एनी रोल टू प्ले एंड ही डजंट हैव एनी इंटरेस्ट टू प्ले आल्सो, सो ही इज हैविंग ओनली पर्सनल इंटरेस्ट, फैमिली इंटरेस्ट।
Well, poll for Telangana is going to end at 5 p.m. and that's when a mega poll of polls coverage will also begin. Do watch us from 5 p.m. onwards for the mega poll of poll coverage. With this, we go into a break, but news continues over here on CNN News 18.
Hello, Moto. Hello, Moto.
India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi kept a close eye and was one of the first to speak to the tunnel workers after their miraculous rescue.
जय हिंद भैया, सबको बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं।
भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय।
बस आपके जो नारे हैं ना, देश सुन करके आज बहुत ही प्रभावित हो जाएगा।
But there were some heroes whose wisdom and vigor made this mission a mammoth success.
Well done. Well done, Bhaskar.
12 men went where no machine could. After a series of setbacks, it was the banned practice of rat hole mining that came to the rescue of the trapped labourers. The team arrived at the Silkyara tunnel on the 27th of November to help in the rescue operations. They wanted 36 hours to clear the debris, but within 27 hours, they had reached the trapped workers. Leading the pack of rat hole miners were Feroz Qureshi and Monu Kumar, who were the first to reach the labourers after they cleared the last bit of the rubble inside the tunnel.
26 से 28 घंटे नॉन स्टॉप काम किया है मैं। ये मुश्किलें तो आई थी, बहुत सारी बाधाएं आई हैं मुश्किलों की, लेकिन
जी
मुश्किलें आने के बाद भी हमने ये एक जज्बा बना लिया था कि हमें करना ही करना है। और प्लस जो हमारे मुन्ना भाई हैं, वो उन्होंने हमें ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा हौसला दिया और उन्होंने हमें काबिल समझा के कर पाएंगे, क्योंकि वो हमारे गुरु हैं, उन्होंने हमें काम सिखाया है, तो उन्हें अपने हुनर पे पूरा भरोसा था।
Arnold Dix, who heads the Geneva-based International Tunnelling and Underground Space Association, is known for taking risks when it comes to underground construction. He had been a part of the Silkyara tunnel rescue mission since the 20th of November and provided technical expertise on the operation. He guided the rescuers on maneuvering the treacherous ground. He would often be seen at a small temple near the tunnel, praying for the safe evacuation of the labourers.
It has been my honour to serve, and as a parent, it's been my honour to help all the parents out there getting their children home. And you remember in the beginning I said 41 people home safe, no one gets hurt by Christmas. We are calm and we knew exactly what we wanted, and we worked as a wonderful team. And when I say a wonderful team, the best engineers here in India, the army, their engineers, the best I've ever worked with, all the agencies, the federal authority, the state, all the people. It was just a joy to be a part of this successful mission, just one part. And I've got to go to the temple because I've promised to say thank you for what's happened, because my friends, if you haven't noticed, I think we've just witnessed a miracle.
Lieutenant General Syed Atta Hasnain, a member of the National Disaster Management Agency, used to oversee the operations and coordination between agencies. He didn't let setbacks in the operation affect the morale of the entire team. With his trademark calm demeanour, he ensured that no stone was left unturned in the rescue effort.
And therefore,
from the Battle of the States, the battle inside Parliament, the winter session of the Parliament session is going to begin from 4th of December and is going to end on the 22nd of the same month. But ahead of the session, the Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee has already written to a Union Home Minister Amit Shah regarding the new criminal bills. Mamata in her letter has urged the Home Minister and the government not to rush the bills and build a consensus on them first. She has further argued that overhauling the existing laws without proper consultation will have far-reaching implications on the politics. The opposition members have also given dissent notes to the criminal bills in the Parliamentary Standing Committee. Mamata Banerjee is the first to seek time for the passage of the criminal law bills and is expected to get unanimous support from other opposition parties, especially those who are a part of the India Front Alliance.
ममता बनर्जी ने फिर जो है अपनी तरफ से एक जिम्मेदार पॉलिटिशियन, एक जिम्मेदार इस राज्य की मुख्यमंत्री जो 3 बार रह चुकी है मुख्यमंत्री, वो लिख रही हैं कि ये जो संहिता आइन आने वाला है, जो सीआरपीसी आईपीसी को चैलेंज कर रहे हैं, ये सब क्रिमिनल लॉज हैं और इसमें जो वो कानून बदलने की कोशिश करें, इसमें हड़बड़ी ना करें। सब दलों को लेके, और एक पार्लियामेंट स्टैंडिंग कमेटी है जिसके सदस्य इंडिया अलायंस से भी हैं और सब दलों से भी है, सबको लेके बैठना है, इसको लेके हड़बड़ी नहीं करने के लिए, क्योंकि ये देश के लिए विपटाई होगा। तो आज के दिन भी ममता बनर्जी ऑन रिकॉर्ड वो लीडरशिप दे रही हैं सब पार्टियों के संग कि चलिए इसके विरुद्ध हम लोग को लड़ना है।
In fact, Mamata Banerjee, as we just reported, has already spoken to written to the Home Minister, where she has written, and I quote from that letter, the centre must not rush through the criminal bills. The bills were examined by the Bengal government in detail, and a consensus among the stakeholders is important. It must be built. The bills have potential serious implications. Comments on the West Bengal government have been sent to the Rajya Sabha Secretariat as well, where we do expect this bill likely to come up in the winter session. Payal has been covering this in detail. Payal, you covered every parliamentary standing committee meetings. You also reported on the dissent notes. Do you think the government may take cognizance of it once the session begins?
The government is unlikely to take cognizance given the fact that the report has been adopted. Pallavi, the report has about 48 amendments to it. And also, this is not the first time around that the TMC has made that point. I remember very distinctly that Derek O'Brien, who's a member of the committee, had also requested the chairman earlier as well, saying that what is the grave hurry? What is the tearing hurry? That's what the opposition parties have questioned, that why can't you push it for beyond 2024? Because they need detailed investigation, looking into the matter. They need deeper discussions. Remember, Pallavi, the opposition party has given a list of 17 people that they wanted to be summoned as witnesses, out of which just one lawyer was summoned. So that is also something which has been there. In fact, this objection was also raised by a former Home Minister and member of the Rajya Sabha from the Congress party. Mr. P. Chidambaram also is part of the committee, but it is pretty unlikely that the government will relent. Now that this bill has been listed, the last time around the bill was introduced, it was sent for parliamentary scrutiny, but the bill has now been cleared by parliamentary scrutiny. What will be very interesting to see is what happens to the bill. Given the fact that there are so many amendments to the bill, it is pretty much possible that the government will have to bring in a new bill or a fresh bill in its place.
Thank you very much, Payal. Payal, of course, is going to be covering every detail of the winter session of Parliament, so we are going to get an update on this. But moving on to other news as well. Heavy rains have hit parts of Tamil Nadu, which has submerged properties and also has caused heavy water blogging. Rains have lashed out in Chennai, Chengalpattu, Ranipet and Kanchipuram and Thiruvarur districts. The India Meteorological Department has already issued an orange alert for Chennai and its neighbouring districts on December 2nd and 3rd, indicating the likelihood or heavy to very heavy rainfalls. Schools will remain closed in Chennai and Chengalpattu and Kanchipuram today. A holiday has also been announced for both schools and colleges in the Thiruvarur district. Chennai Corporation has launched a helpline number for its citizens. NDRF teams have been kept on standby. The IMD in its bulletin has observed the formation of a low pressure area in the southeast Bay of Bengal. The formation is expected to form a cyclonic storm within the next few days. Let me just go across to my colleague Purnima, who's been covering all these details. Purnima, how bad is the impact of these heavy rains?
Well, right now the rains have receded, so the water levels have sort of come down. But if I can show you the water level, it's currently knee deep. Yesterday, because of incessant rains from evening 6 p.m. till about midnight, the water levels were at least waist deep, but now it's knee deep, and this is the kind of situation in low-lying areas. And we are coming to you from West Mamlam, which is one of the low-lying areas. And if I can show you the water, because of rains, the waters have also entered some of these apartments. If I can, show you this particular apartment here in West Mamlam, it's an apartment. The ground floor is also inundated. In fact, yesterday there were incessant rains and waters have entered some of the apartments located on the ground floor. Today as well, inside the apartment, there's still water level. Of course, it's receded because the rains have stopped for some time. But remember, the Met Department has predicted heavy to very heavy rainfall for the next 5 days in Chennai, Kanchipuram and Chengalpattu. But some of the apartments in low-lying areas are inundated, and these are the visuals from an apartment in West Mamlam. In fact, நேத்திக்கு வந்துட்டு இதோட மோசமா இருந்தது. தண்ணி எவ்வளவு தூரம் வந்தது?
நேற்று இவ்வளோ தான் இருந்தது, இதோட கொஞ்சம் ஹைட்டாக இருந்தது, இப்போ கொஞ்சம் கம்மியாக இருக்க மாதிரி தான் இருக்குது. சரிங்களா, இந்த ஃப்ளாட்டு தான் பாவம் ரொம்ப கஷ்டப்படுறாங்க பாருங்க. இந்த ஃபுல்லாக எல்லாமே பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஃபுல்லாக முழுகி இருக்குது, யாரும் வெளியே வர முடியல, எல்லாம் வீட்டுக்குள்ளேயே தான் இருக்காங்க மோஸ்ட்லி பார்த்தீங்கன்னா. என்ன ஒன்று ட்ரைனேஜ் ப்ராப்ளம் பார்த்தா அப்போ அந்த ப்ராப்ளம் தீரல பிறகு
ரெயின் வாட்டர் ஹார்வெஸ்டிங்
ஆமாம் பண்ணாங்க, அப்போ அது தீர்வு எதுவுமே கிடைக்கல.
They are saying that rainwater harvesting was done, but despite that people are suffering. In fact, people who are staying in this apartment are not able to come out. The water levels were waist deep yesterday, but because the rains have stopped, the water levels have receded is what the residents here say. But they say that it's very difficult to commute. But if you can see the visuals on your screen, an auto in fact broke down because of the waterlogged area. There are people who are trying to commute through this area by walking, and they are struggling to commute. The state government has advised people to stay indoors and not step out unless it's essential and necessary. They've been asked to stay indoors. Corporation officials are monitoring the situation round the clock, trying to clear water in these low-lying areas. But with heavy to heavy rainfall for the next few days, residents, commuters, office goers will find it difficult. There have been reports of traffic congestion in many parts because of waterlogged areas. Even on the main roads, some of the main roads are waterlogged. So it's going to be a challenge, and this also reflects the poor civic apathy in these low-lying areas despite government taking measures including rainwater harvesting. And these are the visuals on your screen where people are struggling to commute, and it's only going to get worse if there are heavy and very heavy rainfall for the next 5 days. Back to you.
Purnima, if you remember, and I'm sure you do, Chennai has had a very poor track record. I remember when Jayalalitha was the chief minister, there were massive rains in Chennai. Questions were raised over the infrastructure, how it's not ready to face heavy rainfall. Do you think, I know it's early days yet, that is also possibly one of the reasons why today Chennai is finding it difficult in grappling with the infrastructure as many of the other districts are?
Absolutely, yes. Every time it rains, one gets reminded of the 2015 December floods, and it's going to be December, and people are yet again scared because of the kind of inundated areas like this one. In fact, if you can see, I'm even struggling to walk past this area because it was only 10 centimeter rainfall that the city had witnessed, but it's already worse. You can see this entire apartment and residents here are in fact complaining. You can see there's a bike there that's almost inundated. This is waterlogged, this entire area, and people who are staying on the ground floor are not able to clear water because water has even entered their residence. And this is the gentleman here who's trying to show us his residence because I believe he's staying on the ground floor and he's not able to commute. Sir, you're staying in the ground floor, is it? You're staying in the ground floor.
Totally flooded.
It's already flooded?
Yeah, flooded. Yeah.
Okay. And have you tried reaching out to the government officials?
Yeah, everything was tried, everything was petitioned. Yeah, people are coming, but overflow is the rainwater. Yeah, drain are returning.
Okay.
So not able to then.
And people who are staying on the ground floor, how is the situation? Have they already been evacuated, or are
Yeah,
they still?
already 3 floors are gone. The ground floor, 3 flats are gone. One more flat there. She's staying
And
upstairs
people
only.
are staying inside the apartment?
Yeah, one madam is there. You can come and see.
Okay.
Come and
so
see.
we'll try to get you those visuals, and as you speak, if you look at it, it's actually waist deep water. If I can tell you, it's getting worse, and it's going to be very difficult for us to even enter this particular house because it's waist deep water here, Pallavi. I'm even struggling to enter because the water levels are increasing as we go closer to that apartment. But he says that the ground floor here is completely inundated except for one family. The rest of them have vacated from this place, considering that it's only going to get worse in the coming days because of heavy to very heavy rainfall predicted.
All right. Do stay safe, Purnima. Thank you very much for getting us that ground report. We also have Mr. S.G. Surya of the BJP joining us. My colleague on the ground was also talking about the earlier floods in Chennai, and since then there has been a debate about the infrastructure and whether Chennai is really rain ready, whether our metros and capitals really are. Your impressions from what scenes we are seeing coming out in many districts of Tamil Nadu?
See, we cannot help if the rain gods are going to, make you struggle with unexpected rains. But our only question is that all claims that were made by the present government. It's 3 years since the government came. They say they have spent more than 4,000 crores only in Chennai for rainwater drainage system and other rain harvesting systems. But Unfortunately, there is no difference seen in the ground. It is same what it was like the previous years, especially in the year 2015 when there were crazy rains like this year. So, what is the progress that has been made in the last 3 years? That is our only question. We have the Chennai mayor and minister, including the chief minister, making tall claims that Chennai is capable of handling any rains. And they said they have built infrastructure that can handle any amount of rain. But with a very less rain than predicted in just 2 days, you see the entire city submerged into water. So obviously there has been something wrong in the entire planning system for the last 3 years, which they have to answer.
Okay. Thank you very
Otherwise,
much.
I don't have complaints with the corporation or anybody. They are doing their best job. But the question is with the political class who have been making tall claims always. We don't see any work that is fructifying in the ground.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Surya, for getting us those details. This is also going to be one story we are going to keep track on. And what we are going to keep track of also is the polls, the battle for Telangana and other states, which is going to end at 5 p.m. today. So do watch our mega poll or polls coverage from 5 p.m. onwards. With this, we are just going to come back after a short break.
Hello, Moto. Hello, Moto.
Through this for too many years in my life. There were times when I was woken up at 2:30 in the morning and I knew that this can't be good news. When someone wakes you up at 2:30 in the morning and can only give you bad news. The good news can wait for the morning. So I'm used to disappointments, but personally I did not want to show that kind of a concern to the nation when I was holding the responsibility of bringing information to the nation as such. Yes, there were moments when I was a little dismayed myself, but I kept that under curbs. The best face had to be projected to the nation through the media, and I compliment the Indian media. I compliment the Indian media for this sense of maturity, the ability in which they could present these news. I don't think the media in India has ever displayed this kind of a propensity towards utter maturity. It's been absolutely a marvelous moment for all of us. And therefore, I think a huge thanks is due to the media also.
Minister of State for Road Transport and Highways, General V.K. Singh, was stationed at the tunnel for days on end. The former army chief never lost hope for the trapped labourers, and he made sure to greet each of the 41 men when they emerged from the tunnel after 17 long days. While the Great Indian Tunnel Rescue has been about hope and happiness, it is as much about the heroes who made it possible. "17 days, 57 meters, 41 lives, one incredible rescue." When each worker was pulled out of the Silkyara tunnel, where they had been trapped for 400 hours, loud cheers broke out at the sight, and the whole country heaved a collective sigh of relief. They say it takes an army to build a village. So when it came to India's biggest rescue operation, multiple agencies worked round the clock to make this moment happen. The National Disaster Response Force, the Indian Army, the State Disaster Response Force, Border Roads Organization, all collaborated for this mammoth operation. India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi kept a close eye and was one of the first to speak to the tunnel workers after their miraculous rescue.
जय हिंद भैया, सबको बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं।
भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय।
बस आपके जो नारे हैं ना, देश सुन करके आज बहुत ही प्रभावित हो जाएगा।
But there were some heroes whose wisdom and vigor made this mission a mammoth success.
Well done. Well done, Bhaskar.
12 men went where no machine could. After a series of setbacks, it was the banned practice of rat hole mining that came to the rescue of the trapped labourers. The team arrived at the Silkyara tunnel on the 27th of November to help in the rescue operations. They wanted 36 hours to clear the debris, but within 27 hours, they had reached the trapped workers. Leading the pack of rat hole miners were Feroz Qureshi and Monu Kumar, who were the first to reach the labourers after they cleared the last bit of the rubble inside the tunnel.
26 से 28 घंटे नॉन स्टॉप काम किया है मैंने। ये मुश्किलें तो आई थी, बहुत सारी बाधाएं आई हैं मुश्किलों की।
To some other news, an Indian has been charged by US for foiled plot to murder the Sikh for Justice Chief Gulpant Singh Bannun. A man named Nikhil Gupta has been arrested in the Czech Republic in June this year, and since then the US has accused him for being a gun for hire and has tried to extradite him for further proceedings. Indian authorities are coordinating with the US on the case and are providing all the necessary assistance. CNN News 18's intel sources suggest that the United States have no solid proof against Gupta, who has so far denied all the allegations against him.
From the month of August onwards, we have been working closely with our American counterparts, with partners around the world, on the very serious allegations that we shared in September that we believe India was involved, agents of the government of India were involved in the killing of a Canadian citizen on Canadian soil. The news coming out of the United States further underscores what we've been talking about from the very beginning, which is that India needs to take this seriously. The Indian government needs to work with us to ensure that we're getting to the bottom of this. This is not something that anyone can take lightly. Our responsibility is to keep Canadians safe, and that's what we're going to continue to do.
Okay, let me go across to my colleague Abhishek Jha, who covers the MEA for us. Abhishek, how serious, because the allegations which are also the clarification rather coming in from our intel sources is that there is no proof against Nikhil Gupta.
Well, there is no proof, Pallavi, sure, but the U.S. Court of Justice would go ahead with the kind of submission they have got from the law enforcement agencies, and going by that, probably Nikhil Gupta would be charged with the conspiracy to plotting to kill Gulpant Singh Bannun, who has been a U.S. national. The point is that during the entire submission that has been made to the court, there are certain paragraphs which also suggest that Nikhil Gupta and his associates were closely linked with the killers of Hardeep Singh Nichar in Canada. That is a suggestive paragraph that doesn't establishes the fact that Nikhil Gupta was directly responsible. But yes, he was an Indian national. So in that perspective, it becomes really a headache for Indian agencies that how they are going to pursue this case. We know that the US side has shared some intelligence input with the Indian government, and Indian government has issued a statement just 2 days ago that they are working on all the inputs they have received from the US side on the issues of national security and threats and individuals or organized crimes. So in that context, we know that probably this case particularly could have been discussed between US side and Indian agencies, authorities during the recent.
All right, thank you very much, Abhishek, for giving us that quick update. Another story which we certainly are going to be keeping track of. But the big story, of course, today continues to remain the battle for Telangana. Well, on 119 seats, the battle for Telangana is taking place, and with that, it's going to be an end for the battle for the states.
तेलंगाना के लोग केसीआर सरकार को उखाड़कर फेंकने के लिए कमर कस चुके हैं।
केसीआर शिवयात्रना तेलंगाना जैत्र यात्रा।
ये मेरे लिए राजनीतिक लड़ाई नहीं है, ये खून की लड़ाई है, डीएनए की लड़ाई है। हमारा पहला कदम सरकार बनने के एकदम बाद जाति जनगणना करने का होगा, कास्ट सर्वे।
Well, it's finally going to be ending, which is the battle for the states, which has been going on over the last 1 month or so. And it is going to end, of course, with the battle for Telangana. Even as we speak, polling is going on for the 119 constituencies. Well, it's over to the voters in the states as polling is going on, and it's going to go on till 5 p.m. It's, of course, a high-stake battle for both the BRS and the Congress party, particularly for the state's Chief Minister, K. Chandrasekhar Rao, who is looking for a hat-trick, and also amidst an perceptible wave of anti-incumbency and a very tough challenge coming in from the Congress party. For the Congress party, it's also a do-or-die battle because they put in all the stakeholders and have run a high-voltage battle. Will they be able to win this state in the south after Karnataka? But the third player, and someone which would not be underestimated, is the BJP, which is hopeful of making a dent in several of the constituencies, particularly in northern Telangana and Hyderabad. The other key player, of course, is Asaduddin Owaisi's AIMIM, which is contesting on 9 seats in Hyderabad. Meanwhile, the BRS has already written to the Election Commission against the Congress party, accusing it of using deep fake videos and audios of their leaders to seek votes, whereas Congress has also complained to the EC against K. Kavita because, according to them, she had appealed for votes outside a polling booth, which is a violation of the Model Code of Conduct. So these are the important stakeholders which we are going to be watching as far as the battle for Telangana is concerned. As you can see on your screens, all the big players already cast their vote early this morning. The celebrities, the politicians, all of them were out there, and they have been speaking exclusively to us as well. Let us get in the first voice coming in from KCR's son, but the star campaigner and the main face of the BRS in the state, KTR. Let's listen into what he had to say and then on to others as well.
Is this the most challenging election for you?
Not at all. In fact, on 3rd December, you'll see that this is probably our biggest victory.
How are you seeing the Congress this time around, sir?
Congress is always Congress. You know how it is. Well, I mean, there's nothing new about them. It's all old wine in a new bottle. There's nothing new about them.
A lot of concern being raised about the deep fake videos.
It's a deep fake party, so what do I do?
How many seats are you confident of winning, sir?
88 plus. Cheers.
Akka, you're going to vote. What are your first thoughts?
I really hope Hyderabad votes, and I really hope the entire Telangana votes in large numbers. I kindly appeal to the youth, especially to the women and young men out there, please come out and vote. It is not a holiday, it is election day, an important day to make felt your presence in the state, make felt that your voice matters. Please come out and vote, and I'm very confident whoever comes out to vote will vote for BRS.
Well, how do you see the Congress? Is this your toughest election?
Not at all, not at all. On the ground, we are very, very comfortable. We've been campaigning on the ground. People love KCR Garu. People have received many benefits of the election, many benefits of our government, and we are very confident that we'll be voted back to power the third time.
How confident are you of your party doing well this time around? You're contesting on 9 seats.
Well, we are very much confident, and I'm sure, inshallah, today I expect, I hope, and I request the people of Hyderabad and Telangana to come out in thousands and cast your vote, strengthen the democracy of our country, create more confidence in the Constitution of India. And this is the best and the right time for the people to show their choice, their like or dislike for anyone, for any candidate. And, if you are worried about Hyderabad's progress, if you are worried that we have to, what will happen to the law and order, if you are worried about how our cultural habits should not be affected, if you are worried about how Telangana will progress, this is the time to come out and exercise your choice, which the Constitution has given it to you.
Anti-incumbency is worrying you. 10 years of government, you've also been part of the government. Is that something which is worrying you?
We are not part of the government. We are not part of the government. But I'm sure that, you see, now is not the time to talk about politics. But I'm sure that the good things that have happened in Telangana, the progress that is visible everywhere, I'm sure that people will keep that in mind.
And let me go across to Payal, who got us that exclusive conversation with Owaisi. She is joining us from Banjara Hills in Hyderabad. Payal, I was listening to what Owaisi had to tell you, but do you get this sense, because of the few days that you spent over there, that it is a high-stake battle for all the stakeholders? And can you just break down for us BRS, what it means for them, Owaisi, the Congress, and of course the BJP?
Well, it is of course a high-stake battle for everybody over here, given the fact that the BRS is fighting anti-incumbency, AIMIM, a well-known alliance of the BRS is also, trying its political chances over here. There's a lot at stake for the Congress party to prove to the world and to prove to the BJP in particular that they are the force to reckon with. They are the grand old party, and after Karnataka, it's not just like a splash in the pan. They have more to themselves, and of course the BJP will have to look at how they can make inroads down south. So it's quite a high-stake battle. I'm currently at a polling booth in Banjara Hills, where you can see people are queuing up. It's still early parts of the morning, given the fact that yes, polling is in fact taking place. We'll try and speak to a couple of people, because remember, this is another high-profile constituency. Banjara Hills is supposed to be a high-profile constituency here in the capital city as well. You've come out to vote, ma'am. For the voters of Hyderabad, what does this election mean?
Election means I would suggest that everybody should come and vote, because it's we who are making the government. We should always exercise our right to vote, because it is important for our own governance.
Ma'am, what do you expect, without naming any political party, what do you expect whoever comes to power, what should they do for you?
Better amenities and better employment opportunities for all. And the way Hyderabad is developing, I would love that it would be better than the metro cities in India. Yeah.
Before we let you go, we would like you to show your ink finger to our viewers so they can motivate others to vote.
Please vote.
Right, a vigilant citizen over here who's cast a vote, Pallavi, just making an appeal, essentially asking people to come out and vote for better amenities, because remember, Hyderabad is one of the fastest growing cities in the country. The kind of development that we've really seen across Hyderabad is something which everybody talks about, especially the fact that it's a tech capital of the country. That's the focus that has been over there, but yes, there's a lot at stake for various political parties over here, especially BRS trying to save its bastion along with MIM. And of course, at the same time, there are new entrants in the fray. The Congress party probably trying its fortune after at least a decade, because for a decade long has been the BRS's stay over here in Telangana. Pallavi.
And Payal, you also cover the BJP, and there are many people who ask this question that BJP perhaps doesn't have that much of a stake. It's relatively a new state for them. But why is it that they're putting in so much of campaigning, so much of energy? Do they also have a plan for down south, particularly for Telangana?
Pallavi, if you've seen what the BJP has really done in a municipal corporation election like the GHMC and the kind of effort that they put in over here, that tells you the kind of style of campaigning that Narendra Modi, Amit Shah and JP Nadda really have. You've had Prime Minister do several rallies over here. You had JP Nadda was camped in here for the last couple of days. You of course had Amit Shah as well. So that's what the BJP really does. Even though, given the arithmetic and the logic over here, possibly it is, many say that BJP is like a Begani Shadi mein Abdullah Diwana, because they don't have much to offer over here. With the fact that campaign actually, plummeted at a very, very wrong time. About 6 months ago, the BJP was a force to reckon with. But after the removal of Bandi Sanjay, probably you've seen a lot of BJP's campaign going down. The fact that people on ground would start to talk and say that BRS and the BJP are one team, and that is possibly the reason there was no action taken against Kavita Rao. That's something which is also dented the BJP in a big way, so much so that the Prime Minister to come out and clarify that on one occasion when KCR wanted to join the ND, the Prime Minister had said no as well. But is it cutting ice with people on ground? We'll have to just wait and see on the 3rd of December. But for now, the highest stake battle as far as this elections in Telangana are concerned is BJP. Of course, can pay a spoil spot if they actually can manage figures in double numbers. If they can get seats in double numbers, then they can actually be a spoil spot as far as the chances of the others are concerned, because out of 119 seats, if 10 plus go to somebody else and MIM is looking at about 7 out of 9, then you really have a battle on hand, because one of the other sides will have to get at least 60 to be able to form a government on their own. And the Congress party looks very confident they've had an aggressive campaign, and so does the BRS.
Absolutely, and you're absolutely right. The BJP also takes every election seriously, and in case it perform well, it is going to hurt the Congress party probably. Thank you very much, Payal, for getting us those details, where we are calling these battles or these state elections as the big battle for 2024, coming very close to Lok Sabha elections next year. In Telangana, there are 119 seats which are up for grabs. The question is that will KCR beat the anti-incumbency? It's a three-cornered fight in the state. Prime Minister's popularity, something which emboldens the BJP. There's also a battle for the welfare schemes. The farmer factor is visible in 75 of the rural seats. There's a wave in favor of the Congress. That's the question. Is it there? Will MAIM actually play a spoil sport? That's also the rather big question over here. So it's a high-stake battle for them. Let's listen in to all other reactions which have come in from the crowd.
वोट तो डालना जरूरी होता है, क्योंकि जब भी इलेक्शन होता है तो वोट डालना जरूरी होता है। अगर आप नहीं डालेंगे तो आपका कोई हक भी नहीं बनता कि आप क्या बोलते सो हम किसी से क्वेश्चन कर सकते हैं या किसी से आप पूछ सकते हैं कि ऐसा डेवलपमेंट नहीं हुआ, ये नहीं हुआ। तो मैं समझता हूँ सही जगह पे वोट डालेंगे तो सही रिजल्ट आएंगे।
सो भी जनता से, भाई बहनों से अनुरोध करना चाहता हूँ, आप घर से बाहर निकलकर पहला वोट डालना अपना फर्ज है, अपना रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है। कोई भी पार्टी हो, और पैसे से, लिकर से, शराब से लोगों को देकर वोट लेना चाहते हैं, मगर मैं सबसे अनुरोध करना चाहता हूँ, उसको ठोक कर करो, इसको ठोकर मारो, पैसे को, लिकर को। आपका मन में क्या चाहिए, आपको मन क्या चाहते हैं, व्यक्ति कैसा है, पार्टी कैसा है, हम स्वयं हमारा सरकार हम बनाएंगे। तेलंगाना के जनता के ऊपर विश्वास है, हमारा पार्टी पूरा बहुमत मिलेगा आदरणीय मोदी जी के नाम पर।
कांग्रेस पार्टी जो 6 गारंटीज दिए एंड जो तेलंगाना डेवलपमेंट मॉडल देश के लिए एक रास्ता दिखाएंगे, इस चुनाव में अच्छा नई सरकार बना दे के लोगों का उम्मीद पूरी करने के लिए कांग्रेस पार्टी कोशिश करेंगे। इसीलिए मैं बार बार कहता हूँ, केसीआर कभी तेलंगाना समस्याओं को हल्का करने के लिए कोशिश नहीं किए, इनके फेल्यूर्स आज भी दिख रहा है। तो अभी केसीआर को कुछ बोलने से भी कोई फायदा नहीं है, क्योंकि इज आउटगोइंग चीफ मिनिस्टर, ही डजंट हैव एनी रोल टू प्ले एंड ही डजंट हैव एनी इंटरेस्ट टू प्ले आल्सो, सो ही इज हैविंग ओनली पर्सनल इंटरेस्ट, फैमिली इंटरेस्ट।
मैं उन लोगों को टीआरएस कैंडिडेट का और कांग्रेस कैंडिडेट का हिसाब से ही देख रहा हूँ, लेकिन इन लोग बड़े बड़े हैं, इससे क्या होता है, इसे डर के हम पीछे हटने वाला नहीं है। इन लोग हमारा हिसाब में कैंडिडेट ही है। अभी इन लोग 40 साल पहले केसीआर क्या था, कुछ भी नहीं है ना। यहाँ तक उन्हें जर्नी में अभी मुख्यमंत्री बना, और ये रेवंत रेड्डी जी ने 2009 में क्या है, कुछ भी नहीं है ना। वहाँ से फिर उसका प्रस्थान शुरू हुआ। अभी उसका टाइम मिले, दोनों को भगवान अच्छा टाइम दिए, तकदीर अच्छा है, उन लोग है। लेकिन इन लोग पूरा सबसे जीनियस है बोल के नहीं सोचना। 101%, नॉट इन 101% फ्रॉम द बिगिनिंग, नॉट नाउ ओनली। मैं 5 साल से मेहनत कर रहा हूँ, पब्लिक से कर रहा हूँ, हम काम करे सो भी सबसे डिफरेंट है।
Okay, we've got both Swastika with us from the ground zero, also Payal. Swastika, to you first. We just heard all the voices. Is it KCR's toughest battle, you would say? Did he have this idea that the Congress certainly would make an intensive campaign? So what are the challenges that he faces?
Definitely, this is the most challenging battle for KCR. 2014 and 2018, he won on the basis of regional state sentiments plus welfare schemes. But this time around, the Congress's fortunes have turned after Karnataka. Though Karnataka and Telangana are completely different states in that matter, but the Congress's campaign style has been very much impressive and dynamic. In fact, in the last leg of the election campaign, the Congress, right from how it managed its pitch on social media to on the ground, sending out narratives like BRS, BJP and MIM are all one and the same, plus Rahul and Priyanka Gandhi managing the campaign. And also, Congress is something. Congress is a powerful force as far as Telangana and Andhra is concerned. In fact, during Y.S. Rajshekhar's time too, when in the United Andhra Pradesh in 2009, Congress had managed to win at least 35 to 40 seats in Telangana region. So this particularly has been one of the core, support base for the party. But then the party virtually had diminished after KCR sort of came to power in 2014 and 18. That's why the Congress time and again has been also reaching out to the voters saying the person who got Telangana was Sonia Gandhi, but the beneficiary happened to be KCR. And that's why this is one of their core pitches for the KCR's party. In fact, this is apart from the anti-incumbency factor, which is majorly against their MLAs. As far as rural belt is concerned, which is actually the heartland of KCR's vote base, a lot of voters feel that they have, in fact, given him chance twice, and perhaps it's time for some change. However, a lot of women voters that we spoke to believe that it is KCR through which they've been getting pension, other kind of schemes for weavers and welfare-centric schemes for each and every community that has been working well for them. Certainly for KCR, they at first initially anticipated to get more than 80 seats, but that number has certainly come down in the wake of the different surveys that the party has been conducting.
Okay, I'm just going to go quickly across. Payal, we were touching this a short while back. You also spoke to Owaisi. For Owaisi, as you asked him, he also faces a strong anti-incumbency. The politics of Owaisi is largely based, of course, in and around Hyderabad, more specifically Hyderabad. He's ventured into other states as well. Sometimes he's done well, sometimes he's not done well. How critical then are these elections for him?
They're extremely critical because this is where he belongs to. This is his bastion. This is where his father was, a politician from. This is where he's an elected MP from. And Owaisi's politics around MIM is largely circulated around this area. So obviously there's everything which is there at stake for him in these elections as well. So obviously he is trying his best. He's vying for his best chances. Out of 9, he's expecting that at least 6 seats will come his way. Although 7 out of 7 in Hyderabad might not be. He'll probably struggle to win the 7th one is what I'm given to understand. But like I said, that this is something which he has to really, really focus on because his politics is around Hyderabad. He is a politician based out of Hyderabad. So MIM's base is Hyderabad and their base is this city. So that's why it's very, very important. But like I said, it's so encouraging, Pallavi, to see the voter turnout as well. I'm going to show you that the young and the old all are there, in voter. There's a lady who's standing here waiting for a chance to come out and vote. People have come out and voted. Swastika was just speaking about the women, votes and their importance. Let's try and speak to a couple of women in terms of, the most underestimated vote bank in the present day. That's something that everybody wants to focus on. We'll try and get in a couple of people to speak to us in just a bit because there are people who are rushing in and rushing out as well. Okay, I'm going to try and get in a word from a couple of people that I see over here as well. आप फर्स्ट टाइम वोटर है? वोट किया आपने? हाँ. कितना इम्पोर्टेंट है यंग लोगों को आके वोट करने के लिए? जरूरी है?
Yeah, it's important.
What makes you vote? Like, without naming any political party, what is your idea of a vote?
My idea is that it welfare for the society. It gives welfare for the society, and
is it important to get a better and a more advanced looking Hyderabad? Is that something which you're focusing on?
Yeah. That's
right. We'll try and speak to a couple of other people as well because there are a lot of young voters. I can see one right in front of me. Ma'am, have you gone ahead and casted your vote?
Oh yes.
Why is it important for people to come out and vote?
To exercise my franchisee, and I belong to India, and India is my country, and so proud about it.
And we have the democratic privilege, isn't it?
Oh yes, definitely.
Ma'am, what is the main issue for people of Hyderabad to come out and vote?
It's important to exercise our vote because that's how the government works, and we have all the rights to decide on which government is the best for us.
आप बताइए, आप वोट कर चुकी हैं?
मैंने वोट डाल दिया है.
मैं किसी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी का नाम नहीं लेना है आपको?
नहीं, मैं ह्यूमन राइट्स ऑफ काउंसिलिंग की प्रेसिडेंट हूँ ऑफ तेलंगाना. मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा और अगर बीजेपी सरकार आएंगी तो मुझे बहुत ज्यादा
आप किसी पार्टी का नाम नहीं ले सकती मैम.
खुशी होएगी मुझे.
Right. So obviously there you see a lot of excited voters over here. I did see a lot of many other voters going inside and probably casting their vote. And like one of the lady voters was saying, that it is important, Pallavi, for everybody to go and cast their vote, and that's the appeal that is being made by all political parties, irrespective of whoever is coming into power and whoever is not. But yes, excited lot coming out here to exercise their franchise.
Yes, and the lady, I liked what she said. She said, India is my country and I want to vote. Thank you very much, Payal, for getting us all those details, and thank you very much to Swastika as well. But we are also going to do a kind of an analysis about what it means for the BRS and the Congress party. What is it, the strengths as well as the weaknesses? First, let's take a look at the BRS. Now, the KCR has been recognized as a crusader for the formation of the Telangana state. Remember, it was a TRS, or the Telangana Rashtriya Committee or Samiti, and that became now the BRS. So that was his strong pitch, which he is something which he has always used. Apart from this, there are important schemes like the Raitu Bandhu, the KCR kits, which have become a huge hit. He also enjoys a substantial amount of support as far as a large number of minority voters in the state is concerned. Also, it's been noticed that there has been a remarkable improvement as far as the infra and healthcare infrastructure in the state is concerned. However, not without his minuses, many sitting MLAs are facing an anti-incumbency. There's also this allegation that it is a family Raj in Telangana, corruption charges against the KCR family as well. However, the opportunities which you can look at is that there has been a relatively weak opposition. Many of the netas have defected from the Congress, and there's internal strife both within the BJP as well as against the Congress party as well. But the problem also then for the BRS is that anti-incumbency challenge. It's also a taming of the BJP's robust leadership. The opposition is raising this point that many schemes may have been announced, but they have never ever been completed. Kavita has also been named in the excise policy case, and she has faced the ED twice over. But let us now look at what is it there for the Congress party in the state. Well, in Telangana, the Congress is very hopeful of a repeat of the Karnataka model, which is why the Chief Minister, Deputy CM DK Shivkumar as well as Siddaramaiah campaigned extensively in Telangana. Also, they have a very good grassroots cadre, unlike what the Congress party has in many other states as well. Also, its secular image is something which can help it to woo the Muslim voters. But then, the Congress is not without its problems as well. Internal strife, which is something which could hurt the party's image and chances. There are many important leaders who've left the Congress party to join either the BRS or the BJP. However, the BRS faces an anti-incumbency which the Congress party is using to its advantage. The corruption allegations against KCR family members is also a part of the intensive campaign run by the Congress. But the Congress also faces a bit of a problem there in the state because the BSP is running a silent campaign. Will it dent its vote bank? The AIMIM influence, will it impact the Muslim votes which the Congress party is looking at? So this is the main points. I'm going to go back to Payal once again. Payal, we've spoken about the BJP, we've spoken about the Congress, but let's talk a bit also about the BRS. There have been charges of all in the family. KCR has often been called a missing CM or a farmhouse chief minister. Does that hurt his image? And when KTR is going out and campaigning so extensively, does it send out this message that he perhaps is now going to soon take over the entire party's reins and possibly the government in case they come to power?
You know what the BRS essentially have been saying, Pallavi, that throughout the south of India, of course, dynastic politics is nothing new. Whether you look at like MK Stalin, whether you look at Jagan, or whether you look at even the leaders within the Congress fold. So if a politician is there as a politician, his family naturally will take up to the politics, and obviously the fact that they have their own party, why would they go ahead and join somebody else? That's the argument that is being given. Of course, there are a lot of allegations that have been made against the BRS chief and the Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao, saying that he's absent, he is not available. He's largely sitting in his farmhouse. That's the allegation that is being made by both the Congress party and the BJP. But having said that, what the BRS has argued, Pallavi, is that work has happened and work has happened extensively. The way in which Hyderabad has been developed over the last 9 years is what the BRS shows off, and they say that this is their development. The kind of schemes that have really been brought to the fore to in fact work towards the empowerment of every strata of society, especially the women and the weaker section, is something which they of course have been tom-tomming about. But the fact remains that they had faced a lot of backlash as far as the implementation of the Dalit Bandhu scheme is concerned, and the fact that they promised 2-bedroom hall kitchen house to people which has not been delivered, and that's made a lot of people very, very unhappy. But KTR has gone out. He's been extensively campaigning through the entire state. He's been taking forth the word saying that, this is the government which has brought people, up the ladder. This is the government which has actually empowered the weakest of the weak. And that's the reason this government deserves another chance. So essentially what they've said is that they are the sons of the soil. They are the people who have actually come in from here. They've risen after the Telangana movement, even though the credit, many say, would have to go to the Congress party for Sonia Gandhi having allowed it to really happen, to have Telangana formed.
Okay.
So a lot of arguments back and forth have really happened. But yes, all political parties are in fact trying to try their fortunes as far as these elections are concerned.
Yeah, Payal, the Prime Minister, I think, do correct me if I'm wrong, the Prime Minister had initially said that the BRS wanted to become a part of the NDA. Did that do damage to the BRS, or they have recovered with the clarifications which have come in both from the BJP later on? I think the Home Minister also clarified, and of course the BRS also. Okay, I'm just going to try and go back to Payal in a bit, but polling, we are just going to wait to see what has really been the polling figures, but they certainly seem to be quite brisk, especially also in the urban areas. Several stakeholders, 119 seats. There is, of course, the BRS hoping to be third time lucky. There's, of course, the Congress party hoping to be lucky down south after winning Karnataka, which is by the same model with 6 guarantees, using extensively of the Sonia Gandhi factor, the Indira Amma factor. All of this is being used. That's going to be our top focus. Polling ends at 5 p.m. and 5 p.m. begins a mega poll of polls coverage. Do tune in. We're going to go into a break, but we're going to be back with more news on the other side.
Hello, Moto. Hello, Moto.
लेकिन
जी
मुश्किलें आने के बाद भी हमने ये एक जज्बा बना लिया था कि हमें करना ही करना है। और प्लस जो हमारे मुन्ना भाई हैं वो उन्होंने हमें ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा हौसला दिया और उन्होंने हमें काबिल समझा के कर पाएंगे, क्योंकि वो हमारे गुरु हैं, उन्होंने हमें काम सिखाया है, तो उन्हें अपने हुनर पे पूरा भरोसा था।
Arnold Dix, who heads the Geneva-based International Tunnelling and Underground Space Association, is known for taking risks when it comes to underground construction. He had been a part of the Silkyara Tunnel Rescue Mission since the 20th of November and provided technical expertise on the operation. He guided the rescuers on maneuvering the treacherous ground. He would often be seen at a small temple near the tunnel, praying for the safe evacuation of the labourers.
It has been my honour to serve. And as a parent, it's been my honour to help all the parents out there getting their children home. And you remember in the beginning I said 41 people home safe, no one gets hurt by Christmas. We are calm and we knew exactly what we wanted and we worked as a wonderful team. And when I say a wonderful team, the best engineers here in India, the army, their engineers, the best I've ever worked with, all the agencies, the federal authority, the state, all the people. It was just a joy to be a part of this successful mission, just one part. And I've got to go to the temple because I've promised to say thank you for what's happened, because my friends, if you haven't noticed, I think we've just witnessed a miracle.
Lieutenant General Syed Atta Hasnain, a member of the National Disaster Management Agency, used to oversee the operations and coordination between agencies. He didn't let setbacks in the operation affect the morale of the entire team. With his trademark calm demeanour, he ensured that no stone was left unturned in the rescue effort.
And therefore, I have been through this for too many years in my life.
There were times when I was woken up at 2:30 in the morning and I knew that this can't be good news. When someone wakes you up at 2:30 in the morning and can only give you bad news. The good news can wait for the morning. So I'm used to disappointments, but personally I did not want to show that kind of a concern to the nation when I was holding the responsibility of bringing information to the nation as such. Yes, there were moments when I was a little dismayed myself, but I kept that under curbs. The best face had to be projected to the nation through the media, and I compliment the Indian media. I compliment the Indian media for the sense of maturity, the ability in which they could present these news. I don't think the media in India has ever displayed this kind of a propensity towards utter maturity. It's been absolutely a marvelous moment for all of us. And therefore, I think a huge thanks is due to the media also.
Minister of State for Road Transport and Highways, General V.K. Singh, was stationed at the tunnel for days on end. The former army chief never lost hope for the track.
News just in, and in a setback to the Kerala government, the Supreme Court has set aside the orders of the High Court of Kerala and quashed a notification of the reappointment of the Kannur University Vice Chancellor. Supreme Court has held that the appointment is vitiated since there was an interference which came in from the state government, and this was in fact one of the major contentions both between the governor and the state government. It's seen as a huge setback for the state government, especially with the findings regarding the state government's involvement in this. I'm going to go across to my colleague Ananya, who covers the Supreme Court for us. Ananya, you were inside when that verdict was given. What were the arguments which went in?
Well, this had been going on for a pretty long time, and the judgment day was there, and in fact the Supreme Court had to pronounce the judgment in this particular case. Remember that since the very beginning, this particular appointment and reappointment, in fact, has been under the bone of contention. It has been a war of words issue for both the Kerala governor and the Kerala government, and now finally the Supreme Court settling the debate after, in fact, the High Court of Kerala had approved that reappointment. The Supreme Court very, very clearly and categorically saying that, this is something that is not this is vitiated in law, and that's exactly why the Supreme Court has held that there shall be no reappointment of this particular person when it comes to the Kannur University. In fact, it has also been held that this whole reappointment is vitiated because there was an intervention from the state government. And a very important thing that the Supreme Court also has said in its order, Pallavi, is that the Supreme Court had actually dealt with 2-3 questions with regards to this particular, issue when it comes to the appointment of reappointment, in fact, of the Kannur University chief, and it very, very clearly said that the reappointment was vitiated just for the whole and sole reason that the state government had intervention to do in this particular issue, and that's exactly why the Supreme Court actually set aside this. And I quoted from the order that we are not concerned with the suitability of the candidate. The suitability is up to the appointment authority. Although the notification reappointing was issued by the Chancellor, that decision stood vitiated by unwarranted interference by the state government. Justice Pardiwala also went on to say that it is the decision-making process which vitiated the reappointment of the Vice Chancellor. Such a power of decision is amenable to judicial review. Impugned judgment of the High Court is set aside. Notification of reappointment of the Vice Chancellor of Kannur University is quashed, is what the Supreme Court had to say in its final judgment. Pallavi.
Anina, do hold on. I'm going to just come back to you, but we're just getting in some details of what exactly the case was all about. The reappointment of the Kannur University Vice Chancellor Gopinath Ravindran was a major issue between the state government and the Governor Arif Mohammad Khan. In fact, the Governor had given a reappointment to the VC, but the government had given a reappointment to the VC, but the Governor had come out and said that it was on the insistence of the government and the CM that he had made this reappointment. Governor has also said in a release that there was a communication from the Higher Education Minister for this reappointment of the Kannur University Vice Chancellor. Okay, Neetu is with us. Neetu, what next can we expect? What really can happen now? Because this certainly is a huge blow to the Kerala government, but the Governor will now stand vindicated, at least that's what he's going to say.
Yes, as far as this matter is concerned, it's a huge setback for the state government because remember, Pallavi, this was one of the major issues, and this was how all the tension between the government and governor started was the reappointment of the Kannur University Vice Chancellor. The governor had given him reappointment, but he later came out and said that it was under the insistence of the government that he has done that. At that time, he even issued a press release stating that the higher education minister had given him a communication in this regard. He went on to say that the chief minister had said that it was a university within his district. So this was a bone of contention this was one of the major issues in how this is something which has even led to that university amendment bill. So today the order coming from the Supreme Court is a huge setback for the state government, but the state government will definitely be going back to to Supreme Court's yesterday's statement also when it spoke about the bills that have been pending before the governor and why there is a delay of about 2 years. So we are expecting a response to come in from the governor at this point. The government side clearly now saying that we look at the order and then respond on this. Opposition, meanwhile, has asked for the resignation of Higher Education Minister R. Bindu in this matter.
And Ananya, while this verdict was being given by the Chief Justice of India, if I am not mistaken, was there some kind of a comment even during the process of hearing about the governor, state government relationships regarding the appointment, how the state government, for that matter any state government, cannot ride rough over appointments and reappointments, and there should be a better coordination between the working of, say, the governor and the state government? Was that also something which was a part of the narrative?
Not really, Pallavi, but there are certain questions the Supreme Court actually dealt with, and in fact, this was a bench headed by the Chief Justice of India, Dr. Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, also comprising Justice J.B. Pardiwala and Manoj Mishra, which has actually passed this particular judgment. It was basically an appeal that had come before, in fact, the Supreme Court, challenging an order of, in fact, the Kerala High Court, which had, in fact, that of a division bench of the Kerala High Court, which had held that, the reappointment of this particular person was actually right, and the notification was well in law. However, contrary to it, the Supreme Court has now said that, this is vitiated by the state government's intervention, and in fact, various questions had been framed. 4 basic questions were actually framed by the Supreme Court when it started to deal with this particular matter. One, whether the reappointment is permissible in a tenure post. Second, whether the upper age limit of 60 years as stipulated in Section 10(9) of the Kannur University Act is applicable, even in the case of reappointment for 4 years. And the third question was whether the reappointment has to follow the same process as the appointment of the VC by setting up a selection panel. And the final question, did the Chancellor abdicate or surrender the statutory powers of reappointment? The questions were basically answered by the Supreme Court as follows.
Ananya, I'm just going to come back to you. I'm sorry to interrupt you. We also have the BJP leader, Tom Vadakkan, joining us. Thank you very much, Mr. Vadakkan. Mr. Vadakkan, I think it saw one of the most acrimonious exchange which took place between the governor and the state government. Your first reaction to what the Supreme Court has said?
See, the Supreme Court has said what it has said, but the procedure has been that the governor normally appoints a political person in that position. That has been a convention. Now, this left government is in the last run and wants to appoint people from their own ideology into that position. So I think the Supreme Court, if they've quashed it, they've done it, understanding the whole issue, the larger issue involved, because you can't get, the left government does not appoint anybody who's apolitical and who does not have an ideological bent towards the left. So this is apparently, and this would have happened. And this is there is a precedent of the whole thing. When the Vice Chancellor, the governor, who is the Chancellor, appoints a person, he takes it on the basis of merit. And here, what the instrumentality is, to push merit to the side and appoint somebody who they think will play along.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vadakkan. Thank you very much, Neetu and Ananya, for getting us some details for the big story. We are now going to go across to the Prime Minister, who is speaking at the Viksit Bharat Sankalp.
जनौषधि परियोजना भारतीय जनौषधि परियोजना के अंतर्गत आएगा।
रुचि जी, पहले तो आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई
कि आपने आज देश के
जी सर।
10,000वें जन औषधि केंद्र की शुरुआत है आपके साथ हो रही है, और ये भी बाबा धाम में हुआ है। ये बताइए कि जन औषधि केंद्र खोलने का विचार आपको आया कैसे?
हम लोग देखते हैं आए दिन जब भी हम जनता को दवाई डिस्पेंस करते हैं, जैसे मैं पहले भी असिस्टेंट फार्मासिस्ट की तरह काम कर चुकी हूँ, तो हमारे यहाँ मध्यम वर्ग के लोग और गरीबी रेखा के लोग बहुत ज्यादा है, जिन्हें बहुत से ऐसे लोग हैं जो सही उपचार के अभाव के कारण अछूते रह जाते हैं, क्योंकि उनको इलाज तो मिल पाता है सरकारी अस्पतालों में, बट वो महंगी दवाइयों को खरीद नहीं पाते हैं, जिसकी वजह से ही जन औषधि परियोजना से जब वो जुड़ते हैं तो जहाँ जो दवाई मार्केट में 100 रुपए में मिलती है, वो दवाई हमारे यहाँ 10 रुपए में 50 रुपए में मिल जाती है। तो इससे उन्हें बहुत ज्यादा लाभ मिलता है, और उन जो गरीब वर्ग के लोग दवाइयों के अभाव के कारण अपना इलाज नहीं करवा पा रहे थे, वो अब करवा पा रहे हैं।
अच्छा, देवगढ़ और देवगढ़ के आसपास के लोगों को पता है कि रुचि दीदी आपकी इतनी बड़ी सेवा कर रही है, और मोदी जी के जो सपना है उसको पूरा करने का काम रुचि जी कर रही है, सस्ते में दवाइयां, लोगों को पता है क्या?
जी मोदी जी, जैसे कि ये तो आपकी परियोजना है ही, साथ साथ डिजिटल इंडिया भी आपकी एक परियोजना है, जिसके द्वारा मैं हमेशा जुड़ी रहती हूँ, और सोशल मीडिया के थ्रू हैशटैग्स का यूज करके जन औषधि परियोजना को जितना बढ़ावा दे सकूं उतना बढ़ावा देती हूँ, और साथ साथ आए दिन जितनी भी जनता से मैं जुड़ सकती हूँ उनको जरूर से जरूर बताने की कोशिश करती हूँ कि हमारे यहाँ 90% तक की छूट की दवाइयाँ मिलती हैं।
अच्छा, आपके यहाँ वहां जिसने कभी आपकी दवाई का, आपके जन औषधि केंद्र का लाभ लिया है, ऐसे कोई है वहां जिनसे मैं बात कर सकता हूँ?
जी सर।
नमस्कार सर।
नमस्कार, क्या शुभ नाम है?
मेरा नाम सोना चांद मिश्रा जी है।
हाँ मिश्रा जी, बताइए।
मैं बाबा धाम देवघर मंदिर के पास रहता हूँ। मैं जन औषधि का 2 साल से यहाँ शॉप खुला है, तब से ही मैं जन औषधि का दवाई यूज कर रहा हूँ सर।
पहले कितना खर्चा होता था, अभी कितना खर्चा होता है?
अब पहले सर 12-13 हजार रुपया खर्च हो जाता था महीने में, अब जो है तो 3,000 से 3,500 के अंदर हमारी सारी दवाइयां मिल जाती हैं।
आपका पैसा बचत हुआ है, तो क्या ये बात आपने और लोगों को भी बताई क्या कि इससे कितना लाभ होता है, और आपको दवाइयां अच्छी मिली, बीमारी में भी सुविधा हुई? तो ये सेवा का काम औरों से किया क्या आपने?
जितने भी हमारे सगा संबंधी हैं, जितने भी मित्र कुटुंब हैं, जितने भी और हमसे जुड़े हुए आदमी हैं, सबों को हमने इस बात की जानकारी दी है, और साथ में भी ले जाकर के दवाई खरीदवाया है।
आप करते क्या है सोना जी?
मैं एक पकोड़े का दुकान चलाता हूं सर।
अच्छा, आपका दुकान, आपके दुकान पर आप बोर्ड लगा सकते हैं कि भाई मेरा ये अनुभव रहा है, आपसे भी मेरी प्रार्थना है कि आप जन औषधि केंद्र में दवाई लीजिए, ऐसा बोर्ड लगा सकते हैं आप?
एकदम लगा सकते हैं सर।
और आप लोगों को पकोड़े खिलाते हो?
जी जी।
तो लोग पकोड़े खा करके बीमार होते हैं कि तबीयत ठीक होती है?
नहीं सर, मैं उत्तम क्वालिटी का पकोड़ा बनाता हूँ।
चलिए रुचि जी, आपको एक बार बहुत बहुत बधाई। आपने जन औषधि केंद्र के अभियान को मिलकर यानी एक प्रकार से बहुत आगे बढ़ाया है, और लोग स्थानीय रूप से भी थोड़ी जागरूकता दिखा रहे हैं, अच्छी बात है। देखिए, जितना लोगों को खबर पहुंचेगी, अच्छी दवाई और सस्ती दवाई, ये बहुत बड़ी सेवा है। तो आप ये काम सेवा का तो है ही है, लेकिन लोगों तक पहुंचाना ये भी बड़ी सेवा है। तो ये जितने लोग मुझे सुन रहे हैं ना,
उनसे मेरा आग्रह है कि आप जन औषधि के केंद्रों के विषय में लोगों को बताइए। अब जैसे सोना जी बता रहे थे 12-13 हजार रुपया खर्च होता था, अब 2-3 हजार में हो रहा है, मतलब उनके जेब में 10 हजार रुपया बचा है। कितने ही पकोड़े बेचते 10 हजार नहीं बचता, लेकिन मोदी जी ने दवाई सस्ती करके 10 हजार बचा दिया। तो ये बात लोगों को बताइए आप। चलिए आगे कौन है?
सर अब उड़ीसा से रायगढ़ से पूर्णाचंद बेनिया जी जुड़े हुए हैं।
पूर्णाचंद जी नमस्ते।
भारतीय प्रधानमंत्री माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को मेरा प्रणाम।
जी जय जगन्नाथ।
जय जगन्नाथ।
हाँ बताइए, आप काम क्या करते हैं?
मैं पूर्णचंद्र बेनिया, मैं खेत में किसान काम करते हैं।
और परिवार में कौन कौन है?
परिवार में मेरा बीवी है, मेरा माँ है और मेरा 3 बच्चों है।
अच्छा, किन किन सरकारी योजनाओं का आपको लाभ मिला है?
सरकार योजना पहले उजाला, पीएम उजाला और पीएम किसान और पीएम गरीब कल्याण अन्न योजना में लाभ उठाते हैं।
तो क्या कभी सोचा था कि सरकार इस तरह की सुविधाएं देने के लिए आपके घर तक आएगी, ऐसा कभी सोचा था?
हाँ जी।
नहीं सोचा था?
नहीं जी।
तो आपको सरकार पे भरोसा था?
हाँ जी।
अच्छा पूर्णा जी, ये बताइए कि जब आपको इन योजनाओं का लाभ मिला था तो अब आपके जीवन में क्या बदलाव आया, क्या परिवर्तन आया?
परिवर्तन तो आया जी। पहले उजाला, पहले जो हम आग से रसोई करते थे वो हमको बहुत कष्ट हो रहा था। जंगल जाकर लकड़ी ढूंढना चाहिए और घर लाकर वो लकड़ी को आग जलाने से बहुत परेशान आता था। अभी उजाला योजना में आया, गैस सिलेंडर फ्री मिला, एक चूल्हा फ्री मिला, इसलिए हमको अच्छा होगा और आसान से थोड़ा जल्दी से काम हो रहा है।
तो ये आप तो कोई खाना पकाते नहीं हो, खाना पकाते तो आपकी माताजी होगी या आपकी पत्नी होगी, आपकी बहन होगी, उनका क्या अनुभव है?
उसका जो आग में जो धुआं निकलते हैं ना, उसका तबीयत को थोड़ा बाधा होता था, इसलिए अभी
तो घर के लोग आपको बधाई देते हैं कि आपने अच्छा काम किया, ऐसा बोलते हैं?
नहीं नहीं, ये अच्छा नहीं। अभी जो उजाला के तो अच्छा होती है।
हाँ, तो मैं जो बोल रहा हूं आपको समझ आता है?
हाँ जी।
तो मैं पूछता एक हूं, आप जवाब दूसरा दे रहे हैं।
क्या जी?
आपके परिवार के लोग
अच्छा हो रहा है जी।
खुश हुए क्या?
हाँ जी।
अच्छा देखिए, आपका जीवन आसान हो गया। अब पत्नी को, माँ को, बहन को रसोई घर में थोड़ा समय बच रहा है, तो आप अपने बच्चों के विषय में भविष्य में सोचते हैं क्या? बच्चों को क्या बनाना चाहते हैं?
बच्चों को मैं आगे एक अच्छा डॉक्टर बनाने चाहता हूँ, अच्छा इंसान बनाने, अच्छा इंजीनियर बनाने चाहता हूँ।
तो ये जो आई है ना यात्रा आपके गांव में, जो लोग आए ना उनसे पूछिए कि इसके लिए मुझे क्या क्या करना है। आपके बच्चों के भी जो अफसर आए ना उनसे बात करा दीजिए, तो आपको पता चलेगा कि विकसित भारत की यात्रा आई है वो किस प्रकार से काम कर रही है। और पूर्णा जी, आपको मालूम है विकसित भारत संकल्प यात्रा यानी मोदी की गारंटी वाली गाड़ी अब वो आपके गांव में आ चुकी है। अब देश को विकसित बनाने के लिए आप भी कोई संकल्प लीजिए। लेंगे?
हाँ जी लेंगे।
गांव वाले भी लेंगे?
हाँ जी लेंगे।
आपके सभी युवा मित्र को भी बताएंगे?
हाँ जी।
चलिए पूर्णा जी, आपसे बात करके अच्छा लगा, धन्यवाद।
सर अब प्रकाशम जिले के पखाला गांव चलते हैं, जहां से श्रीमती कोमलापट्टी वेंकटा रमनम्मा हुई है।
नमस्ते जी।
नमस्ते सर।
हाँ अम्मा बताइए।
आपसे मिलकर मैं तो बहुत खुश हुई है।
आप क्या करती हैं, अपने बारे में बताइए। आपको सरकारी योजनाओं का क्या लाभ मिला है?
मुझे ఉపయోగాలున్నాయి మీకు ప్రధాన యోజన ద్వారా పిఎం యోజన స్వాల్ యోజన ఉన్నాయి చాలా ఉపయోగాలు పడ్డాయి ఉజాల యోజన కూడా చాలా ఉపయోగపడ్డది
आप करती क्या है?
नमस्कार प्रधानमंत्री जी आज आपसे बात करने का ये जो सौभाग्य मुझे मिला है इसके लिए बहुत बड़ा आभारी हूँ और आप अनेक अनेक अभिनंदन और धन्यवाद करती हूँ। तो इस गांव में हमको बहुत अनेक अनेक आपका जो स्कीम्स मिल रहा है सर, उसमें से हमारा मेजर जो करते हैं वो ग्रुप का है सर।
अच्छा, आप सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप है क्या आपके गांव में?
है।
तो आप सेल्फ हेल्प से जुड़ी हैं?
जुड़ी हूँ सर।
तो कब से जुड़ी हैं आप? और आपको ये ड्रोन का सीखने को मिला है क्या? तो उसका क्या अनुभव है?
मिला मुझे बहुत अनुभव हुआ है और एग्रीकल्चर डिपार्टमेंट से और कोरमंडल कंपनी वालों से मुझे आसक्ति मिली है सीखने की नई टेक्निक करके। मैं वहाँ पे गुंटूर जाके आचार्य यूनिवर्सिटी में सीखी हूँ। वो 12 डेज का ट्रेनिंग दिया गया है।
कितने दिन में सीख लिया?
12 दिन।
अच्छा, ये गांव में अगर आपने ड्रोन उड़ाया तो लोग तो कहेंगे रावण अम्मा आप तो जादूगर हो गई हैं। गांव वाले देखने आते हैं कि जब आप उड़ाती हैं तो?
हाँ, आते हैं सर।
तो फिर बच्चे भी कहते होंगे लाओ मुझे भी उड़ाने दो। और फिर कभी गिर जाएगा तो क्या करोगे?
छोटा मोटा रिपेयर आने से भी कुछ करने की सीखेंगे।
अच्छा, गांव में कैसा इसका उपयोग कैसा हो रहा है? क्या लग रहा है? इतने दिन से काम शुरू किया है तो क्या अनुभव क्या आता है?
वाटर की प्रॉब्लम सेव होता है और समय की बचत होती है और स्पेयर करने नाट से यूनिवर्सिटी में स्पेयर करने के लिए।
चलिए रावणम्मा जी, आप उन लोगों के लिए एक जवाब है जो हमारे गांव गरीब और महिला शक्ति के सामर्थ्य पर संदेह करते हैं। जब ड्रोन चलाने का प्रशिक्षण देने की शुरुआत की गई तो इस योजना को लेकर बहुत से लोगों ने संदेह जताए थे। आप जैसी बहनों ने साबित कर दिया कि ड्रोन कृषि में तकनीक के दायरे आगे बढ़कर महिला सशक्तिकरण का भी एक सिंबल बनकर उभरेगा। आप सभी पूरे देश की एक प्रेरणा है। विकसित भारत की इस संकल्प यात्रा में आपकी जैसी महिलाओं की भागीदारी बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। मैं आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। अब कौन है?
सर, अरुणाचल प्रदेश के नामसाई जिले से श्री लाकेर पालंग जुड़े हुए हैं।
कहां से हैं?
अरुणाचल प्रदेश से।
अरुणाचल से है। तो मोदी की गारंटी वाली गाड़ी वहां खड़ी है? हाँ, लाकर जी नमस्कार, कैसे हैं?
जय हिंद सर।
जय हिंद, जय हिंद। अरुणाचल में तो जय हिंद के बिना बात ही नहीं हो सकती।
जी सर।
अच्छा लाकर जी, बताइए अपने बारे में।
सर, मेरा नाम लाकर पालंग है। मैं जयपुर ग्राम पंचायत की निवासी हूं सर, नामसाई डिस्ट्रिक्ट का, अरुणाचल प्रदेश सर। और मेरा बीबी घर में और 4 बच्चे, 2 बच्चे सर कॉलेज जा रहे हैं और 2 स्कूल में पढ़ रहे हैं सर।
और आप रहने के लिए घर है क्या?
जी सर।
पक्का घर है?
लिए सर घर मुझे सर।
पक्का घर, शौचालय, ऐसा घर है क्या? पानी बिजली की
जी
व्यवस्था
सर,
भी है
पहले
क्या?
जी सर, मुझे आने दीजिए सर प्लीज। जी सर, पहले मेरा कच्चा घर था, जोगी झुपड़ी था सर, पानी उसमें टपकता था। लेकिन अभी भारत सरकार की ओर से सर मुझे 1,30,000 धन मिला और राज्य सरकार की ओर से भी सर 1,000 धन मिला। कुल मिला के सर मुझे 1,50,000 मिला और अभी सर मेरा पक्का घर बन चुका है और अब मैं सर बाल बच्चों परिवारों के साथ शांति से जीवन जी रहा हूं सर। वो सर सरकार, भारत सरकार की और राज्य सरकार की कृपा से सर।
जब आपको इतनी मदद मिली है, मुझे आशीर्वाद देंगे क्या?
जी सर जरूर, जी सर जरूर, बिल्कुल।
देखिए, आप आशीर्वाद मिले देंगे तो मुझे काम करने का और मजा आएगा।
जी सर।
पूरे गांव वाले आशीर्वाद देंगे क्या?
जी सर जरूर।
अच्छा लाकर जी, मुझे बताया गया है कि आपके गांव में पहले पानी की भी दिक्कत थी, पर अब जल जीवन मिशन से
Hello, Moto. Hello, Moto.
And he made sure to greet each of the 41 men when they emerged from the tunnel after 17 long days. While the Great Indian Tunnel Rescue has been about hope and happiness, it is as much about the heroes who made it possible. "17 days, 57 meters, 41 lives, one incredible rescue." When each worker was pulled out of the Silkyara tunnel, where they had been trapped for 400 hours, loud cheers broke out at the sight and the whole country heaved a collective sigh of relief. They say it takes an army to build a village. So when it came to India's biggest rescue operation, multiple agencies worked round the clock to make this moment happen. The National Disaster Response Force, the Indian Army, the State Disaster Response Force, Border Roads Organization, all collaborated for this mammoth operation. India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi kept a close eye and was one of the first to speak to the tunnel workers after their miraculous rescue.
जय हिंद भैया, सबको बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं।
भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय।
बस आपके जो नारे हैं ना, देश सुन करके आज बहुत ही प्रभावित हो जाएगा।
But there were some heroes whose wisdom and vigor made this mission a mammoth success.
Well done. Well done, Bhaskar.
12 men went where no machine could. After a series of setbacks, it was the banned practice of rat hole mining that came to the rescue of the trapped labourers. The team arrived at the Silkyara tunnel on the 27th of November to help in the rescue operations. They wanted 36 hours to clear the debris, but within 27 hours, they had reached the trapped workers. Leading the pack of rat hole miners were Feroz Qureshi and Monu Kumar, who were the first to reach the labourers after they cleared the last bit of the rubble inside the tunnel.
26 से 28 घंटे नॉन स्टॉप काम किया है मैं। ये मुश्किलें तो आई थी, बहुत सारी बाधाएं आई हैं मुश्किलों की,
जी
लेकिन
जी
मुश्किलें आने के बाद भी हमने ये एक जज्बा बना लिया था कि हमें करना ही करना है। और प्लस जो हमारे मुन्ना भाई हैं, वो उन्होंने हमें ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा हौसला दिया और उन्होंने हमें काबिल समझा के कर पाएंगे, क्योंकि वो हमारे गुरु हैं, उन्होंने हमें काम सिखाया है, तो उन्हें अपने हुनर पे पूरा भरोसा था।
Arnold Dix, who heads the Geneva-based International Tunneling and Underground Space Association, is known for taking risks when it comes to underground construction. He had been a part of the Silkyara Tunnel Rescue Mission since the 20th of November and provided technical expertise on the operation. He guided the rescuers on maneuvering the treacherous ground. He would often be seen at a small temple near the tunnel, praying for the safe evacuation of the labourers.
It has been my honour to serve, and as a parent, it's been my honour to help all the parents out there getting their children home. And you remember in the beginning I said 41 people home safe, no one gets hurt by Christmas. We are calm and we knew exactly what was
Good afternoon. Thanks a lot for staying with us here at CNN News 18. I'm Ridhima Bhatnagar. We're beginning this broadcast with some breaking developments coming in from the state of West Bengal. We now understanding, as we pointed out, news coming in from West Bengal is telling us that the CBI is in fact raiding across multiple locations in the state of West Bengal, and all of this in the backdrop of the alleged recruitment scam. So we are now understanding as many as 5 places, in fact, have been raided by the agency. What we're also now understanding that 2 TMC councillors' homes have also been raided. 1 MLA's house has been raided and 1 block leader's house in Cooch Behar, in fact, has also been raided. Let's first go straight across to our colleague Kamalika Sen-Gupta, who's joining us on the broadcast. Kamalika, give us more details. Are the raids still happening? Also, any initial reaction coming in by the TMC?
See, TMC obviously saying that it is a political vendetta. Yesterday itself, Home Minister Amit Shah did a program here, and they are saying that because that program was a failure, and from there the instruction has come that there will be raids in various places. The fact that the CBI is raiding today in 2 of very important councillors' residents, in one in Kolkata, one around Kolkata, and one place house in Murshidabad, another block leader's house in Cooch Behar. So, like almost there are 7 places, and we are getting it from the sources. This is regarding the alleged recruitment scam that is there, that they are the case is on. So it is regarding that, and Dashgupta, who is a councillor whose house is being raided from today morning, he was very close to Partho Chatterjee, who is in jail in recruitment scam case. So it is related to that only. Still nothing clear that what actually is what is the actual mode of this raid. But it is clear that this is regarding this recruitment scam, and obviously Trinamool Congress is saying it is political vendetta.
Okay, Kamalika, we'll have to leave that conversation there. Thanks a lot for getting us all those details. It's election season. Let's now shift our focus to the youngest state that is seeing polls today. We're talking about Telangana. There are 119 seats at stake and 4 different political parties. It is a high-stake battle. We'll get you all the details in just a bit.
तेलंगाना के लोग केसीआर सरकार को उखाड़कर फेंकने के लिए कमर कस चुके हैं।
కేసీఆర్ శివయాత్రన తెలంగాణ జైత్ర యాత్రన
ये मेरे लिए राजनीतिक लड़ाई नहीं है, ये खून की लड़ाई है, डीएनए की लड़ाई है। हमारा पहला कदम सरकार बनने के एकदम बाद जाति जनगणना करने का होगा, कास्ट सर्वे।
of campaigning across 119 constituencies, it's now over to the voters in Telangana as the polls are underway. The polling will continue till 5 p.m. As we pointed out, it is a high-stake battle for the BRS president and the state chief minister, K. Chandrasekhar Rao, who is eyeing a hat-trick amid a wave of anti-incumbency and a tight challenge from the Congress. The third player in the fray is the BJP, which is also extremely hopeful of making a dent in several constituencies, particularly as far as North Telangana and Hyderabad is concerned. Let's talk about the other key player, that is the MIM, Assuddin Owaisi, which is also contesting on 9 seats in Hyderabad. Meanwhile, the BRS has already written to the Election Commission against the Congress, saying that the Congress used deepfake videos and audios of their leaders to seek votes, whereas the Congress has also complained to the Election Commission against the BRS MLC K. Kavita, saying that she in fact appealed to voters to vote for the BRS outside the polling booth. Let's bring you some political reactions.
Akka, you're going to vote. What are your first thoughts?
I really hope Hyderabad votes, and I really hope the entire Telangana votes in large numbers. On the ground, we are very, very comfortable. We've been campaigning on the ground. People love KCR Garu. People have received many benefits of the election, many benefits of our government, and we are very confident that we'll be voted back to power the third time.
हम स्वयं हमारा सरकार हम बनाएंगे. तेलंगाना के जनता के ऊपर विश्वास है. हमारा पार्टी पूरा बहुमत मिलेगा आदरणीय मोदी जी के नाम पर.
कांग्रेस पार्टी जो 6 गारंटीज दिए एंड जो तेलंगाना डेवलपमेंट मॉडल देश के लिए एक रास्ता दिखाएंगे. इस चुनाव में अच्छा नहीं सरकार बना दे के लोगों का उम्मीद पूरी करने के लिए कांग्रेस पार्टी कोशिश करेंगे.
Very much confident, and I am sure inshallah today I expect, I hope and I request the people of Hyderabad and Telangana to come out in thousands and cast your vote, strengthen the democracy of our country, create more confidence in the Constitution of India. And this is the best and the right time for the people to show their choice, their like or dislike for anyone, for any candidate.
And we're in fact now getting some other breaking developments coming in, where we're understanding there is some sort of chaos that's played out at a particular polling booth, and we're understanding BRS workers have stopped the state Congress President Party candidate Revanth Reddy's brother from visiting a particular polling booth, and this is in Kamareddy, on grounds that he's not a voter here and he's not authorized for this visit. What we're also getting is a reaction coming in from a BRS worker. Let's take a look at that reaction.
कांग्रेस के एजेंट बोलकर जो कोंडल रेड्डी साहब फिर रहे हैं, उन्होंने यहाँ के मुकामी नहीं है. इसके बाद भी फिर रिटर्निंग ऑफिसर से क्या बोल के एक कुछ झूठा मूठा पास निकाल लेके फिर रहे हैं. वो पास के साथ साथ महबूब नगर कोडंगल से 20 आदमियों को लेके खुलेआम घूम रहे हैं. 254 बूथ नंबर 258, 259 जो म्युनिसिपल में है, वो म्युनिसिपल में 3 गाड़ियां लेके अंदर आए तो भी पुलिस वाले उनको कुछ नहीं बोल रहे. फिर वो गुंडागिरी कर रहे, तो उनके जो साथ है वो इंसान को हम पुलिस को दे के अरेस्ट कराए तो 10 मिनट में पुलिस वाले छोड़ दे रहे. इसके बाद भी पुलिस नजरअंदाज कर रही. इसके बारे में हम जरूर इलेक्शन कमीशन को कंप्लेंट करेंगे.
Let's go straight across to our colleague Swastika Das, who's joining us on the broadcast. Swastika, before we talk to you about how high-stake battle this is as far as elections in the state are concerned, just help us understand what has happened outside this particular polling booth and the allegations that are coming in from the BRS.
Well, Kamareddy is a constituency that is going to witness a triangular contest. Of course, the headlines being the Chief Minister himself contesting from there. That's his second seat apart from Gajwel. And taking him on is Congress State President Revanth Reddy, who is also contesting there for the first time. The BJP candidate Venkataramana Reddy is also somebody who has a lot of goodwill on the field, in the sense that he was among those who had vehemently protested against the BRS's now shelved Kamareddy master plan, which had a few agricultural lands to be taken under them, and then to be built or repurposed as an industrial corridor. That project was shelved, but since then Venkataramana Reddy has sort of heard a lot of goodwill on the ground. Now what transpired today is basically Revanth Reddy's campaign is being managed by his brothers, and in that context they were in Kamareddy canvassing through different polling stations. In fact, Mr. Revanth Reddy himself is going to do that in a short while from now, and during that time he was intercepted by the BRS workers and including BJP workers as well, who said that there was some alleged manipulation that is being done by Revanth Reddy's brothers. Now they've decided to move to the election commissioner's office here, but they've also alleged that so far the local poll authorities, when the matter was brought to light before them, there was no action on their part. So this led to skirmish on the ground, but not vehement clashes as we're given to understand. But yes, situation in Kamareddy continues to remain tense, and that's why there's extra deployment over there as well.
Okay, Swastika, we'll just request you to stay on with us. Let's also bring in our colleague Payal Mehta to talk about how high are the stakes as far as the BJP is concerned. Payal, help us understand what has been the strategy as far as the BJP is concerned for Telangana. Are they banking on the Modi wave to create some magic?
Well, the bank on Modi wave to create magic, not just from Telangana here, from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, from Panchayat to Parliament elections. That's the power of the biggest star campaigner as far as the BJP is concerned. But Telangana is a very, very crucial state as far as the fortunes of the Saffron Party are concerned, given the fact that they've tasted defeat recently in Karnataka, so which means that the South India's score stands at 0 in terms of government, and that's something which they were really hoping that they will be able to dent the bastion, which is of course dominated by KCR and BRS for the last 10 years. That is something which they're really hoping that they will be able to get sufficient number of seats. Although the campaign has plummeted over the last 6 months or so, ever since the removal of Bandi Sanjay, one of the most aggressive leaders as well. And the feeling on ground that probably the BRS and the BJP are one team which is percolated in people has also dented the BJP. But however, the Saffron Party has been seen campaigning aggressively. You saw Prime Minister Narendra Modi campaigning over here. You saw Amit Shah campaigning over here. You saw JP Nadda campaigning over here. So a host of the leaders campaigned over here in the run-up to the elections. As today, the whole of Telangana goes into polls, the BJP is hoping that they will be able to get a number of seats. Because remember, in the last election, they just had one seat. That is Raja Singh, and Raja Singh also was suspended, but only brought back days before the announcement of his seat. So obviously that's where it really stands in terms of that as far as the fortunes of the Saffron Party are concerned. But the BJP hugely banking on Prime Minister Narendra Modi's star power.
I'll just request you to stay on with us. I apologize for interrupting. In fact, the latest visuals that we're putting out is of KCR going to cast his vote. You can see that there is high deployment on the ground. There you can see KCR on the frames and the visuals that we are putting out. As Swastika was just pointing out, that this is an extremely high-stake battle as far as the BRS is concerned, and KCR in fact is now eyeing a hat-trick if he does manage to win as far as these elections are concerned. We've seen just in the run-up to these elections, it has gotten dirty as far as the allegations and counter-allegations that have come in, specifically as far as the controversy around the Raitu Bandhu scheme is concerned between the BRS and even the Congress. Just going to Swastika first. Swastika, help us understand how high are the stakes as far as KCR alone is concerned. If he manages to win this, this is going to be a hat-trick, and this is not going to be any small feat.
Well, a lot is at stake for KCR. In fact, this is the toughest elections that he has fought. 2014, 2018 was a smooth sail for him because of the regional sentiment plus his array of welfare schemes. But this time around, he is in a neck-and-neck fight with the Congress, which is in fact pulling out all stops following on its success in Karnataka to repeat the same kind of win in Telangana. And especially in the last leg of the campaign, really, the Congress picked up a lot of pace, whether it was through their campaign on social media, especially building around the narrative that BRS, BJP and the MIM are all saying together targeting the Congress. Apart from that, the Kaleshwaram lift irrigation project, which did see a little bit of hiccups in terms of the irrigation plan, and then apart from that, Raitu Bandhu being another focal point, plus Congress's 6 guarantees. Now, the Congress has built its campaign in such a way that the BRS in fact is finding it perhaps a little challenging, and they had in fact initially underestimated Congress as a candidate opponent, but now the BRS is of the opinion that this could really go down to the wire as far as the fight is is concerned. Apart from KCR, remember he's fighting from two constituencies, Gajwel, which has been his bastion. In addition to that, Kamareddy, where he's taking on Revant Reddy. This is a prestige battle for him. Apart from that, also the anti-incumbency factor really, as we traverse through the ground across the state, the anti-incumbency factor was not as much against KCR as it was for his MLAs. So did he take a big gamble by repeating 95% of the MLAs? Perhaps yes, if you look at the surveys that BRS has been indicating, at least 40% of their MLAs are in a neck and neck fight with the Congress, some of them also with the BJP. So that's a crucial challenge for him there. And also, Telangana is going to set the tone for KCR's national ambitions as well.
True.
So if all goes well in Telangana, KCR has in fact laid it out very clearly that he will venture to Maharashtra, Karnataka, Odisha, and probably posture himself as a key face, even though he has not joined hands with the NDA or INDIA. But KCR wants to take himself to a position where he is, in a way, in a kingmaker kind of position where both the sides perhaps could approach him. That's what the thinking within the BRS is. But that is at a later league. The semi-final is, of course, Telangana elections, where KCR is really fighting to hold on to his citadel.
As Swastika is rightly pointing out, this is being seen as the big semi-final before the general elections of 2024, and a win here for KCR will be a big fillip as far as his own national ambitions are concerned. But going back to Payal, all the experts that we've been speaking to over the last couple of days trying to analyze how high the stakes are and what is at stake for each political party, all of them have essentially gone on to say that the Congress is really upped their game, at least in the last few months, and it looks like it's going to be a neck-to-neck battle between the BRS and the Congress. Has that been a sentiment pushback as far as the BJP is concerned?
As far as this battle of Telangana is concerned, I can tell you that I've travelled to at least 3 out of the 5 polling states that have polled recently, and this looks like the most unpredictable battle. Nobody is really willing to call out this election. Having said that, yes, the BRS obviously is trying to save its bastion because they are a regional party. This is where they belong, even though they have national ambitions. But as far as the Congress party is concerned, the Congress party comes out very fresh after that win in Karnataka, where nobody really gave them a chance. But after winning Karnataka, their stakes have gone up in the southern part of India, and also the fact that their confidence has gone up a multiple deal, and they've understood that it is important to promote regional leaders and to give them the base that they really look at and probably give them the platform that they really look at. So obviously after DK Shivakumar and Siddaramaiah in Karnataka, they are backing Revant Reddy big time over here in Telangana. But it is going to be a set of elections that will actually have its impact, in the run-up to 2024. Now, many people will tell you that the same set of results happened in 2018, but that was a different time altogether. This time around, the BJP has a lot at stake. This is going to be Prime Minister Narendra Modi seeking his third term as a Prime Minister in 2024. The BJP is watching out how it really pans out. So, many political experts over here on ground will tell you that it's not just about getting seats over here. Obviously, the BJP wants to expand its footprint down south. But they're also looking at the fact that how will they fare in 2024, and that's one of the reasons that even in hushed up tones, the BRS leaders and the Congress leaders will tell you that the actual battle for BJP is to see how they will fare in 2024, and probably this is a dress rehearsal for that.
Yeah.
But with the fact that they're looking at repeating the performance and the magic in 2019, 2024 will be an interesting election if the Congress party is able to win at least 3 out of these 5 state elections.
Yeah, Payal, stay on with us. Going back to Swastika, so Payal is saying that based on her travel, this is a very unpredictable election, despite the fact that the BRS and the Congress are extremely confident of a win in this state. But let's talk about the fourth player, the MIM, Aswaddin Owaisi, 9 seats as far as Hyderabad is concerned. I just heard that very short soundbite that came a short while ago, and he said extremely confident and leaving it there. What has been the poll strategy as far as the MIM is concerned?
Let me decode the Muslim factor for our viewers. As far as Owaisi is concerned, Hyderabad is his bastion. Practically, ask anybody around, his count starts at 7. He's contesting 9 seats. People around him, his hardcore supporters say Owaisi is bound to win 7 seats. So are his political opponents. The constituencies where he could perhaps face some challenge is Nampally, where Congress is giving a tough fight, is what we're given to understand. Rajendra Nagar, where he's forayed, and Jubilee Hills, where Mohammad Azharuddin is also fighting on the behalf of the Congress. But beyond the Hyderabad factor, remember, it's the BRS which has sort of managed to keep the Muslim vote bank in its kitty. Outside of Muslims occupy about 13% of Telangana's population as per the census. Outside of Hyderabad, especially in belts like Nizamabad, Nirmal, Jagitial, these are the areas where at least 15% of the Muslim population could be the decisive factor. And it is here where the BRS is facing tough challenge from the Congress. Owaisi factor is not something which is prominent outside of Hyderabad. He though has campaigned for the BRS in Zahirabad, Vikarabad, but as far as the northern Telangana belt is concerned, this is where even the BJP is hopeful of making a dent. But besides that, it's the Congress which is looking at galvanizing the SCs, STs and Muslim voters in their kitty through their Muslim Welfare Declaration, which is a separate entity apart from the regular 6 guarantees that they have come up with. But let's look at the BRS. The BRS too, with Kavita leading the campaign in Nizamabad, has done everything in its might to keep the Muslims in their vote bank.
Yeah.
So Muslims will certainly be a decisive factor as far as the equation is concerned outside of Hyderabad. But if it is Hyderabad, I mean, it's a foregone conclusion that it's the Owaisi brothers who are going to rule the roost.
Okay. Going back to Payal. Payal, just going back on a point that you were also pointing out a short while ago, while the BJP is riding as far as the Modi factor is concerned, and that is something that we see across the country, that's correct. Essentially, we have seen a very clean image of the party as far as the state is concerned. But who are their real state leaders? Who are the faces on the ground? Post Bandi Sanjay, many would say there has been a vacuum that has been seen as far as the BJP's own projections are concerned. Could that be a setback as far as the party is concerned?
Yes, before I bring you that, that context, Ridhima, I'm going to bring you voters on ground. I'm currently at the Jubilee Hills Club, which is one of the most high-profile constituencies and, of course, the most high-profile areas as well. You tell me, you've come out to vote. To begin with, can you show us your voting ink finger? For a place like Hyderabad, which everybody speaks about in terms of development, you speak about the IT, hub that is there. How important it is for everybody to come out and vote?
Yeah, it's their duty because they'll face the next government for 5 years. It is their duty to choose the proper candidate and proper government for their well-being and the development of the state.
What is the concern when you come out to vote? What are the issues that come to your mind? Are you looking at development? Are you looking at benefits for a certain strata of society?
The benefits in the sense, right now Hyderabad is going in very good phase. Probably need to continue in the same phase. Whichever government will come, I hope that they will continue the same thing, same development activity and everything. Hyderabad is now a global city. Let's say any government will come, let them continue the same work.
Right. So that was, of course, a voter on ground talking to us, telling us what it means for the Hyderabadis to come out and vote. And like I said, this is a high-profile constituency. This is a high-profile place where a lot of people come out and vote. They cast their vote. In a bit from now, you will see Chiranjeevi's family coming out to the exact same polling booth where I'm standing at. His son, Ram Charan and his family will also be coming out to vote. So obviously, the celebrities coming out and voting are sending a different message altogether, unlike most of the other places, especially in Bombay, where you do not see too many celebrities coming out and voting, and the voting percentage is very, very low as far as that is concerned. But you've seen celebrities come across, line up, right from the morning to come out and send a message to public at large that it is important to come and exercise your right to vote.
While we apologize for interrupting, we'll just request our colleagues to stay on with us. We have to cut to a very important press conference coming in by the MEA. Let's listen in.
India is among the few large economies which are on track to meet its nationally determined contributions. Also noteworthy that in recent years, under the vision and personal guidance of Honorable Prime Minister, India has taken a leadership role in shaping the global agenda on climate and environment, including through focusing on this issue in the 2 Voice of Global South Summit organized by India, first in January this year and most recently the one earlier this month. India's approach to climate action is deeply rooted in our civilizational ethos and is reflected foremost in our contributions and our ambitious and effective national policies, especially those which are aimed at economic development, energy, health and nutrition. We have also been pioneering and in the forefront in taking global initiatives in fighting climate change and its impacts. These initiatives include, as I just said, launch of International Solar Alliance in COP15, and the alliance has now grown to be a truly international framework. Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure is another such global initiative. Infrastructure for Resilient Island States, and Mission Life, and the most recently in September this year on the sidelines of the G20 summit, the launch of the Global Biofuel Alliance. Our approach to climate action is also reflected in our principled positions in the international negotiations and our global efforts to help the rest of Global South in combating this serious challenge of climate change, as also its impact on the development framework of the developing countries. We have engaged, as you all know, very actively in the multilateral negotiations under the UNFCCC, and our approach has been to preserve an effective, cooperative, and equitable global architecture based on climate justice and the principles of equity and common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities, CBDRE RC. Most recently, India has been, as I said, been able to mainstream this discourse during the G20 presidency. Several of the decisions in the New Delhi Declaration reflect the discourse initiated, led by India, and various factors of our initiatives reflected in its decision, but also through the True Voice of Global South Summit. We have seen Green Development Pact, which was mentioned in the New Delhi Declaration, but also another accomplishment of the launch of Global Biofuel Alliance, which I just mentioned. This visit and the participation of Honorable Prime Minister at the COP28 would also give us another opportunity to further advance Prime Minister's vision and attempt to forge global consensus on this very important issue.
विकसित भारत संकल्प यात्रा के दौरान, यानी जब ये मोदी की गारंटी वाली गाड़ी आई है, तब दो बड़े कार्यक्रम देश ने किए हैं। एक कार्य नारी शक्ति और टेक्नोलॉजी से खेती किसानी को आधुनिक बनाना, वैज्ञानिक बनाना, उसे सशक्त करने का काम है। और दूसरा, इस देश के हर नागरिक का, चाहे वो गरीब हो, चाहे निम्न मध्यम वर्ग का हो, चाहे मध्यम वर्ग का हो, चाहे अमीर हो, हर गरीब को दवाएं सस्ते से सस्ती मिले, उसको बीमारी में जिंदगी गुजारनी न पड़े, ये बहुत बड़ा सेवा का काम, पुण्य का काम, उससे भी जुड़ा हुआ अभियान है। मैंने लाल किले से देश की ग्रामीण बहनों को ड्रोन दीदी बनाने की घोषणा की थी, और मैंने देखा कि इतने कम समय में ये हमारी बहनों ने, गांव की बहनों ने, 10वीं कक्षा पास है, कोई 11वीं कक्षा पास है, कोई 12वीं कक्षा क्या है, और हजारों बहनों ने ड्रोन चलाना सीख लिया। खेती में कैसे इसका उपयोग करना, दवाइयां कैसे छिटकना, फर्टिलाइजर कैसे छिटकना सीख लिया। तो ये जो ड्रोन दीदी है ना, वो नमन करने का मन करे, इतना जल्दी से वो सीख रही है। और मेरे लिए तो ये ड्रोन दीदी को नमन का कार्यक्रम है, और इसलिए मैं तो इस कार्यक्रम का नाम देता हूं, नमो ड्रोन दीदी, नमो ड्रोन दीदी, नमो ड्रोन दीदी। ये हमारी नमो ड्रोन दीदी जो है, ये आज लॉन्च हो रही है, ये नमो ड्रोन दीदी, ताकि हर गांव, ड्रोन दीदी को नमस्ते करता रहे, हर गांव ड्रोन दीदी को नमन करता रहे, ऐसा वातावरण मुझे बनाना है। इसलिए मैंने योजना का नाम भी मेरे से कुछ लोगों ने सुझाया है, नमो ड्रोन दीदी। अगर गांव जैसे कहेगा नमो ड्रोन दीदी, तब तो हमारी हर दीदी का मान सम्मान बढ़ जाएगा। आने वाले समय में 15,000 स्व सहायता समूहों को ये नमो ड्रोन दीदी कार्यक्रम से जोड़ा जाएगा, वहां ड्रोन दिया जाएगा और गांव में वो हमारी दीदी सबके प्रणाम का, नमन का अधिकारी बन जाएगी और नमो ड्रोन दीदी हमारा आगे बढ़ेगा। हमारी बहनों को ड्रोन पायलट की ट्रेनिंग दी जाएगी। सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप्स के माध्यम से बहनों को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने का जो अभियान चल रहा है, वो भी ड्रोन ऊर्जा से सशक्त होगा। इससे बहनों बेटियों को कमाई का अतिरिक्त साधन मिलेगा। और मेरा जो सपना है ना, 2 करोड़ दीदी को मुझे लखपति बनाना है। गांव में रहने वाली विमेन सेल्फ ग्रुप में काम करने वाली 2 करोड़ दीदी को लखपति बनाना है। देखिए, मोदी छोटा सोचता ही नहीं है, और जो सोचता है उसको पूरा करने के लिए संकल्प लेके निकल पड़ता है। और मुझे पक्का विश्वास है, इससे देश के किसानों को बहुत कम कीमत में ड्रोन जैसी आधुनिक टेक्नोलॉजी मिल पाएगी। इससे उनके स्वास्थ्य, हेल्थ को भी लाभ होने वाला है, उनके स्वास्थ्य को भी लाभ होने वाला है। इससे समय भी बचेगा, दवा और खाद की भी बचत होगी, जो वेस्टेज जाता है वो नहीं जाएगा। साथियों, आज देश के 10,000वें जन औषधि केंद्र का भी उद्घाटन किया गया और मेरे लिए खुशी है कि बाबा की भूमि से मुझे 10,000वें केंद्र के लोगों से बात करने का मौका मिला। अब आज से ये काम आगे बढ़ने वाला है। देश भर में फैले ये जन औषधि केंद्र आज गरीब हो या मिडिल क्लास को, हर किसी को सस्ती दवाइयां उपलब्ध कराने के बहुत बड़े सेंटर बन चुके हैं। और देशवासी तो स्नेह से इन्हें, मैंने देखा है गांव वालों को ये नाम को याद नहीं रहता है, तो गांव वाले तो कहते भाई तो मोदी की दवाई की दुकान है, मोदी की दवाई की दुकान पर जाएंगे, भले आपको जो मर्जी पड़े नाम दीजिए, लेकिन मेरी इच्छा यही है कि आपके पैसे बचने चाहिए, यानी आपका बीमारी से भी बचना है और जेब में पैसे भी बचना है। दोनों काम मुझे करने हैं, आपको बीमारी से बचाना और आपके जेब से पैसे बचाना। इसका मतलब है मोदी की दवाई की दुकान। इन जन औषधि केंद्रों पर लगभग 2000 किस्म की दवाएं 80 से 90% तक डिस्काउंट पर उपलब्ध है। अब बताइए, 1 रुपये की चीज 10, 15, 15 पैसा, 20 पैसे में मिल जाए तो कितना फायदा होगा। और जो पैसे बचेंगे ना, वो आपके बच्चों के काम आएंगे। 15 अगस्त को ही मैंने देश भर में जन औषधि केंद्र, जिसको लोग मोदी की दवाई की दुकान कहते हैं, वो 25,000 खोलने का तय किया है। 25,000 तक पहुंचाना है इसको। अब इस दिशा में और तेजी से काम शुरू हुआ है। इन दोनों योजनाओं के लिए मैं पूरे देश को, विशेष रूप से मेरी माताओं बहनों को, किसानों को, परिवारों को, सबको बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। मुझे आपको ये जानकारी देते हुए भी खुशी है कि गरीब कल्याण अन्न योजना, आप जानते हैं, कोविड में शुरू की थी और गरीबों को उनकी थाली, उनका चूल्हा, उसकी चिंता। गरीब के घर का चूल्हा बुझना नहीं चाहिए, गरीब का बच्चा भूखा सोना नहीं चाहिए। इतनी बड़ी कोविड की महामारी आई थी, हमने एक सेवा का काम शुरू किया और उसके कारण मैंने देखा है परिवारों के काफी पैसे बच रहे हैं, अच्छे काम में खर्च हो रहे हैं। ये देखते हुए कल ही हमारी कैबिनेट ने निर्णय कर लिया है कि अब ये जो मुफ्त राशन देने वाली योजना है, उसको 5 साल के लिए आगे बढ़ाया जाएगा। ताकि आने वाले 5 सालों तक आपको भोजन की थाली के लिए खर्च न करना पड़े और आपका जो पैसा बचेगा ना वो जनधन अकाउंट में जमा कीजिए और उससे फिर बच्चों के भविष्य के लिए उसका उपयोग कीजिए, प्लानिंग कीजिए। पैसे बर्बाद नहीं होने चाहिए। मोदी मुफ्त में भेजता है, लेकिन इसलिए भेजता है ताकि आपकी ताकत बढ़े। 80 करोड़ से ज्यादा देशवासियों को अब 5 साल तक मुफ्त राशन मिलता रहेगा। इससे गरीबों की जो बचत होगी, उस पैसों को वे अपने बच्चों की बेहतर देखभाल में लगा सकेंगे। और ये भी मोदी की गारंटी है जिसे हमने पूरा किया है। इसलिए मैं कहता हूं कि मोदी की गारंटी यानी गारंटी पूरा होने की गारंटी। साथियों, इस पूरे अभियान में पूरी सरकारी मशीनरी, सरकार के कर्मचारियों की बड़ी भूमिका है। मुझे याद है कुछ वर्ष पहले ग्राम स्वराज अभियान के तौर पर इस तरह के बहुत सफल कोशिश हुई थी। वो अभियान 2 चरणों में देश के लगभग 60,000 गांवों तक हमने चलाया था। सरकार अपनी 7 योजनाएं लेकर गांव-गांव गई थी, लाभार्थियों तक पहुंची थी। इसमें आकांक्षी जिलों के भी हजारों गांव शामिल थे। अब उस सफलता को सरकार ने विकसित भारत संकल्प यात्रा का आधार बनाया है। इस अभियान से जुड़े सरकार के सभी प्रतिनिधि देश सेवा का, समाज सेवा का बहुत बड़ा कार्य कर रहे हैं। पूरी ईमानदारी से डटे हुए गांव-गांव तक पहुंचते रहिए। सबके प्रयास से विकसित भारत संकल्प यात्रा पूरी होगी। और मुझे विश्वास है कि जब विकसित भारत की बात करते हैं तो मेरा गांव आने वाले वर्षों में कितना बदलेगा ये भी आपको तय करना है। हमारे गांव में भी इतनी प्रगति होनी चाहिए, तय करना है।
Hello, Moto. Hello, Moto.
Is a wonderful team, and when I say a wonderful team, the best engineers here in India, the army, their engineers, the best I've ever worked with, all the agencies, the federal authority, the state, all the people. It was just a joy to be a part of this successful mission. Just one part, and I've got to go to the temple because I've promised to say thank you for what's happened. Because my friends, if you haven't noticed, I think we've just witnessed a miracle.
Lieutenant General Syed Atta Hasnain, a member of the National Disaster Management Agency, used to oversee the operations and coordination between agencies. He didn't let setbacks in the operation affect the morale of the entire team. With his trademark calm demeanor, he ensured that no stone was left unturned in the rescue effort.
And therefore, I have been through this for too many years in my life. There were times when I was woken up at 2:30 in the morning and I knew that this can't be good news. When someone wakes you up at 2:30 in the morning and can only give you bad news. The good news can wait for the morning. So I'm used to disappointments, but personally I did not want to show that kind of a concern to the nation when I was holding the responsibility of bringing information to the nation as such. Yes, there were moments when I was a little dismayed myself, but I kept that under curbs. The best face had to be projected to the nation through the media, and I compliment the Indian media. I compliment the Indian media for its sense of maturity, the ability in which they could present these news. I don't think the media in India has ever displayed this kind of a propensity towards utter maturity. It's been absolutely a marvelous moment for all of us, and therefore I think A huge thanks is due to the media also.
Minister of State for Road Transport and Highways, General V.K. Singh, was stationed at the tunnel for days on end. The former army chief never lost hope for the trapped labourers, and he made sure to greet each of the 41 men when they emerged from the tunnel after 17 long days. While the Great Indian Tunnel Rescue has been about hope and happiness, it is as much about the heroes who made it possible. "17 days, 57 meters, 41 lives."
Welcome back. Thanks a lot for staying with us. We're getting some breaking developments now coming in. And this is a response, in fact, coming in from the Kerala government in the backdrop of that Kannur appointment row that we've been reporting upon. So the governor has gone on and has given a response on the Supreme Court verdict as far as the VC appointment is concerned, and he in fact has gone on to say it's not the education minister. All the pressure came from the chief minister's office. The governor also going on to clarify that it is wrong to blame the education minister because the education minister in fact was only used as a pawn by the chief minister. What the governor is also saying that the chief minister himself came and said that Kannur is my hometown. I told that once panel comes in, I will consult him and take his opinion. So very strong words coming in as far as the governor is concerned. What he's also gone on to clarify that you should not blame the education minister because in this case, the education minister was only used as a pawn as far as the chief minister is concerned. Before we bring in our colleague, let's take a look at that reaction coming in.
As they come to haunt you, there is no way you can get rid of the consequences of the karmas.
So the appointment of the Advocate General is by the governor himself. So if you withdraw the pleasure, since he has given you wrong information, wrong legal advice.
Well, I will not at this moment. Would not like to address this question because the judgment has come only few hours back. But the position has been made clear, and in fact, all the arguments which have been given by the Kerala government in the Supreme Court, why there was delay on my part. The delay was because I am clear in my opinion. I told everybody, I told the ministers that these bills where you seek to appoint one chancellor for each university, some expenses will be incurred. If some expenses are going to be incurred, that the requirement of the constitution is that it becomes a money bill, and a money bill must have prior approval of the governor. Why I was waiting? I was waiting for the chief minister to come. Maybe he gives some opinion which persuades me to change my opinion. That is why I was waiting. Once they have gone to the Supreme Court, then because I am clear in my mind that these are money bills. This is the other bill regarding the universities, where they seek to change the composition of the selection committee by appointing their nominees and providing that the decision panel will be prepared by majority. That is nothing but negation of every direction of the UGC regulation. It is in conflict with UGC regulation. Therefore, but I was still waiting for him to come to explain to me. Maybe he says something which persuades me to change my opinion. They decided not to come to Raj Bhavan. They decided to go to Honorable Supreme Court. Perfectly fine. Now that they have decided not to come to Raj Bhavan and go to the Supreme Court, I took my decision. I referred the one medical bill, public health bill. I thought I cleared it, although I had received representation against that bill from allopathy people, from homeopathy people, from Ayurveda people, and had sent all three representations to the government for their comments. The comments which have come are not satisfactory. Still I cleared it. But the other 7 bills, in my opinion, 4 of them are money bills which require prior approval of the governor. You cannot lay them in the house. the other 3 bills regarding the composition of the selection committee, that is negation of the UGC regulations. Therefore, I had no choice. I was waiting for them. I waited for 2 years. Let them come and explain to me. Ministers came. Nobody had any answer.
Sir, what about the rest of the bills?
Rest of no, there are no other bills. There are no other bills. They had represented only about 8 bills. 1 I have cleared, 7 I have referred to the Honorable President. There are no other bills. If other bills are there, even today I have cleared 3.
Which one, sir?
This is no. This is some no. Land assignment again. I have received so many representations. I have sent them to the government. I am waiting for their reply. Then I will take my decision. Don't consider me. I told you in the second month itself, I am not a rubber stamp, and I shall not be a rubber stamp. I have also been not only in politics, but I am also a lawyer.
So the first response coming in from the Kerala Governor Arif Mohammed Khan, once again reiterating his charge. All of this in the backdrop of the reappointment as far as the Kannur University Vice Chancellor is concerned. Let's go straight to our colleague Neetu, who is joining us on the broadcast. Neetu, the Governor not mincing his words. Also what he's gone on to clarify that one shouldn't blame the Education Minister here. He really had no role to play. He was being used as a pawn by the Chief Minister. Neetu, we'll request you to stay on with us. In fact, we have to cut across to a press conference coming in by the Ministry of External Affairs.
And that is obviously unacceptable. So I think that covers the query sir has correctly said about Canada. I will now hand over to sir.
See, the question on whether Honorable Prime Minister will be making any fresh announcements, whether with regard to the NDCs or other initiatives, I think it would not be correct really for us to prejudge in any way what the substance of Honorable Prime Minister's interventions, his thought processes at different events would be. But as I said earlier, this is only the third COP that the Honorable Prime Minister is attending. We attach tremendous significance and importance to the outcomes that are scheduled to come from this COP. I listed out some of the key elements of what would be under focus at this COP, and that included a substantial segment of climate finance. As I said, the specific figures is one part, but the point of principle and translating that principles into availability of climate finance, but also climate technology, so that the developing countries can actually move forward, move aggressively forward to take climate action is important. So I think it would not be correct for us to really, but as and when it comes out, you will see what Honorable Prime Minister has to say on these various subjects. With regard to your reference to pricing of the fossil fuel as a derivative of the Russia-Ukraine conflict, which you mentioned, I think this is a larger issue of essentially the energy transition into a green energy transition. And I think COP28 would essentially be focusing on...
This is a press conference that was coming in by the Ministry of External Affairs. Also, the MEA's first reaction as far as the allegations that have been made by the United States, where the United States has gone on to blame an Indian official for a plot against a case separatist. Remember, the US Department of Justice indictment had claimed that Nikhil Gupta, a senior Indian intelligence official, in fact had masterminded the assassination plot against the K activist Gurpan Singh Pannu. So now we were seeing the first reaction that was in fact coming in by the MEA. We'll try and go across to our colleague Abhishek to try and understand what has been the position as far as India is concerned. The Foreign Secretary going on to say that this is a matter of great concern. The MEA also saying that we will take action when appropriate once the findings are available to us. So let's break down the details in terms of what has happened so far, what led to the United States making these allegations. And this is what intel sources are telling us here at CNN News 18. This is as far as the plot in the assassination behind Gurpant Singh Pannu is concerned. An Indian, in fact, has been held in the Czech Republic. What we're also now picking up is that the US government has charged an Indian citizen. As we pointed out, the name of that Indian citizen is Nikhil Gupta. The man named Nikhil Gupta, in fact, has been charged by the United States. There's some serious allegations that have been made there. Intel sources also telling us that the United States is trying to extradite Nikhil Gupta, this Indian who, in fact, has been named as far as this plot is concerned. Intel sources further also telling us, but as of now, the United States has no evidence, and this is exactly what we heard from the MEA press conference as well, that we will take action once the evidence is made available. Intel sources also adding that it is wrong to link Indian agencies. So this is where things currently stand. Serious allegations that have been made as far as the United States is concerned, and the first reaction then coming in from the MEA. Let's now shift our focus to some other stories that we are tracking at this hour. Let's talk about what's happening in Tamil Nadu. Heavy rain slashed several parts of Tamil Nadu, submerging properties and causing heavy waterlogging. Now, rain slashed Chennai, other areas like Ranipet and even Kanchipuram districts. The IMD has issued an orange alert for Chennai and its neighbouring districts on the 2nd as well as the 3rd of December, indicating the likelihood of heavy to very heavy rainfall. Schools will also remain closed in Chennai and in other districts like Chengalpettu and Kanchipuram. A holiday has also been announced for both schools and colleges in various districts like Tiruvallur. Chennai Corporation has also launched a helpline number for the citizens. The NDRF teams have also been kept on standby by the IMD. In its bulletin, observed the formation of a low pressure area in the southeast Bay of Bengal. Now, the formation is expected to form a cyclonic storm within the next few days.
We had unprecedented rains for a short period of time for 3 hours, and Honorable CM directly telephonically has been monitoring this, and we have put 15 IAS officers yesterday itself overnight. Water is receding very rapidly. We are observing it. All of us are in the field. 16,000 odd workers are on the field. 491 motors are there, plus additionally 150 tractor-borne motors are also there. So far, that flooding kind of challenge has not been there, but they have all the equipments to immediately jump into action in case of some major inundations.
Well, that's the update that's coming in from Tamil Nadu, where, as we pointed out and in the visuals that you can see as well, there is waterlogging that is already being reported in Chennai. Low-lying areas are completely submerged as of now, but authorities on the ground saying it is not a flood situation. The IMD has already issued an orange alert. There are multiple teams on standby by the NDRF as heavy rains still continue to batter the state. What the IMD is also saying that because there will be a formation of a low pressure as far as the Bay of Bengal is concerned, it is a possibility that we could see the formation of a cyclonic storm also within the next few days. Let's go straight across to our colleague Purnima Murli, who in fact is joining us from T Nagar in Chennai. Purnima, just help us understand what is the situation like. The IMD is predicting that there will be heavy rains over the next few days, but authorities also clarifying that there is no flood-like situation just as of now.
Well, no flood-like situation just yet. The only good news is that the rains have receded over the last couple of hours, and therefore the water levels are also receding. But if there are heavy to very heavy rainfall that the city would witness in the next 2 to 3 days as per the Met predictions, then residents in low-lying areas, especially the ones like T Nagar, they are afraid that it could cause a flood-like situation. And these are the visuals from T Nagar main road. This is one of the famous roads, the main roads in T Nagar, and it's still waterlogged. Remember, as I said, the rains have receded, the rains have stopped over the last couple of hours, but even the main roads are inundated. The water levels have decreased, but if the rains continue for the next 2 to 3 days, then all these areas would be inundated. The low-lying areas, primarily T Nagar, West Mablam, Ashok Nagar, KK Nagar, and the North Chennai, all these areas will be inundated if the city witnesses heavy to very heavy rainfall. Remember, orange alert has been issued to districts including Chennai, Kanchipuram, Chengalpat, and some of the main roads are waterlogged. Some of the low-lying areas, apartments, people who are staying on the ground floor fear another 2015 repeat, considering that a cyclone is likely to be formed as per the Met Department's prediction, likely tomorrow, and the city could witness heavy rainfall. So everyone, the Tamil Nadu government has issued an advisory asking people to stay indoors and come out only if it is necessary and only if it's essential. Otherwise, people have been asked to stay indoors. Fishermen have been asked not to venture into the sea, and those who are already out have been asked to return, considering that the next 4 to 5 days would be crucial. Many residents have in fact lodged complaints saying that their areas are waterlogged, and motor pumps are in place to clear the water, and there have been complaints. Many of them are right now in a better situation, but some roads like the one that we are showing you continue to remain waterlogged. Even though the motor pumps are in place, they are trying to drain the water out, but it's still a long way to go, and the next few days will be crucial as well. Back to you.
So as Poonama is pointing out, the good news as of now is that the rains have receded, so even the water levels have begun to come down, but the next few days are going to be very, very crucial. We are going to keep a close eye on all those developments. With that, we'll have to leave that conversation there. It's a wrap from my side, but do watch a mega poll of polls coverage that begins on CNN News 18, 5 p.m. onwards. Thanks a lot for watching.
Hello, Moto. Hello, Moto.
One incredible rescue. When each worker was pulled out of the Silkyara tunnel, where they had been trapped for 400 hours, loud cheers broke out at the sight, and the whole country heaved a collective sigh of relief. They say it takes an army to build a village. So when it came to India's biggest rescue operation, multiple agencies worked round the clock to make this moment happen. The National Disaster Response Force, the Indian Army, the State Disaster Response Force, Border Roads Organization, all collaborated for this mammoth operation. India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi kept a close eye and was one of the first to speak to the tunnel workers after their miraculous rescue.
जय हिंद भैया, सबको बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं।
भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय।
बस आपके जो नारे हैं ना, देश सुन करके आज बहुत ही प्रभावित हो जाएगा।
But there were some heroes whose wisdom and vigor made this mission a mammoth success.
Well done. Well done, Bhaskar.
12 men went where no machine could. After a series of setbacks, it was the banned practice of rat hole mining that came to the rescue of the trapped labourers. The team arrived at the Silkyara tunnel on the 27th of November to help in the rescue operations. They wanted 36 hours to clear the debris, but within 27 hours, they had reached the trapped workers. Leading the pack of rat hole miners were Feroz Qureshi and Monu Kumar, who were the first to reach the labourers after they cleared the last bit of the rubble inside the tunnel.
26 से 28 घंटे नॉन स्टॉप काम किया है मैं। ये मुश्किलें तो आई थी, बहुत सारी बाधाएं आई हैं मुश्किलों की, लेकिन
जी
मुश्किलें आने के बाद भी हमने ये एक जज्बा बना लिया था कि हमें करना ही करना है। और प्लस जो हमारे मुन्ना भाई हैं, वो उन्होंने हमें ज्यादा से ज्यादा हौसला दिया और उन्होंने हमें काबिल समझा के कर पाएंगे, क्योंकि वो हमारे गुरु हैं, उन्होंने हमें काम सिखाया है, तो उन्हें अपने हुनर पे पूरा भरोसा था।
Arnold Dix, who heads the Geneva-based International Tunnelling and Underground Space Association, is known for taking risks when it comes to underground construction. He had been a part of the Silkyara tunnel rescue mission since the 20th of November and provided technical expertise on the operation. He guided the rescuers on maneuvering the treacherous ground. he would often be seen at a small temple near the tunnel, praying for the safe evacuation of the laborers.
Welcome back. Thanks a lot for staying with us. We're getting some breaking developments now coming in. This is the first reaction that's coming in from the MEA, where India has hit back at the allegations that have been made by the United States over Gurpreet Pannu's killing. The MEA's first response says, we've seen the development, this is concerning and contrary to our government's policies. What we're also hearing is that linking a plot to Indian official is concerning. We also have a reaction coming in on the situation in Canada, where the MEA has gone on to say that Canada has consistently given space to extremists. We do not give space. Let's listen in to that reaction coming in from Arindam Bakshi.
Look, as you would have seen, as we have informed earlier, during the course of discussions with the US on bilateral security cooperation, the US side has shared some inputs pertaining to nexus between organized criminals, gun runners, terrorists, other extremists. We take, of course, such inputs very seriously, and a high-level inquiry committee has been constituted to look into all the relevant aspects of the matter, and necessary follow-up action will be taken based on the findings of the inquiry committee.
So this is the first response that's coming in by the Ministry of External Affairs post those allegations that were made by the United States, where the DOJ in fact had gone on to say that the murder for hire conspiracy charges were made against an Indian citizen, where they went on to say that there was a plot to assassinate a US citizen on US soil. The Indian government employee coordinated with Nikhil Gupta, the Indian citizen who in fact has now been named. Nikhil Gupta was an associate of the government employee. These are the allegations that have been made by the United States. India responding to these charges for the first time, going to say that we've seen the development, this is concerning and contrary to our government's policy. Let's take a look at some other reactions coming in.
From the month of August onwards, we have been working closely with our American counterparts, with partners around the world, on the very serious allegations that we shared in September. That we believe India was involved, agents of the government of India were involved in the killing of a Canadian citizen on Canadian soil. The news coming out of the United States further underscores what we've been talking about from the very beginning, which is that India needs to take this seriously. The Indian government needs to work with us to ensure that we're getting to the bottom of this. This is not something that anyone can take lightly. Our responsibility is to keep Canadians safe, and that's what we're going to continue to do.
So post those allegations that came from the United States, a reaction came from Justin Trudeau from Canada, urging India, quote-unquote, to take matters seriously. Let's go straight to our colleague Abhishek, who is joining us on the broadcast. Abhishek, help us understand India's response and India's position.
Well, India has clearly said that if the U.S. allegations are real in terms of an Indian employee was associated with the entire plot to assassinate Pannu, that this is not the government policy, and this is contrary to that. So clearly there is no involvement of Indian government as such. It could be some individuals, but still the case is still under investigation. And then the person who has been indicted is an Indian national, but there has not been any reference to any Indian government employee who has been handling that person. His identity has not been established yet by the U.S. Department of Justice or the U.S. law enforcement agencies. So that is where this entire case is right now. But we do know that India and USA, they have been regularly sharing intelligence inputs on the organized crime, on the gun runners, on individuals who have been trying to plot some sort of crime and other activities in each other's country. And these intelligence inputs are being looked into seriously with the Indian side as well.
Abhishek, we'll have to leave that conversation there. Keep a close eye on all those developments for us. Well, with that, it's a wrap from my side, but news continues here on CNN News 18. My colleague Anusha is now in the studio.
Good afternoon and a very warm welcome here on CNN News 18. Hello, I'm Anusha Sonia. Top focus. What can it be other than the battle of states, the semi-final before the mega-final of 2024? The one party who wins the states or establishes its dominance in these polls of the Hindi heartland, more importantly in the states of Rajasthan, Telangana, Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh, and Rajasthan. All of that is going to be critical to watch out for. But all eyes on Telangana today, the state that polls today. After weeks of campaigning across 119 constituencies, it's now over to the voters in the state. As polls are underway, polling will continue till 5 p.m. It's a high-stake battle for BRS President and State Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao. Will the Congress party be able to expand its reach, or BRS be able to withhold its power? Will the BJP be one party that's going to cut into the votes, or would it establish its presence far more strongly in the state at the state level? That's our focus.
तेलंगाना के लोग केसीआर सरकार को उखाड़कर फेंकने के लिए कमर कस चुके हैं।
केसीआर शवयात्रना तेलंगाना जैत्र यात्रा
ये मेरे लिए राजनीतिक लड़ाई नहीं है, ये खून की लड़ाई है, डीएनए की लड़ाई है। हमारा पहला कदम सरकार बनने के एकदम बाद जाति जनगणना करने का होगा, कास्ट सर्वे।
Weeks of campaigning across 119 constituencies, the voters in the state of Telangana are going to decide who is the real winner, who will form the next government. The polling will continue till 5 p.m. It's a high-stake battle for BRS President and State Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao, who's eyeing a hat-trick amid a perceptible wave of anti-incumbency and a tight challenge from the Congress party. The third player in the fray is BJP, which is also hopeful of making a dent in several constituencies, particularly in the north of the state, also in the urban pockets of Hyderabad. The other key player is Mr. Owaisi's AIMIM, which is contesting on 9 seats in Hyderabad. That has been traditionally their stronghold. BRS has written to the Election Commission against Congress, saying that Congress used deepfake videos and audios of their leaders to seek votes, whereas Congress has complained to EC against K. Kavita, appealing to voters to vote for BRS outside a polling booth. We continue telling you more about this particular story. Let's tell you more about the semi-final before the mega battle of 2024. What does the battle of Telangana really entails? What is it at stake right now? 119 seats, that's the number of constituencies that you're looking at, which are up for grabs. Will KCR beat the anti-incumbency? He is eyeing a hat-trick, but after 2 terms, ever since the formation of the state, there is a strong wave of anti-incumbency, many argue. 3-corner fight in the state with Congress, BJP and the BRS. You also have Prime Minister Modi, who has actively campaigned in the state, and his popularity is also a factor that has armed the BJP. It's also a war of welfare schemes/freebies. The farmers factor in about 75 rural seats is going to be very, very critical, very, very important. The last minute change that was made by the Election Commission in terms of the disbursements of the fund about a particular scheme, and the Congress party had complained against it. Many argue that could be a factor against the Congress party. The wave in favor of the Congress party, is there a wave that the Congress party can really jump on? That I believe on 3rd of December we'll know. And what kind of role will parties like AIMIM play? Will they be the spoilsport, or will they be the kingmakers? These smaller parties often play a very important and a critical role, especially if it's a triangular contest. Let's listen into some voices on the story.
Akka, you're going to vote. What are your first thoughts?
I really hope Hyderabad votes, and I really hope the entire Telangana votes in large numbers. On the ground, we are very, very comfortable. We've been campaigning on the ground. People love KCR Garu. People have received many benefits of the election, many benefits of our government, and we are very confident that we'll be voted back to power the 3rd time.
हम स्वयं हमारा
सरकार हम बनाएंगे। तेलंगाना के जनता के ऊपर विश्वास है, हमारा पार्टी पूरा बहुमत मिलेगा आदरणीय मोदी जी के नाम पर।
कांग्रेस पार्टी जो 6 गारंटीज दिए एंड जो तेलंगाना डेवलपमेंट मॉडल देश के लिए एक रास्ता दिखाएंगे। इस चुनाव में अच्छा नहीं सरकार बना दे के लोगों का उम्मीद पूरी करने के लिए कांग्रेस पार्टी कोशिश करेंगे।
Very much confident, and I am sure, inshallah, today I expect, I hope, and I request the people of Hyderabad and Telangana to come out in thousands and cast your vote, strengthen the democracy of our country, create more confidence in the Constitution of India, and this is the best and the right time for the people to show their choice, they like or dislike for anyone, for any candidate.
Cutting across to my colleague Payal, who's joining us on the broadcast. Payal, tell us where you are, what kind of response from the voters so far, what is the mood on the ground?
I'm going to go and get you a couple of voices on ground. It's so inspiring to see a senior citizen over here, a lady who's come all the way to vote as well. She's here, exercising her right to vote. That's her voted, that's her ink finger that you can really see. That is what Amma is showing. Amma, how many times have you voted abhi tak? How many times?
10 years.
10 times. 10 times you have voted for election. We'll try and get a word from a couple of other people as well. You tell me, you're a citizen of this city, the capital. How important it is for everybody to come out and vote, and what's the mood?
Very important, because they will have to decide the future, how the state has to be. So I think if someone doesn't come and vote and use their vote right, I don't think they have a right to ask any question to the government.
I'm going to try and get in a couple of other people as well. I do see a lot of other citizens, who've come out and vote. Ma'am, for you to come out and vote and exercise your right to vote, how important is it for you as a citizen? How important is it for you as a citizen, sir? How important is it to come out and vote?
This is a duty of the people.
And you're expecting further and better changes for Hyderabad after this election?
Maybe I have not decided anything.
Right. Of course, people have
Allow me a moment. Just stay with us on the broadcast. I'll just come back to you. We are more than keen to hear all the voices that you're getting us from the ground. Mr. G. Kishan Reddy alleges malpractices in Jangao, one of the area where the voting is going on. That's the word really coming in. We'll try and get you more details, but that's the breaking news coming in. That G. Kishan Reddy alleges certain malpractices during the polling process. What exactly has he alleged? What are the malpractices that he's talking about? We'll quickly try and cut across to our reporters and get more details on this entire story. But during the polling process, it is not unprecedented or not without precedent to see that these kind of complaints are made. Swastika, could you tell us more about what are the concerns that Mr. Reddy has raised?
Well, G. Kishan Reddy, Telangana BJP president, says that BRS cadres in Jangao have been moving in huge numbers in different polling booths in a bid to influence the voters over there. And when the BJP workers, in fact, tried to stop any such attempt, they were in fact hit back by the BRS, and there was a brutal violence that took place, leading to clashes between both sides. What G. Kishan Reddy has also gone on to allege is that the police remained as mute spectators, thereby facilitating the ruling party workers to move around polling stations, and not just that, attack BJP cadres and dismantle free and fair elections. In fact, remember, accusations have been flying thick and fast. We saw a little bit of clash play out not just in Jangao but also in Nirmal and even in some parts of Hyderabad, where there were clashes between BJP, BRS and Congress cadres, while the leaders were moving in wards to take a tab on what is exactly playing out in different polling stations. Kama Reddy too is on high alert right now. This is where the Chief Minister and Revanth Reddy are fighting against each other, and there too the BRS cadres say that there has been an attempt to influence voters allegedly from the Congress's side.
There has been an attempt to influence the voters from the Congress side. Swastika, is there a formal complaint that has been made in this regard? Because usually complaints of this nature are not just oral. In a written format, you can submit it to the local election commission officer.
Yes, they have. In fact, representations have also been put forth by the BRS as well over the deep fake videos which we've been focusing earlier on. And now G. Kishan Reddy also reaching out to the Chief Electoral Officer here in Telangana, asking him to intervene and also accusing the police of remaining as mute spectators. Anusha.
All right, that's the accusation coming in, and a formal complaint to the Election Commission has also been made. Swastika getting us all those details. Let's tell you a bit more about the battle for Telangana. What exactly does it entail? What are the strength, weakness and opportunity for each of the political party? One by one, we tackle all of them. Congress, BJP and the BRS. Well, you talk about the strength of the BRS. KCR is recognized as a crusader for the statehood, for the state of Telangana. Schemes like Raitu Bandhu and KCR has also hit a record by staying as the Chief Minister for 2 times and trying to bat for the 3rd time ever since the formation of a state. He also enjoys a substantial base of the minority votes, not to forget the kind of minority appeals he's made in his election speeches. There has been a notable improvement in the infrastructure and healthcare of the state. That's one thing that most of his supporters talk about, but there are weaknesses too. Many sitting MLAs are facing strong anti-incumbency in their constituencies. There are allegations that the family has got a lot of grip over the party and the government and corruption charges. The other weakness lies as opposition accuses that netas have defected, and there is internal bickering in both Congress and the BJP, and that's exactly something that could not benefit the party. The anti-incumbency challenge is something which the party would have to deal with, taming the BJP's robust leadership and opposition raising incomplete schemes that the promises have not been fulfilled. K. Kavita has been named in the excise policy case, and that has also been touted as a graft charge against the government. Let's talk about other political parties as well. We'll continue to do that analysis here on CNN News 18. Let me also try and cut across back to Pal. She is on the ground. She was getting us all those voices. Pal, you were interrupted, but you were getting us all the voters, their voices, their concerns. How do they feel while casting their vote? Please tell us more.
Well, of course, voters have come up, in decent numbers over here. I'm currently at Jubilee Hill Club, which is, of course, a very, very prominent location, a very, very high-profile location as far as this region is concerned. This is a region from where Chiranjeevi voted in the morning, and in a bit from now, his son Ram Charan, who's, of course, an Oscar Award winner, he's part of that Oscar Award-winning film, Triple R. He's also going to be coming here in a bit from now to cast his vote. Citizens are coming in, slow and by steady. But what I've seen, which is very, very different, Anusha, is the celebrities have given a strong message over here in the city and around the city by coming out and casting their vote and, setting an example for the others to really follow. So that's what it really stands. Obviously, people are mum about who they voted for. Naturally, we can't ask them that question because of the model code of conduct being in place as well. But people are hopeful that there will be a government which will come in, which will bring in development for them, which will make sure that their welfare is looked after. Hyderabad is one of those fastest growing cities which has seen an expansion, not in terms of infrastructure, in terms of road and otherwise, but also in terms of IT infrastructure. Also, we've seen a lot of work really happen. So will KCR get another term? Will he become the first chief minister, in the southern part of India to actually have 3 terms in a row? That remains to be seen, of course, because he's facing a stiff challenge from the Congress party. The Congress party is extremely buoyant, is extremely excited about their prospects this time around. They see a huge wave around their, around them this time around after having tasted success in Karnataka recently. So it's all at stake for them. And of course, the BJP is also vying for his chances. The BJP is looking at a larger picture, not only just here where they expect at least they can be the vote spoilers as far as anybody is concerned. If they're able to get a double-digit figure over 10 and above, they can probably be a sort of a party to watch out for as far as the Telangana polls are concerned. MIM, this is their bastion. They are waiting for something to come their way because this is exactly where they belong to, and they would like to make the most of this election for themselves. So we'll try and speak to a couple of voters, like you mentioned. Let's try and speak to a couple of voters if they're willing to speak to us. Coming out and voting, ma'am, how important is it for a citizen?
It is, right? It's our right to vote.
What does it mean for Hyderabadis?
As a citizen, we need to vote. Right. We have to vote.
Are you looking out for anything in particular? Are you looking out for any government to work for your development, to work for your progress, especially for women?
Everybody is doing their best. I'm trying to vote for someone who I feel will do their best for me and my city in the next 5 years.
Right. She's trying to do her best, she says, and how confidently try and speak to a couple of other voters as well. Okay, we'll have to just see if anybody else is willing to speak to us. This is quite a constituency where I'll have to ask my camera person to be a little careful because there are cars coming in from all sides. We don't want to get injured in the process. We'll try and speak to a couple of other voters as well who I can spot over here. Just getting into the car. You've come out and vote. What does this mean for people of Hyderabad?
I think you should come out and vote. If you want to, tomorrow, if you want to raise a finger against anybody, unless you vote, you don't have the right to do that.
What are the key issues for voters in this part of the city?
I think it's mostly about drainage, water, sanitary. These kind of issues are basic issues. Nothing more than that. The roads, the lights, and nothing more than that.
Right. You rightly said that you wanted to actually make sure that you are able to raise a finger, but for now you can just raise a finger and show us your voting sign, and hopefully more and more people will get encouraged to come out and vote. Anusha, back to you.
Thank you, Pal, for putting all of that into perspective. Thank you for getting us all those voices, the biggest festival of democracy when you go out and you cast your vote. And that's the most important day for any citizen in the state. People of the state of Telangana, please go out, cast your ballot. That's how you're going to decide who is going to govern your state for the next 5 years. Well, here you can see these numbers that we're putting out for you, and these numbers tell you the story as to how right from 2014 up till 2019, the graph of BRS has been. This pink line really tells you the percentage of vote that the party has been able to gather, from 34% up to 47% in 18, and a small fall of about 5% in 2019 that we have seen. But if you look at Congress party, the graph is pretty much flat. In 2014, both in Lok Sabha and the state elections. In 2018, it went up just slightly, and in 2019, it was about 30%. They are hoping that they can close on this margin. The saffron line, of course, is the BJP. In 2019 Lok Sabha election, of course, the Modi wave, the voting percentage for the party went up to 20%. Now, can that really also translate as far as state elections are concerned? Or is this particularly a factor only in Lok Sabha, or can also translate into the state elections? But the party did very well during the Lok Sabha elections. They need to make more inroads into the state, and that is why that hectic political campaigning has happened. Let's listen in to what Mohammad Azharuddin had to say.
वोट तो डालना जरूरी होता है, क्योंकि जब भी इलेक्शन होता है तो वोट डालना जरूरी होता है। अगर आप नहीं डालेंगे तो आपका कोई हक भी नहीं बनता कि आप क्या बोलते हम किसी से क्वेश्चन कर सकते हैं या किसी से आप पूछ सकते हैं कि ऐसा डेवलपमेंट नहीं हुआ, ये नहीं हुआ। तो मैं समझता हूँ सही जगह पे वोट डालेंगे तो सही रिजल्ट आएंगे।
मैं उन लोगों को टीआरएस कैंडिडेट का और कांग्रेस कैंडिडेट का हिसाब से ही देख रहा हूं, लेकिन इन लोग बड़े बड़े हैं, इससे क्या होता है, इसे डर के हम पीछे हटने वाला नहीं है। इन लोग हमारा हिसाब में कैंडिडेट ही है। अभी इन लोग 40 साल पहले केसीआर क्या था, कुछ भी नहीं है ना। यहाँ तक उन्हें जर्नी में अभी मुख्यमंत्री बना, और ये रेवंत रेड्डी जी ने 2001 में क्या है, कुछ भी नहीं है ना। वहां से फिर उसका प्रस्थान शुरू हुआ। अभी उसका टाइम मिले, दोनों को भगवान अच्छा टाइम दिए, तकदीर अच्छा है, उन लोग है। लेकिन इन लोग पूरा सबसे जीनियस है बोल के नहीं सोचना। 101%, not in 100, 101% फ्रॉम द बिगिनिंग, नॉट नाउ ओनली। मैं 5 साल से मेहनत कर रहा हूँ, पब्लिक से कर रहा हूँ। हम काम करे सो भी सबसे डिफरेंट है।
Cutting across to my colleague Swastika, she's with us on the broadcast. Swastika, tell us how the response has been of the voters so far. Let's also once again talk about the key issues that have dominated the political discourse in the state.
Well, Hyderabad really never had a pleasant voter turnout, so this time we hope that that trend breaks. But as of now, the last data that we have accessed, the voter turnout is somewhere around 25%. But yes, what are the key issues this time around? KCR, high stakes battle for him. He's battling anti-incumbency. Wherever we've travelled, the anti-incumbency factor is not much against him as it is in the case of his MLAs, and that is because a majority of the schemes that KCR has been banking on has not percolated well down with the masses. A majority of the people have told us that it's usually the middlemen nexus and those known to the MLAs who've been walking away and enjoying schemes in the likes of Dalit Bandhu, which gives 10 lakh rupees allowance to financial assistance rather to Dalit families, and also double bedroom houses. So these could be the negative factor as far as KCR is concerned, and let us also not discount the fact that voter fatigue is something that the BRS is facing a challenge with, because in general among a lot of voters there is a sense that we've given terms, we've given chance to KCR twice, now it's time to perhaps give a chance to some other party. So is that alternative the Congress? Well, it seems so as far as the Congress's own projection is concerned. The Congress, remember, is giving a very tough fight as far as Telangana elections is concerned. Following on the heels of Karnataka model, here the party is banking on 6 guarantees, and they have multiple chief ministerial faces right now. But of course, somebody who is at the front runner is Revanth Reddy. But having said that, the caveat in the case of Congress is, if you look at the vote share, there are 19 seats that they won last time, and just want to quickly wrap up, Anusha. This time around they have to cross 60 seats in order to come to power in Telangana. So that's going to be a big challenge for Congress. Can it do it? Time will say. On the 3rd of December.
Time will say. Thank you, Swastika, for succinctly putting that together for us. And after Telangana Congress on its official handle on X shared a video showing Telangana Minister and BRS Working President KT Ramarao appealing to people to cast their vote for the Congress, BRS has taken the fight to the Election Commission, complaint against the Congress, saying the desperate parties are peddling fake news in Telangana. BRS also urged the voters to not to be swayed due to fake news and verify information before believing or sharing it. Reacting to the controversy, we have Mr. Owaisi from AIMIM, who has said that it's a serious issue and EC must look into it.
Is this the most challenging election for you?
Not at all. In fact, on 3rd December, you'll see that this is probably our biggest victory.
How are you seeing the Congress this time around, sir?
Congress is always Congress. You know how it is. Well, I mean, there's nothing new about them. It's all old wine in a new bottle. There's nothing new about them.
A lot of concern being raised about the deep fake videos.
It's a deep fake party, so what do I do?
How many seats are you confident of winning, sir?
88 plus. Cheers.
There is a complaint that the BRS has put out, and they say that deep fake videos of their leaders are being, leaked out in the media, showing them in that sense. Is that something which is going to be a worry as well?
Well, you see, this is a very big challenge, and in the recent weeks we have seen how these deep fake videos have been made about demeaning many women, and people are using this to create doubts, aspersions, characters, to attack character. So I think so in coming years the ECI has to do more on such videos. The ECI should also have a mechanism wherein people do an interview and release it, when the time for asking vote is over. So such mechanism with the technology evolving has to be created. And in elections does not mean that you create such deep fake videos and do such a demeanable thing.
Let me cut across to Swastika, who's getting us more details on this entire story and getting us more perspective. Swastika, when this deepfake controversy had really happened, most experts had pointed out that one day this deepfake would be used for political misinformation, and perhaps that fear has come true. Talking about this particular controversy, put the facts on record and what exactly could be expected from the Election Commission.
Well, in the last leg of the campaigning, there were several of these audio clips that had gone viral where KT Ramarao was in fact heard saying, speaking to his cadres about the surveys not being very positive in their favor, and this particular audio clips went viral. Apart from that, there have been deepfake videos of Kavita and some of KCR as well, which has not gone down well with the BRS, of course, which is in fact facing a tough fight from the Congress even when it comes to the social media war. Likewise, the allegation that the BRS has put forth is that Mr. Sunil Kanubulu's team, which has been managing the Congress's campaign here in Telangana, has been instrumental in fact in pumping out fake surveys allegedly, and also the fact that these deep fake videos have been circulating a lot on YouTube and WhatsApps of different cadres, which was not did not augur well with the party, and that's the reason why BRS today in fact moved the Election Commission of India against these deep fake videos. But this is also a counter from the party, remember, amid a wake of a series of surveys perhaps indicating that the odds are not in the favor of the BRS, and in fact that's the reason why the BRS has particularly asked the ECI to crack down on such fake surveys and also take down the videos. A majority of these videos and audio clips, by the way, have now been taken down.
Swastika Das, my colleague, getting us all the details on that story. We'll continue coming back to Swastika. Pile also reporting on the ground. We're slipping into a very short break, but don't forget to watch our mega poll of polls coverage from 5 p.m. onwards on the Election News Headquarters here on CNN News 18.
Hello, Moto. Hello, Moto. Hello.
It has been my honour to serve, and as a parent, it's been my honour to help all the parents out there getting their children home. And you remember in the beginning I said 41 people home safe, no one gets hurt by Christmas. We are calm and we knew exactly what we wanted, and we worked as a wonderful team. And when I say a wonderful team, the best engineers here in India, the army, their engineers, the best I've ever worked with, all the agencies, the federal authority, the state, all the people. It was just a joy to be a part of this successful mission, just one part. And I've got to go to the temple because I've promised to say thank you for what's happened, because my friends, if you haven't noticed, I think we've just witnessed a miracle.
Lieutenant General Syed Atta Hasnain, a member of the National Disaster Management Agency, used to oversee the operations and coordination between agencies. He didn't let setbacks in the operation affect the morale of the entire team. With his trademark calm demeanour, he ensured that no stone was left unturned in the rescue effort.
And therefore, I have been through this for too many years in my life. There were times when I was woken up at 2:30 in the morning and I knew that this can't be good news. When someone wakes you up at 2:30 in the morning and can only give you bad news. The good news can wait for the morning. So I'm used to disappointments, but personally I did not want to show that kind of a concern to the nation when I was holding the responsibility of bringing information to the nation as such. Yes, there were moments when I was a little dismayed myself, but I kept that under curbs. The best face had to be projected to the nation through the media, and I compliment the Indian media. I compliment the Indian media for this sense of maturity, the ability in which they could present these news. I don't think the media in India has ever displayed this kind of a propensity towards utter maturity. It's been absolutely a marvelous moment for all of us, and therefore I think a huge thanks is due to the media also.
Minister of State for Road Transport and Highways, General V.K. Singh, was stationed at the tunnel for days on end. The former army chief never lost hope for the trapped labourers, and he made sure to greet each of the 41 men when they emerged from the tunnel after 17 long days. While the Great Indian Tunnel Rescue has been about hope and happiness, it is as much about the heroes who made it possible.
Welcome back, and there's some latest news coming in as the polling is underway in the state of Telangana. G. Kishan Reddy has made a stinging allegation. He has alleged certain malpractices. He has written to Election Commission. A written complaint has also been filed to the EC in this matter. He has alleged certain malpractices. That's the complaint that he has made. Let's see if the EC decides to do something on this matter. I'll also try and connect with my colleague Swastika and get more details on this entire story. But BRS is influencing the voter. That's exactly what he has said. Amid voting in the state of Telangana, there's a complaint that has been made by G. Kishan Reddy. He has written to the Election Commission and said that all these malpractices should be checked. G. Kishan Reddy has said that these practices are being done in a planned manner. These are not ad hoc instances that have happened, and the Election Commission must take note of all these complaints and act. BRS is influencing the voters. That is what the BJP Telangana president has said. Let me cut across to my colleague Payal and get more details on this entire story. Payal, tell us more about this complaint submitted to the Election Commission.
Well, Kishan Reddy in fact has written to the Election Commission. He essentially saying that BRS candidates and their workers in all the constituencies are moving in around the polling stations comprising of more than 100 to 200 people, and that is something which they feel is in a way to influence the voters, to influence the vote pattern, etc. That is the influence that he's given, and he's of course in particular talking about the Jangaon Assembly constituency where he has been able to see such examples of such malpractices taking place. So obviously it's a heated battle like we've been reporting, Anusha. So obviously all political sides are making their claims public, and essentially that is where Kishan Reddy is coming over here. You've already seen BRS complaint to the Election Commission saying that deep fake videos of their leaders were used. So it's quite a high-pitched battle over here. And the tempers are really, really high as we build up to probably the voting began at 7 o'clock, so it's half the day gone. So these complaints now coming in with sporadic incidents of, roughing up between party cadres taking place. And BRS leaders in Kamareddy have now staged a protest claiming that the Congress leaders are trying to influence the voters to vote for Congress party. The BRS has demanded action from the Election Commission. So that's another detail coming into the fray, Anusha.
All right, Pal, thank you so much for putting all of that into perspective. We'll keep tracking that. That's the breaking coming in from the state of Telangana, which is voting today. We'll continue talking about the polling in the state, shifting our focus to other top stories. Leaders from across the world will convene in Dubai starting today for the 28th edition of the Conference of Parties to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, running until the 12th of December. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be on a two-day visit to Dubai from today to attend the crucial climate summit. For the second time in 3 years, Prime Minister will attend the annual climate conference. According to top sources, the upcoming COP28 is being seen as a platform for India to build upon its G20 achievements, as climate change has been the top priority area for India's presidency. COP28 will provide an opportunity to take forward these successes.
In terms of Prime Minister's participation at the COP28, Honorable Prime Minister will deliver his address at the opening session of the World Climate Action Summit. Besides his address to the COP28, Prime Minister will also be participating in 3 high-level side events, of which 2 are being co-hosted by India. The first high-level event, which is being co-hosted by India and the UAE, is the launch of Green Credits Initiative. Second side event, co-hosted by India and Sweden, is the launch of Lead IT 2.0, essentially a leadership group for energy transition. Honorable Prime Minister will also be participating in another high-level event, which is titled Transforming Climate Finance, which is to be hosted by the presidency of the COP28.
And delegates from nearly 200 countries will gather in Dubai for the COP28 Climate Summit. Around 70,000 delegates are expected to attend the summit. First Post Managing Editor Palki Sharma reports from COP28 Summit in Dubai. Take a look at this exclusive report.
Which is the most important building in the world? You would think it's the White House or the Kremlin or the Indian Parliament, but you would be wrong. As of this week, the most important building in the world is the one that is right behind me, the Dubai Expo Center. In just a few hours from now, thousands of delegates from across the world will descend on this building. Hundreds are already pouring in. These are world leaders, religious leaders, activists, corporate bigwigs. And what is their job? To save the planet, to strike unanimous agreements on how to save the world. Dubai as a city is extra, and the Dubai City Expo all the more. Its tech-savvy halls are ready to host the most important summit of its times, the COP28. COP stands for Conference of the Parties. It includes every member of the United Nations Climate Framework established in 1992. And 28? Well, that's the number of summits. Last year's summit in Egypt was COP27, so this year's summit is COP28. The vibe here, as they say, is mixed. The young Gen Z activists look optimistic, but the veteran bureaucrats look more circumspect. They've been on this rodeo before. They know what happens here is all about political will. So who's attending this time? Well, it's easier to say who's not. US President Joe Biden is not coming. Neither is Chinese President Xi Jinping. Both leaders are sending their climate envoys instead. And it's a very poor message to the world. The US and China are the two biggest polluters on this planet. But their presidents are a no-show. Tells you how much significance they attach to this summit. Does that mean the summit is doomed for failure? Maybe not. Some 70,000 delegates are expected to attend COP28. They will come from 200 plus countries and regions. It's likely to be the most attended COP in the summit's history. The one in Glasgow, for example, had just 38,000 participants. Dubai is hosting nearly twice that number. The idea is to bring in as many voices as possible. Of course, the downside is the carbon footprint. What message does it send when thousands of people fly in to attend a climate summit on cutting emissions? It's counterproductive at best, hypocrisy at worst. But the attendance is not the headline here. That would be the negotiations. The summit will run from November 30th to December 12th. But don't be surprised if the talks are extended. In Egypt last year, the negotiations ran for 2 extra days. Chances are we could see a repeat. But what exactly will be up for discussion? Well, COP28 is about 2 major issues. The first is the global stocktake. Think of it as a routine assessment program. In 2015, countries signed the Paris Agreement. They agreed to limit global temperature rise to 1.5 degrees Celsius. So it's time to take stock, to see how well or how bad the world is doing. Spoiler alert, we are doing bad. At the current rate, global emissions will fall 2% by 2030. But to hit the Paris target, they should fall by 43%. So the world is a long way off.
Alright, cutting across to some latest news coming in. DMK Minister Ponmuri has appeared before the Enforcement Directorate. This is also an investigation which is going on for some time now. The ED earlier had also conducted raids at the premises of the DMK leader and Tamil Nadu Higher Education Minister. And his MP son Gautam Singamani is also somebody who is being investigated into a money laundering case. We'll try and cut across to Purnima and get more details. Purnima, tell us more.
Well, this is the third time that the Enforcement Directorate officials have summoned DMK Minister Ponmudi. Remember, this is in connection with the money laundering case, and this was also the period when he was a minerals minister in 2011, and this is in connection with alleged illegal sand mining when he was the minerals resources minister in 2011. Remember, in July, ED had conducted raids, and in a statement the ED has said that they have found documents, they have seized documents, and there have been unaccounted cash worth several lakhs of crores. That's something that the ED had said, and ever since then he's been summoned twice in connection with the money laundering case, and today is the third time that he has appeared before the Enforcement Directorate. We'll have to wait for more details, but this dates back to the period when he was a Minerals Resources Minister in 2011. And apart from him, his son, also a DMK MP, is also being questioned in this particular case, and this dates back to 2011 to 2015 period when DMK was in power.
All right. Thank you, Purnima, for putting all of those details into perspective for us. We'll keep coming back to you for more. While the air quality of the national capital dropped again this morning, the AQI remains in the very poor category, currently with a thick smog engulfing the region. More on the special report.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Delhiites have once again woken up to a thick layer of smoke. Right behind me is India Gate, and you can see how there is a thick layer of smoke that is covering India Gate. On the other side, if I ask my camera person to pan and show you, is Rashtrapati Bhavan, which is equally covered in the thick layer of smoke. Now, overall AQI, if you see, it in fact stands at about 366, which is in very poor category. Now, on Tuesday, just 2 days back, there was in fact light rain and thunderstorm that we have seen in parts of the national capital, Delhi NCR region, and because of which there was in fact a slight improvement in the air quality. Once again, due to the increasing moisture and the wind speed decrease, we are seeing that once again the air quality index have in fact been slipped from poor category to very poor category.
Well, we're slipping into a very short break, but on the other side, and this is a reminder that don't forget to watch our mega poll of polls coverage from 5 p.m. onwards here on CNN News 18.
Hello, Moto. Hello, Moto.
Days, 57 meters, 41 lives, one incredible rescue. When each worker was pulled out of the Silkyara tunnel, where they had been trapped for 400 hours, loud cheers broke out at the site and the whole country heaved a collective sigh of relief. They say it takes an army to build a village. So when it came to India's biggest rescue operation, multiple agencies worked round the clock to make this moment happen. The National Disaster Response Force, the Indian Army, the State Disaster Response Force, Border Roads Organization, all collaborated for this mammoth operation. India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi kept a close eye and was one of the first to speak to the tunnel workers after their miraculous rescue.
जय हिंद भैया, सबको बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं।
भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय।
बस आपके जो नारे हैं ना, देश सुन करके आज बहुत ही प्रभावित हो जाएगा।
But there were some heroes whose wisdom and vigor made this mission a mammoth success.
Well done. Well done, Bhaskar.
12 men went where no machine could. After a series of setbacks, it was the banned practice of rat hole mining that came to the rescue of the trapped labourers. The team arrived at the Silkyara tunnel on the 27th of November to help in the rescue operations. They wanted 36 hours to clear the debris, but within 27 hours, they had reached the trapped workers. Leading the pack of rat hole miners were Feroz Qureshi and Monu Kumar, who were the first to reach the labourers after they cleared the last bit of the rubble inside the tunnel.
26 से 28 घंटे नॉन स्टॉप काम किया है मैं। ये मुश्किलें तो आई थी, बहुत सारी बाधाएं आई हैं मुश्किलों की, लेकिन
जी
मुश्किलें आने के बाद भी हमने ये एक जज्बा बना लिया था कि हमें करना ही करना है। और प्लस जो हमारे मुन्ना भाई हैं, वो उन्होंने हमें ज्यादा से ज्यादा हौसला दिया और उन्होंने हमें काबिल समझा के कर पाएंगे, क्योंकि वो हमारे गुरु हैं, उन्होंने हमें काम सिखाया है, तो उन्हें अपने हुनर पे पूरा भरोसा था।
Arnold Dix, who heads the Geneva-based International Tunnelling and Underground Space Association, is known for taking risks when it comes.
Welcome back. Let's cut across to some latest news which is coming in after FIR was registered against some BJP MLAs who were protesting yesterday outside Vidhan Sabha. Now, BJP MLAs are staging a protest outside Bengal Assembly, demanding to sack Bengal minister who are in jail for corruption case. Remember, yesterday there was this incident, there was a standoff in the Assembly. TMC MLAs along with Mamata Banerjee were protesting for Manrega money. BJP also suddenly started protesting in response, mentioning that the government has been looting the people. Mamata Banerjee ended the meeting with national anthem. TMC claims that when the national anthem was on, BJP MLAs were still protesting. That's the word really coming in. Let me try and cut across to my colleague Kamalika, who's getting us more details on the story. Kamalika, tell us more about these protests and counter-protests.
See, what we are getting in information that as an FIR has been lodged against some BJP MLAs who were protesting yesterday. Now, what happened yesterday? Trinamool Congress for a couple of days, for the last 2 days, they were protesting, demanding Manrega money. And yesterday, Mamata Banerjee also joined their protest. Now, when they were protesting outside Bengal Assembly beneath the Ambedkar statue, suddenly the BJP MLAs, they also started protesting and they were saying that TMC MLAs were thieves and TMC MLAs were also saying that BJP MLAs were thieves. So there was a standoff yesterday. At that point of time, Mamata Banerjee, she said that they don't have permission, still they are protesting. The BJP people don't have permission and she ended the meeting with national anthem. Now the Trinamool Congress point is when the national anthem, the Trinamool MLAs were singing the national anthem, that point of time, the BJP MLAs who were protesting in an opposite position, they were still continuing this protest. Now, the Trinamool Legislative Party, they actually has given a complaint to the Speaker and Speaker has, what we are getting it from the sources, that the police has also taken cognizance of this. The police came yesterday in Vidhan Sabha and after that what we are coming to know that an FIR has been lodged that they were, the TMC allegation is that the BJP MLAs, some of the BJP MLAs, they disregarded the national anthem. So in that perspective, this FIR has been lodged. Also, 341 section has also been given in this case. Now the matter will be investigated. Now this is the case when there was a standoff and Trinamool Congress complained that the BJP MLAs have disregarded the national anthem.
All right. Thank you, Kamalika, for putting all of that into perspective for us. Now, row over foil murder plot of Sikh for Justice Chief Gurpatwant Singh Pannoon has escalated after US charged an Indian man named Nikhil Gupta for the foil plot to Pannoon. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau has said that Canada had coordinated with US on the serious allegation that Indian agents were involved in the killing of the Canadian citizen on Canadian soil. He further said that India needs to take allegations seriously and must act on it. Responding to the allegation, MEA spokesperson has rejected these allegations and said that it was wrong to link India to this entire matter. I'm getting you some exclusive news. Top intelligence sources tell us that American evidence are weak and there is no basis. They have kept quiet on every instance that has been raised. They have not put out anything which is very substantial. They keep quiet every day where he is threatening Indian Prime Minister, External Affairs Minister and NSA on a daily basis. American allegations are a matter of concern and we are committed for mutual cooperation. But as of now, there is no substantial basis to them. That is what has been said. Let's tell you more about the allegations that have been made and what exactly is it that the top intel sources have told us. It's a murder plot. US evidences are weak. So far, what has been stated on record, there is no substantial basis to them. The US-Indian diplomats are in regular touch with each other. Both nations are sharing intel on everything which is possible. Nikhil Gupta's arrest is meaningless. Faster response is needed by the US, and Pannoon threatening Prime Minister of India, External Affairs Minister and other top dignitaries daily is something that needs to be taken seriously. Authorities are mum despite the threat to the Prime Minister which has been made openly. US allegations are a matter of concern. India takes it with seriousness and we are committed to mutual cooperation. That has been said so far. Let me cut across to my colleague Abhishek Jha, who's joining us on the broadcast, and we'll get more details on the story. Abhishek, put this into context for us. What exactly does this really mean? What are the sources indicating to you?
Well, the sources are clearly indicating that so far the information that has been disclosed in the Department of Justice indictment does not mention any person's name or credentials as an Indian employee. He has been referred as CC1. So, who was the person and how closely he was involved in the entire operation, that remains a mystery. So far, the name of Nikhil Gupta, he is an Indian national. This was the US Department has claimed. But where his exact location is right now, that is also not known. He was arrested in Czech Republic sometimes around 30th of June, and we know that US and Czech, these two nations have extradition treaty, and probably US is asking for his extradition into US for further investigation into the entire case that US government says was being done on behest of Indian employee working in USA. That has been the US side of the story, but on the issue of cooperation on intelligence input, we know that US and India, they have been close partners on multiple aspects of bilateral partnership, that is in defense, in new technology, artificial technology, and sensitive informations are shared with each other regularly and frequently. And in that context, India has also looked into these matters in the past, and all the objection, all the serious concerns that US has expressed with the latest case, that is also will be looked into by the Indian side. However, Indian concerns in the USA and in Canada, they are not being duly addressed. That has been India's concern, because these Khalistani elements, Pannoon, his SFJ organization, Sikh for Justice, they are clearly anti-India, secessionist, separatist, and violent groups, and with against whom India has lost a lot of protests in the past, also with the two countries, US and Canada. But there is not something substantial that has been that one can say that the government have acted upon against these elements who have been anti-India. So that is where the entire discourse lies, that the US side has not been very concerned or very deeply appreciative of the fact that India has also raised concern against Pannoon, whose assassination plot was being unrevealed by US agencies.
Thank you, Abhishek, for putting all of that into perspective for us. Let's listen into some reactions, beginning with Justin Trudeau.
From the month of August onwards, we have been working closely with our American counterparts, with partners around the world, on the very serious allegations that we shared in September that we believe India was involved, agents of the government of India were involved in the killing of a Canadian citizen on Canadian soil. The news coming out of the United States further underscores what we've been talking about from the very beginning, which is that India needs to take this seriously. The Indian government needs to work with us to ensure that we're getting to the bottom of this. This is not something that anyone can take lightly. Our responsibility is to keep Canadians safe, and that's what we're going to continue to do.
Look, as you would have seen, as we have informed earlier, during the course of discussions with the US on bilateral security cooperation, the US side shared some inputs pertaining to nexus between organized criminals, gun runners, terrorists, other extremists. We take, of course, such inputs very seriously, and a high-level inquiry committee has been constituted to look into all the relevant aspects of the matter, and necessary follow-up action will be taken based on the findings of the inquiry committee. As regards the case against an individual that has been filed in a US court, allegedly linking him to an Indian official, this is a matter of concern. We have said, and let me reiterate, that this is also contrary to government policy. The nexus between organized crime, trafficking, gun running, and extremists at an international level is a serious issue for law enforcement agencies and organizations to consider, and it is precisely for that reason that a high-level inquiry committee has been constituted, and we will obviously be guided by its results. On the issue of Canada, insofar as Canada is concerned, we have said that they have consistently given space to anti-India extremists and violence, and that is actually the heart of the issue. Our diplomatic representatives in Canada have borne the brunt of this. So we expect the government of Canada to live up to its obligations under the Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations. We have also seen interference by Canadian diplomats in our internal affairs. We've said this from this podium, and that is obviously unacceptable.
And a quick check of some key stories from across the country.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Chennai faces severe waterlogging due to relentless heavy rainfall, prompting the closure of schools in the city. The downpour has led to a holiday announcement for schools and colleges in various parts of the state. The IMD, the weather department, has issued an orange alert for Chennai and neighbouring areas on the 2nd and 3rd of December, forecasting heavy to very heavy rainfall. In a fierce encounter, Ludhiana City Police eliminated 2 wanted gangsters involved in a tycoon abduction case. The slain criminals are identified as Shubham and Sanjeev Kumar. They had a violent face-off with the police near Tibba Bridge, leaving an ASI-levelled officer injured. The gangsters were the prime suspects in the abduction of industrialist Sambhav Jain. As India's G20 presidency completes 1 year, Prime Minister Narendra Modi pens a column on India's historic milestone. Reflecting on the achievements, he highlights India's role in revitalizing multilateralism, amplifying the Global South's voice and championing the cause of development. In a concerning development, tension escalated at NIT Srinagar as it remains closed for the 2nd consecutive day. Amidst rising tension, protests erupted following an alleged blasphemous social media post by a student who now faces an FIR for allegedly insulting Islam. In a significant development, the ED has initiated a major search operation at over a dozen locations in Punjab. The focus of the search includes residents associated with 2 former ministers linked to the previous Congress government. ED has disclosed that investigation is connected to a fraud case involving a forest scam and irregularities in transfer postings in Punjab. Among the locations raided are the homes of former ministers Sandhu Singh Dharamjot and Sangat Singh. In Handwara, North Kashmir, a fire erupted in Sabzi Mandi area, damaging approximately 6 shops. The incident occurred early Thursday morning and efforts by fire services, police and locals took place to control the flames. The Mughal Road in Jammu and Kashmir remains closed on Thursday due to severe snowfall, which has turned the entire valley white. Poonch is seeing constant snowfall, with the weather department predicting more throughout the day. Furthermore, much of the city, including Srinagar, has reported light rains. We'll continue tracking that story and much more. On the other side, my colleague Ayushman takes the news forward. Thank you for watching this side.
तेलंगाना के लोग केसीआर सरकार को उखाड़कर फेंकने के लिए कमर कस चुके हैं।
కేసీఆర్ శివయాత్రన తెలంగాణ జైత్ర యాత్రన
ये मेरे लिए राजनीतिक लड़ाई नहीं है, ये खून की लड़ाई है, डीएनए की लड़ाई है। हमारा पहला कदम सरकार बनने के एकदम बाद जाति जनगणना करने का होगा, कास्ट सर्वे।
Hello and welcome to CNN News 18 with me, Ayushman Singh Jamwa. Ladies and gentlemen, after weeks of campaigning across 119 constituencies, it's now over to the voters in Telangana as the polls are currently underway. Polling will continue till 5 p.m. today. It's a high-stakes battle for BRS President and State Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao, who is eyeing a hat-trick amid a perceptible wave of anti-incumbency and a tight challenge from the Congress. The third player in the fray is the BJP, which is also hopeful of making a dent in several constituencies, particularly in North Telangana and Hyderabad. The other key player is Sahaduddin Owaisi's AIMIM, which is contesting on 9 seats in Hyderabad. Meanwhile, the Congress has complained to the Election Commission against K. Kavita, appealing to voters to vote for the BRS outside the polling booth, and the BJP has written to the Election Commission alleging malpractices by the BRS in Jangaon. Now, this is the semi-final before the Mega 2024 battle, ladies and gentlemen. It is 119 seats in Telangana that are up for grabs. Will KCR beat anti-incumbency and secure power in the state for a third time? It's a three-cornered fight in the state. Prime Minister Modi's popularity has armed the BJP once again when it comes to the BJP's saffron campaign in the south. There's a war of welfare schemes as well, with the farmer factor in 75 rural seats. There's a wave in favor of the Congress. That's the big question many of the experts are asking. Does the Congress have the edge in the state of Telangana? Will the AIMIM play spoil sport when it comes to consolidating the Muslim vote bank? That's also a pitch, a major factor within the elections in Telangana. Let's listen in to the top reactions coming in as polling is underway.
Akka, you're going to vote. What are your first thoughts?
I really hope Hyderabad votes, and I really hope the entire Telangana votes in large numbers. On the ground, we are very, very comfortable. We've been campaigning on the ground. People love KCR Garu. People have received many benefits of the election, many benefits of our government, and we are very confident that we'll be voted back to power the third time.
हम स्वयं हमारा सरकार हम बनाएंगे. तेलंगाना के जनता के ऊपर विश्वास है. हमारा पार्टी पूरा बहुमत मिलेगा आदरणीय मोदी जी के नाम पर.
कांग्रेस पार्टी जो 6 गारंटीज दिए एंड जो तेलंगाना डेवलपमेंट मॉडल देश के लिए एक रास्ता दिखाएंगे. इस चुनाव में अच्छा नहीं सरकार बना दे के लोगों का उम्मीद पूरी करने के लिए कांग्रेस पार्टी कोशिश करेंगे.
Very much confident, and I am sure inshallah today I expect, I hope and I request the people of Hyderabad and Telangana to come out in thousands and cast your vote, strengthen the democracy of our country, create more confidence in the Constitution of India. And this is the best and the right time for the people to show their choice, they like or dislike for anyone, for any candidate.
Those reactions coming in from the key contenders and the key faces of the three parties in the fray in Telangana. Also AIMIM throwing its hat in the ring to will it play spoil sport is the big question when it comes to the battle in Telangana. I'm joined by my colleague Payal Mehta, who's reporting live from Jubilee Hills. Payal, what is the buzz from ground zero? The knives are out between these parties as well as polling is underway.
I can tell you that this is one of the most fun elections that I've really covered, in a long time, given the fact that it's very, very difficult to call this election. It's very difficult to predict what's going to happen. There's, of course, a bitter battle between the BRS and the Congress party that you can see, not just over here where I'm standing, but also on ground otherwise as well, whether it's in the regional areas or whether it's in the urban city areas as well. So I'm standing in the Jubilee Hills constituency, which is, of course, the constituency which is very, very high profile. In a short while from now, you will see another high-profile, voter come out over here. Chiranjeevi's son will be here. He'll be in a short while from now. Ram Charan will be here to vote. That's the reason we are all waiting for him to come and cast his vote. Having said that, yes, it's a very, very difficult contest to predict. KCR, of course, vying for his third chance and is probably looking at scripting history if he becomes the chief minister for the third time in the row, because that will make him the first chief minister from southern India to be able to do that. And also now we are looking at the other, party in the fray is the Congress party. Revanth Reddy has been leading the campaign as far as the Congress party is concerned. He's been somebody who's been, fighting it out more or less in a solo manner as far as that is really concerned. So, it's going to be important to see, because the AIMIM is also a very, very crucial factor. Ayushman, they are contesting in 9 seats, but they have a very crucial vote bank to look at. They are, of course, in control in Hyderabad. That's another party which can be in a way called a dynasty party, because Owaisi's father also came in from here. He was also a Lok Sabha member now. But having